welcome to the Stretch Run. Welcome to another Saturday edition, the 420 edition of Live Racing and Handicapping. We've got a great lineup today: Keeneland, Aqueduct, Laurel, Tampa Bay Downs, Santa Anita, and Golden Gate. Jim Goodman will join us to talk some Keeneland racing. Howard Kravets from the HHH Racing podcast will also join us for some handicapping, and later on, Harris Orbach will join us to talk California racing. As always, I'm joined by the Oldy capper, Mike Oldham, and of course, Justin Sampson. Justin, how are you doing today?
I am so good, brother. I'm back home, but to be honest, I still feel like I'm in Lexington because it's like 65, 70 degrees and sunny outside. 2 baseball games today to coach. They are not at the same time, which is awesome, but hey, great racing ahead. Jim's joining. Had an incredible time there in Keeneland, and like it's just holds a special place, man. It's a great spot, but I'm excited. You know, I see Jim joins us, but it's a great day of racing. I mean, there is just great cards, I feel like, all over the place. So
Jim, good to see you again. I figured we'd have you on since we had you on at the start of the meet there, and it went by real fast. We're here at Saturday. And tell us, how's the meet been? How the doubles doing?
Yeah, it's been a strange meet, guys. We started out like a house of fire, and then we had this crappy weather on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of second week. So I've already told my bosses when we get through at the end of the meet, we got to carve out those days that are kind of strange because, you know, we were up 27% doubles first day, 54% the second day. Yesterday, we were up, I think, 26% and 35% the day before. So the days that you can compare apples to apples, I think the 15% double has been really good for us. You can't compare a rainy day when we're off the turf and our field size is 7 versus 9.5. So we got to carve those out. Hopefully, the end of the meet, the last 5 days, as we go into the, 12th day of the meet, will be good, and we can get a comparison on all of our elements we're looking at, including the turf pick 3. We have such a short meet that it's difficult to go year to year and do it with any confidence, but we'll dig a little deeper when we get through, when my summertime gets here, and we'll look at this, and I think the experiment for daily double has been really good for us.
It's been good for me, I can tell you that. I've played it quite a few and hit some nice ones as well. What do you anticipate for the fall meet? Any changes or?
Well, my boss is always asking me what we're going to do. So we did the turf pick 3 a couple years ago. It's been very successful. We did the doubles this time. We will look at other pools to see if we can look at an equitable reduction in takeout. I know that all horse players watching this want us to drop the takeout everywhere.
Of course.
And that's great. However, simulcasting is a very difficult egg to crack. When you talk about we're selling our signal to a bet taker, and that bet taker then is marketing to you guys and all the people listening out here and say they can offer a better rebate than bet taker X, Y, or Z. So the price that we charge our simulcast outlets and our ADWs is extremely important. We were able to do this time. The daily double is such a small part of our overall handle. We didn't change our host fees. If we did something bigger, let's just say for sake of argument that we did the exacta, that's a huge pool. And that would be something that we would have to negotiate host fees so that the track, us, and the bet taker split the difference, and hopefully the handle increases so that the bottom line stays the same, and the horse player benefits. That's the whole goal here: get the horse player on a more level playing field with the big players.
Absolutely. I think the 3 of us are really looking hard at making a fall trip out there, so we'll see if we can make that happen.
I think Justin will come back tomorrow. He had a good time last weekend.
Jim, I was like, we were leaving I left on Monday evening, so I stayed all day Monday, which was nice because it was absolutely beautiful last Monday. And as you said, when I first got there Thursday, there was a lot of rain, and we were on the tarmac late, and I almost missed my connection in Chicago. I was like running through the airport. No, like could have just stayed in Lexington, but I would. The part that I love about it there, Jim, and we talked, a minute, is the service and class at Keeneland. I've never seen anything like it, and it's embedded in the culture of Keeneland. It literally is embedded in the culture. I would be curious on your perspective of that, of just being there for such a long time, and the staff in the green room, to the staff that opened the doors, to the staff in the paddock. I mean, it is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I've been here for 19 years. I started coming to Keeneland when I was 21 years old, and it's been my mecca of horse racing ever since I can remember coming to horse racing. And I'm kind of spoiled because I grew up in Kentucky. But when you come to work here, it's not hard to train people because they all know that that's expected of them. And and it's not something like we're better than anybody else. We just want you to feel a Keeneland experience the way we feel it. And I remember the first day I came to work here, which was in 2005, and it was a summer day, and we still had the paddock set up with a white wrought iron where we hosted a derby party the week before with like 15,000 people that came to Keeneland to watch the derby. And I called my wife and I said, "Where are you right now?" She said, "I'm in my office." She worked in Frankfurt in the state government. And I said, "I'm sitting in the paddock at Keeneland. The birds are singing, the sun's shining. I think I'm the luckiest person in the world. I just got this job." And I still feel that way 19 years later.
Yeah.
All of my staff feels the same way. And I don't care if it's the person that's selling programs or the person that's opening the door for you, Justin. They all feel this pride, and they pick up paper. You won't see tickets on the floor here at Keeneland. You won't see trash because everybody takes care of it. And we're always going to be that way. And we hopefully the racing secretary, the food service people, everybody here at Keeneland takes pride in what we do. And I'm proud to work here. It's a real easy place to work because the product is so good.
Jim, we got a question. What is Keeneland's current policy with regards to computer-assisted wagering participation in which pools and what time prior to the race going off?
Well, thanks for that, Bluegrass Dan. That's a very sensitive question for all track operators. We have not chosen to do what NYRA does. They actually cut the CAW players off at 3 minutes to post, and that has solved a problem at NYRA where you don't see those late odd shifts. We chose not to do that because the downside of that is at NYRA, for the sophisticated bettor, you're seeing those odd shifts not in the win pool, but in the exacta pools and the double pools. So those CAW numbers, and that's when you see an exacta and somebody comes online and says that exacta NYRA didn't pay what it should have. Yes, it did. It's not an efficient market because the CAWs were not in the win pool, and that horse that may have gone off at 5-1 in the true win pool was 10-1, so the exacta doesn't pay what it quote unquote should. The exacta is a separate pool. We chose not to do that. It's a band-aid that NYRA has tried that's worked for them. I don't think it works for us. We've chosen to increase our refresh time for a tote. We're doing it 10 seconds. We tried it at 5, went back to 10. We're always investigating ways to make it more transparent here at Keeneland. And the CAW players are difficult. They can place so many wagers in such a short period of time. And every meet we look at handle, we look at the makeup of handle, how much was CAW play. If we have situations where the late odd shifts were egregious, I can tell you this, that there is no late wagering going on. It is such a situation where these guys get their wagers in at the last second, and then by the time the gate opens, it refreshes you see that drop. We've had 2 instances that I'm aware of that have been what I call egregious odds changes. In both cases this time, multiple CAW players are on the same horse. That's what happens when it drops so much.
Good. That's good information. I mean, they're out there, right? We all know they exist. They play Gulfstream. They love the when Gulfstream's 20-cent Rainbow goes mandatory because they can play it for 20 cents that day. Every other day of the week, they have to play it for 40 cents, so they can't beat the single ticket. But on the mandatory days, boy, they do send it in. That's for sure. But
I would be curious, Jim. I think in my experience out there just recently, as a tournament player, right? And I have not played on like a tournament circuit before, but I know there's a lot of people that do. And you hosted, a nice tournament on Friday for a smaller bankroll, and then you had the grade one gamble. And I think with EquinEdge, Scotty and David Harrison, do a show around tournament play for NHC. But I'd be curious from a tournament standpoint for you to share for the game, as a cash tournament like you hold, what does that do for the player on the tournament side versus just playing in the parimutuel pool?
I'm a big proponent of cash games because that helps the racetrack and it helps you. So what it did for us on Saturday, we had 282 players, 120 of them were on site, 162 on various ADWs. And I did almost $1.2 million inside that tournament. Those 282 players very likely played pick threes, pick fours, pick fives outside the tournament that they can't play because of the format. So let's just say that it was worth $2 million in handle to Keeneland and our bet takers, because ExpressBet, TVG, all those places benefited as well. But what it does for the tournament player is, and you're going to get Howard on in here in a few minutes, I think Howard had a very lucrative weekend. The reason he had a lucrative weekend is not only he built his bankroll to a substantial amount, but he also won an NHC. Hey, Howard, how are you?
Hey guys, how are you doing? Go ahead, Jim. I like hearing this.
All right.
Bankroll talk.
He won 2 NHC spots, almost won a BCBC spot. So it's added value for the people who pay that $3,500 to enter my tournament, of which $1,000 goes to prize money. So you're investing $1,000. You're probably going to bet close to $2,500 on a Saturday anyway, and you've got that possibility of winning a BCBC, an NHC, and $68,000 as my winner did there, which was probably $125,000. Darren Schweiger of New York. He had a $4,000 exacta in the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. Wound up with a bankroll of $42,360, $68,000 in cash, BCBC, NHC, $130,000 for a $3,500 investment. He wins. Keeneland wins. Live money contests are absolutely wonderful for the entire ecosystem of horse wagering.
Yeah, I totally agree. And Jim, it was amazing for me to go. And as you pointed out, we just had Howard Kravets join. Chris, do you want to do a quick intro of Howard?
Yes, we welcome in Howard Kravets from the HHH Racing podcast. Obviously, Howard killed it last week. Brad has let us know about that all week as well. Howard has his own successful podcast show. He's on all the time, cashing tickets and handicapping horses. And I know you kind of met up with the Chicago outfit out there in Keeneland.
Yeah, and Howard, I think to Jim's point, Howard, you crushed it, man. I mean, 2 tournaments. We were just talking, and I was asking Jim as you joined, and you finished second place on Friday, right, and 7th on Saturday. And to Jim's point, just we were talking about hosting at Keeneland. And Howard, why do you go to Keeneland and play in a tournament like that?
Well, first, thanks for having me on, guys. Really appreciate it. Oldy, Chris, nice to meet you. That guy in the bottom right, Jim. I think I know Jim. Jim, good morning, my friend. Good afternoon. Listen, I heard you guys talking earlier about how wonderful Keeneland is, Justin. I think, the more you go, the more you appreciate it. I mean, the first time I had a green coat, Jim, open the door for me like 5 times in a row, and I was just like a fan. I mean, who am I? I was like, wow, this place is really special. And it's so much more than just that. But the hospitality is amazing. The racing obviously is fantastic. But there's good racing in a lot of jurisdictions throughout this country. But it all comes down to how you're treated, right? I mean, how you treat the players, how you treat the fans. Keeneland just does it first class. And then, of course, the Lexington area itself is awesome. Justin, you got a little taste of a farm Saturday morning with Godolphin. I mean, there are so many other great farms. And if you're a horse racing junkie like myself, or you just love horses in general, there's really no better place in the United States than Lexington. So the whole area is great. Jim Goodman, I can't say great enough things about Jim and what he does for contests. And the contests are great. And I just happened to get lucky and fortunate last weekend. But, I've gone there before and not won anything in contests and still had a great time.
All right. Well, Jim, we'll let you get back to your day job. Thanks again for joining us. We'll look you back up in the fall, and hopefully we'll all see you in person then. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I have something new for you in the fall. You guys play today. We got a nice card. The weather's, I think, 59. The track is fast, and the turf is good, but I think it'll be upgraded to firm by the time the afternoon rolls around.
Should be good. Oldy, Howard, and Justin are going to cap a early pick 5 there, and we're going to look at some Laurel racing in a few minutes as well.
Thanks,
Jim.
We appreciate getting to show Keeneland. It's awesome.
Yeah.
All right,
Jim, we appreciate your support too.
You're
Thank
very
you,
welcome.
Jim.
You guys have a great following, and we appreciate the support that you show for our track.
Have a good one, Jim. Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
See you guys.
All right. We can get to the handicapping part of the fun stuff now. I know, Howard, you looked at the early pick 4 at Laurel and the early pick 5 at Keeneland. And Oldie, you wanna drive? I'll add your EE desktop to the stage.
Right.
So
it
Howard,
looks like Laurel's going to come up first. So Howard, welcome. Always welcome to a fellow Chicagoan as well.
Best handicappers in the country, Oldie. You know that. I'm right here.
Yeah, and Brad's been killing me in fantasy football for the last couple of years too. So, I think this year is going to be my rise and his fall based on keepers and stuff like that. But got to talk a little trash to Brad as well. But welcome. We're all really excited to have you do some handicapping. We don't know if you've seen the race sim yet, or if Justin showed that to you last weekend. But we have access now to the race sim, and I mentioned to Justin and Chris that when we got access to this yesterday, I probably watched 100 race sims to the point that I had to walk away because I had such a bad headache. I literally couldn't look at my screen anymore. And so when I put the ticket together that I put together for Laurel, I actually did it as a combination of the race sim and my own handicap. So trusting the tool, but also I understand you play A's and B's. So I also tried to separate some of those.
Yeah, I'm more of an ABC ticket maker player. I haven't actually seen the simulations, but I spent the whole afternoon last Sunday sitting next to Justin, and I do like the approximate morning lines there on the left side. I found that interesting, based on your metrics. And Oldie and Chris, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I'm a high school math teacher in my 27th year. So I'm all about numbers and analytics. I love that stuff. People ask, does that, guarantee you being a better handicapper? No, but it does help. I think you understand the numbers, you understand the odds. I think it is a small advantage. So I'm curious to see what you guys here have on the screen. I've not seen some of this before.
Well, Oldie's going to go through here, and he's going to use the system to the ticket generator to come up with a pick 4, which will pick certain things out, and then he'll kind of go add and subtract from there. But I know he's a big fan of the race simulator. We like to refer to it somewhat as horse racing porn because it's just that cool in terms of how it shows you things. Go for it, Oldie.
So I built a ticket based on what I saw and what I didn't see kind of here. And there were some scratches that hurt what I wanted to do last night based on my handicapping. For instance, so race 4 here, the race sim's really the 3, but I keep looking at the 7, who's the long shot here, as only pace. They're both nest horses. He's not going to send both his horses. And, Derbiness looks like, so if I ran the race sim here, just to kind of show you. And my strategy, sorry, I put it all the way to the end. my strategy when I'm putting a ticket together is I'm typically looking for where I'm going to go narrow or single first. And then I build my ticket around that. So you see here,
the race sim shows, potentially loose on the lead, right? I mean,
right.
Oldy, you play a lot more Laurel than I do, but the 3 to come over the top looks like it's just going to sit off and, sit a perfect trip and be gone.
Yeah, I think the 7 has a shot here, even though the race sim, has it almost 3 lengths back. If the 5 doesn't go with the 7 could put together 25, 24 and 4, and go pretty slow there and just be able to go. It is a step up in class, which is why the 7's not favored here anyways. But it did beat 48s by almost 10 lengths. So tells us that's not a very good group in terms of SOR, but also tells us that there's probably room for this horse to move forward. The other thing we see here is this horse is just going to go, and they're, at least in that race, they didn't choke it back and it just kept going because it's up at first call by 5 lengths and it's up by 10 lengths at second call. So against a better group, it could that could be a problem. But I think that this is the race to go narrow in.
Well, Oldy, if it makes you feel, if I could interrupt, first of all, shout out to Brad Anderson in the chat, part of our BCBC crew. What's up, Brad? Thanks for the kind words. If this makes you feel better, Oldy, or people, or Justin, or Chris, whatever, I have 3 7 as A's. I have the 7 as an A. So, the horse is outside of the 5. I think that's a bit of an advantage. The 5 has never gone 2 turns, guys. So sometimes when horses have never gone 2 turns, you see the jock not be quite as aggressive because they're not sure if the horse can get the distance. There's obviously a lot of extenuating circumstances that, are not on that simulator that you're sort of mentioning, Oldie, they have to be taken into account. So I love the simulator idea. I look at Timeform US early and late. So the Timeform's got their own pace figs as well that I like to use, which is similar to what the simulator does. But obviously there's a lot of other circumstances, right, that are hard to predict as well.
The 5, our genetic strength rating, Howard, shows that the 5 should improve going 2 turns. So that's just another algorithm, and Oldy, you can show that. So I'm not playing the sequence. I do love an exacta in race 2, so we'll get to show that, and I look forward to playing that. So I'll let you all keep going. I'm not going to play the Laurel pick 4, but I'm going to play exacta in the first race. But I don't disagree. This horse could really do well stretching out to 2 turns, I would say. So I thought this was a tough race still.
That's interesting, Justin, because it is Tiznow on the dam side, and Tiznow is one of my favorite horses of all time. Of course, 2-time Breeders' Cup Classic champion, won in 2001 with the famous call of Tiznow for America after the 9/11 tragedy. But Ken Theros on the male side. So I don't know how you feel about that, Oldie. I'm not going to argue, obviously, with the analytics on the screen. I just think when I think Ken Theros, I don't think 2 turns. So that's interesting. We'll see what happens in the race.
Well, and I would say the other thing I hate is speed horses that break slow. And the 5, first time out broke okay, but since then, just has been kind of not walking out of the gate, but not exactly running out of the gate either. And that's another big advantage to the 7.
It's still lightly raced though as a 3-year-old, right?
Yeah.
So you could still. It's the second EquinEdge pick too. I think you could still see this horse improve, but yeah.
But no gate works since before before it broke its maiden, which tells me they're not trying to improve that.
By the way, Willie in the chat, suggesting that I jokingly sort of gave crap. I love what you guys do. I love EquinEdge. I think we do this on our podcast. I just think it's important to bring some different perspectives and just different thoughts. And I don't care if it's EquinEdge or, any other metric you use. I think as a handicapper, you have to look at many different factors when you're handicapping a race. That's just the only thing I want to throw out there. But Willie, I know you're just sort of saying that tongue in cheek, but I think it is important, guys, to look at many different metrics and many different things, right? I mean, we're guessing, right? A horse might not break. Yeah. We don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe a horse has got a little bit of a toenail, that we don't know about. That maybe he's gonna, whatever. Maybe he's got a little of the sniffles, and we don't know exactly. There's so many. That's what makes this game so damn difficult, really.
But
I mean, we don't get an injury report like it's football.
Right.
Yeah, but the only other thing I would say on that, and then Oldie, you should just time wise, I'll let you guys go. I'm gonna play an exact in the first, but we'll get to that. Then I'm gonna play over at Keeneland. I would, kind of go through your ticket, Oldie, just so you can fit it in. I wouldn't do the race sim maybe on every race, but I would say on the race sim, Howard, to your point, you're using time form and has an early and a late pace. That's what I use our race simulator for, is to understand that we have our own pace figure too, but you visualize, can see it, and then you factor in those other handicapping angles, right? So, Oldie, I'll let it go back to you so you and Howard can go through your tickets. And Howard, I think you can probably give however you want to do it on each race. You can give your, ABCs or however I know. So, Oldie, I'll give it back to you.
Yeah, no, and what I was thinking, Howard, is we could go through each race, give our picks, and then, I can, Chris or Justin can keep track of your tickets, since I can't visually show if you're doing A's and B's, let's say like 6 or 7, 8 tickets, but
I can make up a caveman ticket if you'd like, Oldie. I can, as we're talking, I can put together, like a basic caveman ticket. So I don't worry about A's, B's, and C's.
Oh, so for me here, I actually, if we start Laurel Race 2, I thought there might be a lot of pace here, going 5.5, and 5.5 is a difficult distance to go gate to wire. And, I thought the 8 and the 5, even though the 5 doesn't show well on the race sim, I thought the 5 could sit a trip here on the drop 2 in class and potentially steal this race at an 8-1 price.
I'm sorry, did you want me to comment on that?
No, or do you?
Yeah, we do.
If you want, or if you have different thoughts, we
Oldie, you're crazy. What do you? No, I'm just kidding. I'm off the show, Justin, in 5 minutes. No, we like to have fun. We like to have fun on our show, man. So if I get too annoying, just let me know.
No, bring it.
And how do you like the disagreements?
Let's first of all, and Justin knows this, so I'm not redboarding. Turf sprints, guys, my least favorite race of all, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that in case I'm wrong in this first leg. But the thing with turf sprints is it's so trip dependent, and one little mistake can really cost you. Now, I will say this: a 5 furlong turf sprint at Gulfstream obviously is completely different than a 5.5 at Laurel. It's a nice long stretch at Laurel. Keeneland has a bit of a longer stretch, so I don't mind those kind of races as much. I just really dislike 5 furlong races. Like, for example, at Churchill and Gulfstream. I'll just throw that out there. Share the Blessing. I will say one thing about Share the Blessing. First of all, I'm using this horse, Oldie, in my ticket. I would use that one of 3 horses I would use. Number 1, I don't know about the on the lead thought, but Ben Curtis is a very underrated jockey. He came over from overseas. He had a pretty good meet at Fairgrounds. I have no issue with Ben Curtis. So I think he's interesting in the spot riding Share the Blessing. I would chalk out a little bit based. I'm looking at the. I'm looking right now at the odds. I think the 9 Carolina Christina, if she's ready off the layoff, has a great chance to wire the field. I know there's other speed in the race, but every time you think that guy's in a turf sprint, some just wires the damn field. So I would go 3-5-9 in this spot. I'm a little bit interested in the 3, Vesuvius Dahl for Motion, who's coming off the layoff, quite a long layoff. But this is owned by Ammo Racing. These are very good connections. The horse costs $275. I don't think Motion would put this horse in this spot if she wasn't ready. That'd be my sort of long shot play within this sequence here. I would go 3-5-9. I'm against the 4. I'm against the 8. I would let them beat me. So I would go 3-5-9. some speed, and what I think are maybe the 2 best closers
Sounds good.
in this leg.
Yeah. I'll say about the 9 is that outside post might make it tough to go gate to wire.
But I don't. The only thing I would say with that is like, based on that Laurel turf course, like this horse is quick. I mean, they removed blinkers, which I thought was interesting on the 9. My other comment on the 3 horse is that horse is really dangerous coming off the pace here. I would say it does have a really good Bruno work as well. I would say on the 3 horse. So I don't disagree with you, Howard, on the 3 here. Whether you're playing exactas or tries, and even this horse winning, this is, I thought, was a tough race.
The thing about the 8, I don't know how you guys feel, but I do not like horses turning back in turf sprints. I love it down the hill. Like, for example, a mile to down the hill at Santa Anita, love, love, love. This 8 is off a layoff, but it seems like if she's gone 7.5, she has sprinted also. I don't prefer that as much, in my opinion. So I'm looking for horses that can improve. Like the 9 can improve. This is her first time start as a 4-year-old. The 3 can improve. This is her first time start as a 4-year-old. The 5, I think, is a little bit of an interesting horse that has recency. Can the 4 win? Sure, but she's 1 for 11, guys. I have no need for the 4. Can the 8 win? I guess so, but this feels like maybe a prep for something longer with the 8, and that's just a guess on my part. So that's my logic. Whether I'm correct or not, I have no idea. That's my logic.
Our GSR says the 8 wants long over short, Howard. So from that perspective, we looked at the GSR before. It does have higher numbers, at longer distances. So it's not terrible at 5.5, but I mean, I think that's a question mark. I was against the 8, I will say. But I'll let you keep going, just so we
got to move it along, Oldie. You're only in leg 1 here. We got 11 minutes to go to the second race there, and about 18 minutes to go to Keeneland. So let's get to leg 2.
I'll talk less. That's my fault.
I thought this. I thought race 3 was wide open. The race simulator also showed that. I'm just going to put it right to the finish. There's 5 horses within a length, basically. And, so I think this race is pretty wide open. It seemed like a good place to spread. Maybe I should have dropped the 1 altogether there, since the system thinks the 4 is going to win there. But, in the interest of having a ticket that continues to go on, I'm using the 1 there.
I would go 1, 2, 4. I'm completely against the 7, guys. And I know the 7 can beat me. I'll let a 9-year-old beat me. I'm sorry. I mean, I know those horses can run. He was, the 7 won last time off a layoff. I would never bet a 9-year-old trying to win for the finished 3rd last time, excuse me. But maybe the horse will improve off the layoff, and he's 9. I can't do it. The 1's got good numbers off the claim. I would go 1, 2, 4. I don't think the 2 is absolutely impossible as a complete bomb. It's just a race that I agree you got to spread, and so if I'm going to spread, I'll throw a bomb in there also. I'm mainly 1, 4, guys.
Well, I will tell you from our SOR standpoint, this is a significant enough drop in class that if the 7 runs that same race, it probably wins. Coming off the second time off the layoff. This, I would say in general, this isn't the greatest group of horses. I think the 5 for me and the 3 were the 2 that I thought you could get a price on there.
Yeah, I think it's pretty wide open. When I say I don't like the 7, I just want to be clear because we talk about this on the show a lot. Obviously, the 7 can win, but I mean, you have to pick and choose. You can only have so many chalks within your sequence, right, Oldie? So you just take your chances. I prefer younger horses in general, but obviously the 7 can beat me, and the 7 stuffs me in the locker, then so be it. That's all right.
All right, so we kind of talked about race 4 already, being the 3 and the 7.
Yeah, the 3 and the 7 is A's, Howard, right?
That's what I have, yes. I would just go 3, 7. The 5, I didn't love the replay against the 3 last time. I thought the 3 had every opportunity. Excuse me, I thought the 5 had every opportunity, and just, I just prefer the best being the best closer, which to me is.
I thought the 3 was potential single here. If I was to play this is probably where for me personally, but yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Oldy.
And then, so I think we talked about race 4 pretty ad nauseum. This was a race where race 5 where I thought it was really hurt by scratches. There were some interesting horses in here originally. So for me, I pretty much agree with the race sim. The 8 might be a single here. Winner of the grade 3 pucker up. But the system is charting this 1 pretty well. Second time in the country, 1 for motion, and then the 5, the long shot, being a pay leg, beat 64s last time out at Cologne, or 2 times back at Colonial. I will comment that Colonial form has not held up at other tracks.
No way.
And we talk about that every week. But here in this group, this horse might sit a perfect trap.
This is tricky, guys, because the 8 and the 5 are both coming off layoffs. I have mad respect for Michael Stidham on the 5 with Jubilee Bridge, who has good numbers off the layoff, but she's 6. The 8 is only a 4-year-old. Betty Keneally's layoff numbers are not great. Despite that, I think the 8 is clearly the horse to be. If she runs her race, I think she wins. I'm not messing around here, guys. I'm going 5-8. I don't love the 1. I understand why people want to use the 1. By my numbers, guys, the 1 is too slow, but I suppose could improve.
All right, so I have you, Howard, at 359 with 124 with 37 with 58.
That is correct. Yes, sir. That is correct.
Awesome.
And that is my caveman ticket. There we go.
We got Oldies up there. Let's get over to Keeneland, Oldie, and do the early pick 5 there. I'll keep an eye on Laurel. We got 6 minutes. When we get close, I'll let you know and throw it up on the screen.
All right, so I'm gonna just put my budget in. I had already done a ticket in the interest of time, let's talk maybe through this. To me, this first race looked like a spread race. I didn't like either of the firsters. Here, I did not like the top pace horse in the 6. But the middle of the road horses, if you will, all seem to run well. I got burnt singling a DeSormo horse last week, but I did. It was top pace. It was, I think I was getting 8-1 at the time on it, but those are risks sometimes I'm willing to take. And, I think I have the logicals here in the first leg. And, I also think you could go 8-7 here and go narrow as your A's, and then if you're going to play A's and B's, go 1, 2, 3 as your B's.
Oldie, great minds are thinking alike. I know you guys can't see my ABC, but you would laugh, Oldie, because I'm using 5 horses in this first leg in different spots. You want to take a guess on which ones I'm using?
Yeah.
The exact same ones you have. I thought this was a tough race, guys. I'll be brief. By the way, you guys, Justin, you didn't tell me that you guys can spend some money on this show, man. We're happy with like $100. We got up to $150 up there. Man, McKeever's got a lot of cash, I guess, in the bankroll. Or I know what's going on over there. Anyway,
there's some good. There's some there's some good players here. I mean, it's
oh yeah.
And you. That's why I loved having you come on, because Oldie has been crushing Laurel, Howard. So it's awesome.
Yeah, Oldie had a $17 winner last week, and then followed that up a couple races later with the $21 winner there. And he tried to take his own horse down on an objection as well. So that was fairly entertaining.
So we got
to get you on our show. Forget this Justin guy. Oldie, you got to come on in. Wait, what was that pick for a ticket at Laurel again? Let me write that down. That early pick.
So we have a show character, which is basically me, called Stuart the Steward.
Okay, I like it.
And Stuart the Steward makes the rulings. And the idea is I'm making the rulings as if I didn't have any money on the race,
Got it.
which is how stewards should work.
Yes, that's funny. I like
Oldy
that.
would be a horrible steward in real life. Horrible.
Yeah, because
Absolutely.
if a horse is touched and it affects the race, I think they should be taken down.
And that's not how it works.
Well,
All right,
it is how it's supposed to work in California. They just don't enforce the rules evenly.
Hey,
Keeneland
shout out to
pick
Jay
5.
Walker in the chat. Sorry, guys, I'm putting my podcast host hat on here, but yeah, there we go. Thanks. Yeah, thanks a lot, Jay. Really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun last week. Guys, this is a tough race. I have the 7 as a lone A, but it's not a strong opinion, be very honest. I just think in a race that's got a bunch of meh in it, I prefer a horse that's going to show some speed. And the horses are coming from Turfway, from the synthetic. They've actually done very well at Keeneland this meet, better than I thought they would. So I'm going to upgrade horses in general, at least that's what I've noticed. Maybe I'm wrong, Justin. He's laughing. Maybe I got that wrong. But, okay.
So wait,
Something else?
I have to tell you why I'm laughing, because Oldy had talked about coming into the meet how you can't play the Turfway shippers, but then they've been crushing, to your point. So
they've been well.
Only the first, Dawson, it was only the first weekend that you can't play the Turfway shippers.
I just think you have to find the right spot, but I think Turfway got so competitive. I think they've done a lot better than in historical years. But I know we have Laurel, in a minute, Chris? Do we want
a couple of minutes?
All right, why don't you guys go to race 2? And then we'll probably have to hop to Laurel.
Hey, guys, can I quickly throw out a very quick a little bit of a price shot in this first race at Keeneland? I think the one put the crazy away is interesting. She is getting bet at 92, but Tim Gurton, who's the new trainer, 18% last 5 years off the claim, 50% 5-0 in the money. And if you go back to her dirt form is good. So she's been on the poly. So if she can revert back to her dirt form, I think the one put the crazy away is interesting. Just want to throw that out there.
Scotty Longshot, Howard, our Longshot algorithm and the genetic strength rating goes up substantially on the move back to dirt. So I don't disagree with you.
Okay.
Yeah. Cedillo rides in our morning line has a 5-1. So it for sure makes sense. Horse taking money.
9-2 right now, Justin. On the
Yeah.
Howard, what were you in leg 2 at Keeneland?
Leg 2, I am 8, 9, 10, 11. Very easy to so you've got some of those as well. Tough race. Let me switch to it on my it's main special, right? So you gotta look at the doubles. I have not looked at the double will pays going forward. That's something I'd want to take a look at. Although the first time starters don't really do much for me on paper, I would still like to look at it anyway. I don't know if you guys have any intel, like on the IRAD 2. I don't know if the 2 is taking any money at all, but again, a tough race. The 8 is 0 for 6. I don't like that, but she's awfully quick and should have the lead there. And then the 11 really would have been my top choice. That's EquinEdge, I believe. 8-1 more line for Dale Robins. Ran really well on the poly last time. Closing was wide. I like the works at Churchill. I think she's going to improve. So I'd go 11-8, but I'd use 8, 9, 10, 11 in my pick 5.
All right, getting over to leg 3 there. Were you deep? Were you just taking 3?
Leg 3. Leg 3. The 4 is 4-5. Guys, I think the 3 can win that race. I don't. Horses coming from Gulfstream. I have different opinions on them. The 4 is gonna be a big favorite. I don't really know why. I think the 3 is improving. It's Tyler G. The 3's been working very well at Keeneland. I would just go 3-4. I wouldn't use anyone else in that race. I'm not sold that the 4 has to win that race.
All right. Before we get off to Laurel here, give us your digits in the next 2.
I would single the 3 in leg 4. That's my play of the day early at Keeneland. Is the number?
I'm also single to the 3 there.
He's single to the 3.
What? What is going on? Well,
I swear we didn't talk about this beforehand.
we did not. Hopefully, great minds are thinking alike. And then in the last leg, I thought was very tough. I would go 2, 5, 6, 8. We're a little bit different there. I see on the screen there.
Okay, so I got you at leg 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Leg 2, 8, 9, 10, 11. Leg 3, 3, 4. Then the single of the 3 in leg 4, and to close it out, 2, 5, 6, 8.
Correct.
Awesome. All right, they're getting over here to the grass here at Laurel, and we'll get this first race kicked off.
Good luck to everyone who's playing. Crush your bets, as we like to say on our show.
I'm playing an exacta 9, the 9 over the 3, 4, and then I boxed them as a saver bet too. But
I don't like the fact that 9 or the 3 is drifting up and not taking money. I could be very wrong. Then if I had the opportunity and I were betting, I would probably switch my bet. I know people at home are saying like you just look at the odds and switch. Layoff horses and first-time starters. The board means a lot to me. Those two
I think the 9 is very live here. Like I do think, Howard, though the 3 I think can run on and come on, but I see more underneath. But
Yes.
Finish line.
But I did save. I think the 4. I actually like the 4. I know that you were against the 4, but
I am. But it's a turf sprint. Well, now she's she heard what you said. Now she didn't break.
Yeah, and then she got completely shut off at the start.
Caroline Christina with a good break and Profittunity. New Wonder right there in the early mix as well. On the outside payout ratio, moving along into 4th, and Golden Heart in between horses 5th for crying out loud is next to 6th. A gap or 2 share the blessing with.
I would be very surprised if the 9 loses from
Mischievous
here,
Doll
I really would.
and Wise and Elegant at the back of the pack.
Not the most
About
creative
9 to
thing
10
to
lengths
say,
will
but
cover them. Caroline Christina racing well in hand with
9's gonna run on good. The 3's still at the back, but
between horses, Golden Heart right there.
I need the 4 to get up for
5's
second.
got some run, guys.
Yeah, I can see that.
Gonna go super wide.
Yeah, that makes it easier.
Quarter of a mile left to go there at the top of the stretch. Caroline Christina asked to kick on.
Here comes the 4.
Come on, 4, get up for second.
With a 3-length lead.
Yeah.
Here's No Wonder running up. Big One and Golden Heart racing out on the inside. Share
Stop
the
breaking.
blessing.
Down.
Got for long left to go. Caroline
just
Christina.
terrible break.
Share the blessing, closing the gap with
Four,
a
9,
5 would be a playback for me. That's a big effort for the 5 right there.
Caroline Christina from Share the Blessing, and New Wonder was
You
third. in
talked
big
about the
prize.
5. Good call, Howard.
Thank you. The nice ride by Ben Curtis.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean the
shout out to
9.
Big
The 9
Blue.
was the goods.
I don't think the 5 broke real well either, guys. I mean, the 5's a closer, but not from that far back. I'd love to know what that exact is. I could look on my phone. 9-5 would be a real nice exacta for anyone. That's probably going to be, what, maybe 12 to 14 to 1, somewhere in there, my guess?
Go over to Laurel and show them how we've got the probables.
So Howard, through EquinEdge, we have the probables built in. Look.
Oh, nice. 12 to 1. I see it on my phone. Yep. 12 to 1. Right? Oh, you got
Yep. 14.
I see
No,
12 to 1 on my ADW.
we're showing a lot higher.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, we're showing
25.
28 to 1.
Yeah, well, those it probably hasn't updated, right? And you've got to refresh to get the most current info.
Yeah, we also. I don't think the pool was complete either. There, I don't think there was only 6,000 in the
yeah.
pick 4 pool.
Again, that's a perfect example, guys. We you guys mentioned the contest play a little bit at the beginning of the show. People say, well, you can't make money because the 4 to 5 won. What if I said I'll give you a 12 to 1? That's what the 9-5 just paid. If you can find the 5 underneath, which I liked a little bit, what's wrong with starting your day with a 12 to 1 shot? So again, I think people tend to skip races or not feel like they can make money when they love a chalk that wins. I think there are ways to make money if you're creative.
Keeneland time, guys.
All right, we got pull it up. You guys were both spread here, right? Remind me, you were on the same horses.
Yep. Which means put win bets on all the other horses and you'll be just fine.
The opening quarter,
Exactly.
22.23 seconds. Golden Degree from the
Good
outside
luck.
has a head in front. Lady Aberdeen
Racing
is second
down the
against the
wind,
rail. Gap of
always
3 more lengths.
tuning in. I
Hook the
love
Crazy
it.
Away is in third. A gap of
Congrats
6 more
on the
back
hit
to back when
yesterday,
she's
too.
always
Scoop
rosy.
looked cool
Is
at,
lingering in 4th position with a lot of
the
ground to make
cross-country
up from
pick
there.
5.
Quarter mile to go. Golden Degree, Lady Aberdeen side by side. Put the Crazy Away 5 lengths away in third. 5 more back of that one to She's Always Rosy. Golden Degree from the outside.
the
Lady Lady
one,
Aberdeen
guys.
from the rail and put the crazy
I'm
away.
glad
I won.
Join them now. Picks it up a notch on the outside.
Are we allowed
Put
to
the
cheer?
crazy away
Get
for
this
us
one
one
up.
time.
Challenge Golden.
Can we
Come on.
cheer on the
Come
show?
on.
Get this one up.
Rosie is still
Come on,
there.
one
time. Tell them to get
Go.
away.
With the
Oh,
crazy
he's-
away in
Let's
front.
go.
She's
One.
always
No
gone
problem,
for
guys.
second, but here
Keep going.
comes
Keep
Claire.
going.
No problem.
The
It's all
crazy
good.
away. Abel Cedillo aboard to win it. She's
There
on
we
through
go.
Lady Aberdeen third and Golden Degree fourth.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. Easy show.
Yeah.
See ya. Easy game.
Easy game.
Very
I
nice.
hope people had that one. That's awesome.
I love
Oh,
it.
Mike had it.
That's what, as Mike said. That's
There you
what we
go,
call a
Mike.
boom.
There you go,
That's what we
Mike.
call. That's what we call it, Howard. We call it a boom.
I like the boom.
Hey, and shout out to Dave, who scooped that pool yesterday. Very well done, sir.
Right?
Wow.
That did you see that, Howard? He scooped that. It was the cross country pick 5, I think.
Oh, Dave Duncan. Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard about it. I didn't see the ticket, but I heard about it. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Yeah. Bluegrass stand cashed. I like to see it. Gary, yes.
Usually on our show, we say boom followed by an expletive, but I don't want to,
We try to be more of a family show, even though we.
No, I'm just kidding. We avoid that. Nice ride by boy. That set up well. I wonder why the 7 was so far back, guys. Because I thought the 7 would be on the lead there, close.
We do drink here, Howard, though. So.
Oh, I love it. I got water. So we do drink on our show. Do you guys know? But do you guys know what happens? Why we drink on our show? Have you heard, or does it Justin say?
Wait. So it's a great segue. As I would love Howard for to hear about HHA's racing podcast, and I also want to hear about the drinking side too.
Awesome. Well, I'll talk about the drinking first. As handicappers, no matter if you're a new handicapper or you're someone who's doing it for 30 years like I have, I like that Buffalo Mike. I like the boom shakalaka. That'll work. Often by mistake, usually by mistake, you misgender a horse, right? It's a he, you call it a she. It's a she, you call it a he. Anytime we misgender a horse on our show, we have a beverage, which means we have a beverage 2 or 3 times a show.
Nice.
So
that's the drinking. Feel free to use that. You guys can steal that from us. That's fine.
It's a good one.
This is just like a Marvel DC Comics crossover for sure.
You want me to talk about the podcast a little bit, Justin? I'll be happy to.
Yeah, of course.
Sure.
Yeah,
So-
we would love to hear about it. And I met many of these guys in Keeneland, and Howard is a great guy, and they have multiple shows. And Howard, go for it.
Thanks, man. Well, Justin, it was great to spend time with you and get to know you better. It was a lot of fun. We had a fun little drive Saturday morning as well, which you can talk about.
We did. Yes.
On the show. HHH Racing Podcast, guys, is a podcast that I started in late January of 21. And so it was pretty much right after the pandemic. I'm just a fan, guys. I have no connections to horse racing at all before I started the podcast. I'm just a guy who loved going to the track and been betting for 30 years. And, I was fortunate to be on Matt Bernier's show through In the Money Media 3 times as a guest handicapper because I won a contest. And because of my teaching background, I feel like I can articulate my opinions pretty well. And I love to explain and help people. I'm like, you know what? I think I can do this podcast thing. Let me just try it. And to be honest, guys, I had no clue that it would get to where it is right now. I'm just so damn proud of what we've done in 3.5 years. We have shows on Monday nights, Wednesday and Thursday nights live, 8 p.m. Eastern. The next 2 weeks are going to be crazy, guys. We have, are you ready? 14 shows, almost 20 hours of coverage for the Kentucky Derby and Oaks. You can find us on YouTube. Just go to the YouTube, everyone, and type in HHH Racing Podcast in the search bar. We'd love to have your fans and viewers join our family and vice versa, because a rising tide, guys, lifts all boats. I don't understand why some podcasts feel like they got to compete with each other and all that nonsense.
Mhm.
I'm good friends with a lot of people that have other podcasts. It's not as if we don't need to grow horse racing. I mean, come on, right? So
Yeah.
I'm in favor for anyone that loves horse racing. We don't just handicap. I've had many famous guests on. In fact, last year for the Breeders' Cup, we were fortunate to have Aiden O'Brien live on the show. We've had Pletcher, Brown, Raylu Gutierrez. We've had many. Junior Alvarado came on after the Saudi Cup win. We have connections with them. because one of our co-hosts has connections with Godolphin. So we like to teach, we like to explain, we talk about a lot of strategy, contest play, and then of course we do our regular handicapping. So I'm really proud of it. I've got great co-hosts, Pete Visco and Paul Halloran. Paul Halloran won the Grade 1 Gamble last year, guys, and he's in the process of writing a book about Cody's Wish, which will be coming out hopefully later this year. So we know the Dorman family very well, just great people. I love every minute. I love the podcast. It's a lot of work, as you guys know, but it's a labor of love, and it's always fun to find winners for people. We're also on listening platforms. Just want to throw that out. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Anchor. You can find us there. And we also have a Power Picks tip sheet, which I won't go on. Justin can talk about it if you'd like. But we have a Power Picks tip sheet as well, which is extremely inexpensive. It's only $4 a weekend. They can go to our website, hh8racingpodcast.com. And
yeah, I dropped the link to your YouTube podcast in the chat so people can grab it there.
Thanks a lot.
Excellent content, and we're happy to cross pollinate. Like you said, we're not here to compete with one another. These things are all integrated into the social community that we're trying to build and maintain, and just get enthusiasm for the sport. All positive stuff. We don't tend to focus on the negativity or any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. There's negativity in horse racing? Did anything
yeah.
No one was in court this week or anything. What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
There's a lot of that goes in on the chat, but we kind of keep it off the air.
Yeah. I listen. Open invitation to all three of you, and Scotty for that matter, for coming on to our show. So you just heard it there live. We'll be talking to you guys. We'll get you guys on to talk about either a handicapping segment or something newsworthy, whatever you'd like. But there's a lot of competition out there in horse racing podcasts, as you guys know. It's a niche market, and so we may not have the biggest numbers of any podcast out there, but we have very loyal and dedicated followers, and we're growing every day. We're up to 3,500 subs on YouTube. And we're coming up on 500,000 views in the history of our show. So I'm really proud of it. We try to do the right thing, guys. And sometimes we get it wrong. Sometimes we get it right. But we're going to have a lot of fun doing it either way.
Nice.
Yeah. Somebody chimed in on Howard on the betting and boozing guys. And the one thing I want to talk about this for a minute, though, because it's, when I met you at NHC, we met briefly and we were going to have you on there, but it got too crazy, right? And then we were just in Lexington, and you really do have what I talk about is a family of people to grow the game and support each other. But the perspective here about the betting and boozing guys is these guys are young in the game, and it is not, I've been around this only for, since American Pharoah won the Triple Crown, 10, 12 years, learned a lot just through EquinEdge and Scotty. And I originally used DRF Formulator until I started using EquinEdge. But you have, in a way, I would say you're probably a mentor to these guys because you have taken them and taught them. You're a math teacher, so that doesn't surprise me, but the game, the sport. But it's very important, Howard, because we have to grow the game. But I would love for you just to talk about that. I really would. And those guys have a show, and they're great guys, and I met them, and it's awesome, I would say. But go ahead.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about them. I made a decision about halfway through the history of our podcast that we need to try to do the best we can to bring on younger viewers. I looked at our analytics on YouTube, and I'm sure you guys have it, generally speaking, your population of viewers is probably 45 and older. That's just the way horse racing is. And I met a young man named Kyle Roscoe who used to work at Arlington Racecourse as what they call an Arlington professor, which is one of those people that just helps people read the program, and what I call a betologist, I think is what they call them at Keeneland, right? Every track's got them. And I sort of put him to the test a little bit, tongue in cheek. Of course, he didn't know that I had a podcast at the time. This was summer of 2021, I believe. So it was only about 5 months after I started. And he's a terrific young guy. Got to know him. We're great friends. And he hosts a show called Bettin' and Boozin', which is on Wednesday nights. And the entire crew are all 25 and under. Kyle is 24. I've got another co-host that's Pat Kunzel, who does a great job. He's from New Jersey. He's also a newer player as well. He's 23, and I've got two college kids, guys, who are, one's a junior, one's a sophomore. One goes to UK, actually, Noah Maher, and the other one's Charlie Freeman. And just to see, they remind me of us when we were younger, right? I love seeing young people excited about horse racing. It just doesn't happen too often. So we've got 4 20-something guys who are not only great people, they are really good handicappers. They know the game. They've been doing it a long time. They went to the track like when they were kids, what or not. And they just bring this ball of energy and this innocence. And, you know, us older guys give them some crap sometimes when they don't know how to pronounce a name that we know. And, you know, we have fun with it. But they're really enthusiastic, and they bring in a younger crowd for us, and they want to learn. And just like you said, Justin, they just like soak up the knowledge, soak it up. And believe me, those guys in a few years, as they get more experience and play more contests, they are going to blow right by myself and Matt Miller and Brad Anderson and all of us in the contest world. So I really am proud of our Betting and Boozing show. People should check it out on Wednesday nights. They also talk about sports betting too, guys, because we do talk about a little bit of sports betting as well. I think that's important to cross-pollinate. So, yeah, our Betting and Boozing guys, Justin, you met 3 of them. You met everyone except Charlie Freeman. So you can speak to how good those guys are and what nice people they are.
Yeah.
All right, let's put Oldy on the spot here. We got 1 minute to go.
Yep.
We got 1 minute to go to Gulfstream Park Race 1. So, Oldy, give us a winner here. Give us a winner.
I mean, the 5 looks good here. I'm actually looking at the 5-1-4 exacta, and then I might play a 5-1-4-8 try box, because watch. So if I take it from the stretch to the finish, watch the 8 closing there. But I don't particularly like this 9 horse, who's the favorite. It has not run well on synthetic and is getting bet hard, and the simulated race sees it that way as well, that it doesn't. This horse does not run well on synthetic, and this is an opportunity to possibly make some money playing against the public money.
Any thoughts, Howard?
I did not look at Gulfstream, so I don't want to just throw some BS out there. I will say it's on the sin, and I know a lot of people don't like the synthetic Tapeta racing. I don't mind it at all. Matt Bernier is a good friend of mine on FanDuel, and you know, I think people that don't like the synthetic in general really don't watch enough and pay attention to trends. So with all due respect to people that don't like synthetic, it's not going anywhere. In fact, there's been more of it. So
Howard, I spent up until 2020 in California. So I went through all of the synthetic, 3 different synthetic tracks and everything else. Happy they're back on the dirt. Just not a big fan of.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not necessarily like a fan of it, but I can tolerate it. How's that, Chris?
So we talk about the Tapeta a lot as they hop over to the track here, Howard. And Chris is not a Tapeta fan, but I am in the exact same camp as you. Like, just understand it and what's happening, and it's not a bad thing to handicap because it's here and it's going to be fine. Yes, Chris, I would prefer all turf. I get it. I do understand, but we do have to live with it.
I mean, you look at
I have my own Tapeta angle.
Well, that's good. Yeah, that's
you know that's the Oldy angle, which is when the
horses
top 2
are
picks,
at the gate.
And this was before we just changed the picks. But
lining up and moving
the
in
top
race
2
number
E
1
picks
of the day over
and
to
top 2 win percentage match on synthetic, one of those 2 horses wins up between 68 and 72% of the time.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, but it doesn't surprise me, but it speaks to Howard. And go ahead and comment if you want.
No, just after the race, Thomas has a question about the power picks that I'd like to answer. After the race, I'll answer it.
Yeah. Shout out to Razor. Razor popped in and he's giving, his NBA bet. He's on today for free in the chat. This guy, Razor, is always on fire with sports picks. I mean, the real deal, I would say.
You got the 5-year-old. Is that who I'm rooting for?
Only thing I would comment on what's coming up at Belmont is they put that synthetic track on the way inside, and when you look at the aerial of that it's almost a bull ring. So,
I actually was wondering about that, Chris, because I kind of questioned the same thing. I was really surprised by that, but yeah.
Reminds me of Fairplex.
I don't think it's going to be quite as tight as you think, Chris, but we can have that conversation another time.
We'll let him finish it first. We'll let him
And we
finish
can
it
have
first.
that conversation in a minute.
Well, I need to get you on with Bruno sometime. That could be really good.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
But you do have to take a video of Howard walking for Bruno, then.
Man,
If you watch this week's Bruno show, it's all Bruno watching horses walk and talk about how sexy the horses were. So
if they don't walk
you
good, man,
look
they're
at Chris's face, he had to host that. So
You know, guys, the turf actually doesn't look too bad. It's getting later in the year now. It actually looks okay. That's the benefit of running more sin races. That's a whole other topic, but they've been able to save the turf course a little bit, guys, which is one of the reasons.
Well, and they still can use it as 2 turf courses as well. They do. Look right now, the rail's way out today.
Yeah. And where they put the synthetic track ruined the turf course.
and I would say the difference between Poly and Tapeta is Tapeta is a brand of polysurface. It's a name brand.
Yeah. I actually really like the cushion track at Hollywood, guys. That was one of my favorite surfaces.
That was the best ever, Howard. The
Right,
best
Chris?
ever. That cushion track was awesome.
It was even. You could close. You could be up front. I miss Friday nights, Chris, at Hollywood really bad, man. I really.
Oh, those were great because we'd
Those are
go
the best.
we'd go see Berlin or English Beat or whoever they had playing after that for sure.
I never went to a race on Friday nights there, just from a betting perspective. Nothing more fun than being at a bar and just betting Hollywood 5.5 maiden claiming 40s.
Yep. 100%.
Your 5's in a great spot, by the way, if you hold it right now, I would say.
Yeah. My 8's nowhere to be found, though.
They've got the Eyes of Champion,
And then that 2-hour drive home from Hollywood Park on the 405 was always fun too.
Cerro Matano is now 3 wide, dropping back Eyes of Champion, then Impressive Speed. They run to the top of the stretch. Mannix on the outside now shoves the neck on top. Trying to fight back toward the inside is Gentleman Jerry, 2.5 to Flatter Me. They're at the top of the stretch. 3/4, 112 flat off the turn in the stretch drive. It's Mannix who has the lead. At the inside, Gentleman Jerry continues to fight with him.
Sierra Leone,
They come past the 8 pole. On the outside, Mannix toward the inside. That's Gentleman Jerry. Jerry and Mannix, Flatter Me rolling late. Gentleman Jerry gains the upper hand. Here comes Euphoria Star on the outside. Gentleman Jerry won it.
Wow.
Gentleman Jerry turned away
4-3.
Euphoria
That's
Star.
quite
Flatter Me's
close.
in a photo for third and 144 flat.
Hey, shout out to the Stronach Group for letting us show the racing. Same thing to Keeneland. We appreciate them. Naira as well, Tampa Bay Downs. We'll get to them a little later as well. But
I'll tell you what, I need to get a phone number, guys. We got to talk after the show because I love the live racing you can show on the screen.
yeah, there's only one place that won't let us show.
Yeah.
Hey, let's move on because somebody just did something there that Howard was like, Howard, did you turn on the Fierceness Sierra Leone sound? Is that where that came from?
No, I was just having fun calling the, thinking there might be a bit of a, well, not a stretch duel, but thinking that those two might battle to the wire in the Derby. You know why? I've got a little interest in the Derby, Justin.
Yeah, I want you.
Race 1, start of the early pick 5 on this Saturday.
I want
at Aqueduct.
you to talk about that for a minute. And I know that you were on Sierra Leone very early on. So why don't you just share the story? There's no reason for me to say anything else.
Very briefly, guys, Sierra Leone broke his maiden on Breeders' Cup Day in New York, and I was in California for the Breeders' Cup. I decided last year I had a future on Tapit Trice at like 50 to 1, so we were pretty excited, but it was not as big a bet as we made this year. I wanted to go price shopping this year for the Derby future. I took a lot of time and did some research, and I came with Sierra Leone. I loved everything about his debut. We talked about this ad nauseum. You could find out, we actually have a show on our podcast from November about why I chose this horse. But briefly, I love the fact that he debuted at a mile. I loved his breeding. The fact that he costs a lot of money would actually be a negative for people that pay attention to Derby winners. Chad Brown hadn't won yet. I just think a lot of people fall in love with these like 6 furlong wins or 5.5 furlong wins by 10, like Nash, that they're not Derby meant.
Yeah.
And just there's a lot of bad money out there. And he did it so professionally. He only got a 71 buyer that day, guys. But I just loved everything that he did it. And I decided on behalf of the podcast, there's 10 of us involved. So I don't have all of this money. There's 10 of us involved, and we put $1,000 win bet on Sierra Leone in November at the biggest odds that anyone in the country has. We were able to get through Caesars 150 to 1 on Sierra Leone. So we are live to 151,000 if Sierra Leone wins. I will say, full disclosure, I have about a third of that of my own. So other people have bits and pieces of it, but I'm alive to 52.5 to Sierra Leone. And look, whether he runs up the track or wins, at this point, it's been a huge win. I never thought that he would be co-favorite or favorite in the Derby. When you make that bet in November, guys, you just want the horse to make it to the Derby, right? I mean, if you get a horse in the field, that's a great accomplishment, to be honest. So we couldn't be more thrilled. I will be there at the Derby with the betting and boozing guys, cheering this horse on. We've been following him all along, and we're just super excited, man. It's going to be fun no matter what. And I'm just really proud of everyone that decided to come along with me and had faith in me to make the bet. And if people want to see the ticket, it is on X. If you follow me on X, I've posted the ticket a few times. It's a real thing. It's not make-believe. And we're excited, man. What can you say, right? I mean, it's I wouldn't want to trade spots with anyone else, really, honestly.
Well, definitely call us next year, Howard. We'll get in on a Derby future
all right.
with you for sure. And that 52.5 will definitely pay for the Keeneland fall trip for sure.
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't trade spots with me at ESPN's Wide World of Sports, watching my daughter compete on Derby right before the Derby or during the Derby at something called the Summit, which is an all-star cheerleading event.
Now that'd be pretty cool. I mean, that'd be very cool, no doubt about it. But in terms of future bets, obviously, look, I mean, I wasn't going to play Fierceness, guys. Fierceness was like 8 to 1 after he won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and often, as you guys know, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile doesn't necessarily translate to Derby greatness at all. In fact, a lot of Breeders' Cup Juvenile dirt championship races really are not key races going forward. So, I mean, look, Timberlake, right? Locked, and we can go through it all. They're nowhere to be found right now. So, look, I got lucky, obviously. The horse has done great, and he's got to negotiate a lot of horses. We got Laurel coming up, but we're excited. We're excited.
What?
I feel like we're like Castellano with a drive to left field in the middle of your.
By the way, 5 minutes after we made the bet, honest truth, the horse went down to 80 to 1, 8-0. But they had to do that, right? Caesar, you have to do that for your Caesar.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's why I know we got the best odds in the country, literally. Yeah. So,
Laurel race coming up here. Oldy, you're 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, and Howard is 1, 2, 4 here.
What are the odds on the 7 here? Yeah, 3 to
7
1.
7 to 2.
Yeah.
The great price, Howard. I don't remember. You did use the 2. It sounds like great price at 9 to 1, and then the 1's current favorite. But
yeah, I mean, I don't think the 2 is going to win, but the 2 I'd use underneath, Justin, in my favorite bet, which is a trifecta key underneath.
Big stumble on the floor there.
Chris, can you turn it up?
Lots moves along on the inside into the third position.
Showing more speed.
Heads or tails traveling in fourth outside of Morning Thoughts. Another 2, Big Rowdy Dan ridden along.
Wow, that horse got bet down. You see this, guys? It's the 2.
Austin from Boston. I quarter.
6 to 1.
TNT and Island Delight. The pacemakers head to
Even
head.
after you said, I don't think it's going to win.
No one listens.
Well, no, people didn't have time to cancel their bets.
That's what happened. Turn with 3 furlongs left to go. As they round that turn,
We'll have to get to this after the
from
race.
the back of the pack now, and second to
Oh,
last.
Brad, you're going to get me in trouble, man.
From Boston, and Big Rowdy Dan on the inside back there too. Top of the stretch with a quarter of a mile left to go. Addy Slidey
no running at all,
TNT
guys.
tries to go on with it.
Not
Addy
a-
Slidey
not a
TNT
lick.
kicks on.
Not even
Enzo
trying.
Tails up on the outside, claiming second island.
Let's see if your two can get up the rail.
Who's got a little run, guys?
Rowdy
Look
Dan
out.
is trying to get underway now. Has 4 to close in with a furlong left to go. Addy Slidey TNT
He's going to finish in the money, I
a
think.
length and a half or 2 in front from
No,
Morning
maybe not.
Thoughts. Deep outside is Icor.
Here comes the old
closing in
man.
the far outside.
The old man's going to run us down here, huh?
Addy
Nope,
Slidey
going to come up
TNT.
short.
See, now, guys, I don't
want
to toot my own horn because I'm wrong all the time. I would have had that try. I mean, I like the 2 a little bit, right? I said I'd use it underneath. That'd be a key for me in third. And guess what? A 4-7-2 try would be okay in that race, probably, right?
Yeah.
Let me see the odds. Yeah,
Fort
because
Worth
the
2 to
one's
1.
out of the money. So a 4-7-2 try is going to pay great.
Yeah.
So this is what these are the kind of bets that when I get lucky, I like to give out on our show and works out well.
Yeah, you can see the current odds there at Circa. Fierce is 2.8 to 1. Sierra Leone. All right.
Hey, Howard, Tom was asking,
Yeah.
can we give you a minute to chat about that again?
Thanks, Thomas. So there's a few ways to check out our power picks. If you go to our website, hhhracingpodcast.com, there's a section where power picks, and you can find out there. Or you can just go to watch any of our shows. You can go to, it's on Patreon. But basically, the power picks is a monthly or a yearly sign up. Monthly, it's only $16, guys. $16. Yearly, it's like 161 or whatever, but there's a discount built in there. It's only on Saturdays. They get it Saturday mid-mornings through their email. We talk about 2 late pick 5 sequences extensively. We also have Hawthorne on there. Hawthorne's a proud sponsor of the HHH Racing Podcast. And I write most of it, guys. I give out spot plays and price plays. And those spot plays and price plays are usually win bets. Sometimes they're underneath. The ROI on those, if people are familiar with ROI right now, is about $2.20 over the last 3.5 years. The national average is $1.60. So we're very proud of it. It's the most inexpensive, profitable tip sheet I know that's out there. I know a lot of people promote their own, tip sheets and plays, but I'm not looking to make, gobs of money here, guys. I want to help people. I want to grow the game, and that's why we're so inexpensive. In fact, if your viewers and listeners sign up, we are not upcharging at all for the Oaks and Derby. We're going to have like an 8 to 10 page. We're going to have like 5 or 6 pages on Friday, 7 to 10 pages on Saturday, Derby Day. That entire weekend is $4. That is it. I am not upcharging at all. Go to patreon.com/HHH Racing Podcast. Real simple. Patreon.com/HHH Racing Podcast. And people can sign up. We'd love to have you join the family.
All right, Howard. You've got the next race at Keeneland coming up in about 3 minutes. So you've got about that much time to tell us about this restraining order.
Oh, by the way, if I talk too long, just feel free to shut me up, guys. Because as a host, you know how that is, Oldy. As a host, you tend to talk longer than you should. Okay, with the restraining order. Okay, first of all, for all you legal eagles out there, not a real thing, a complete parody. So please do not call the cops on me. Jokingly, guys, since we made the bet on Sierra Leone, everyone knows I'm very interested in the horse, and I've been, trying out research, and I actually went to Payson Park in December, the Thoroughbred Training Center, not just to see Sierra Leone, just for the record. I didn't fly in and saw him and fly home. I was on vacation, but I saw Sierra Leone at Payson, and I'm very interested in the horse, and I look at workouts, blah, blah, blah. So the joke is that I'm so infatuated with this horse that the horse has put a restraining order on me because I'm bothering him too much. Obviously a complete joke. And then more recently, when we were at Keeneland, Justin, we went to Chad Brown's barn because I was fortunate enough, Chris and Oldy, to get media credentials for the podcast. So we did see Sierra Leone last week, just in his barn, walking around, etc. last Saturday. And the joke was that I shouldn't go because I'll get arrested. We were just having fun with the whole restraining order thing. But Sierra Leone loves me, man. He's seen me a few times. I gave him a pep talk in December. He told me he was going to win for us. And look what's happened since. It's all good.
I think Sierra Leone is so legit, and we will not get into that conversation here, but we can if we want to. But Drew, I know asked a question. I already kind of know the answer to this, but there's always opportunity. But Howard, go ahead.
Drew, man, you guys. Why do I feel like I'm gonna be thrown off the show in about 10 seconds? So I met Scotty McKeever a few times at the NHC and other places. I really like the product. I do not use EquinEdge. I use mainly DRF products. I use DRF Formulator, which I think is a great tool. They have clickable, links that you can check out stats and everything. I use Timeform mainly for pace, and I'm mainly I'm a buyer guy and a Timeform number guy. So in terms of figs, that's what I use, and then I use Timeform for pace flow. I'm really not a rag guy. I don't use Ragsons. I don't use thoroughgraphs. I'm very much a visual player. I think Justin knows that from being around me a little bit. We got Keeneland's going on, but I'll tell you what. I'm very interested in what you guys do with EquinEdge. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Up on the
we're happy
line.
to. We'll chat. We'll chat after the show too, and keep this going. So.
The question, guys, is the 2 taking money because it's IRAD or is it actually live? That's the question.
Penny's smile comes forward.
I don't have the 2.
Along with Winna Kaching.
I guess
I don't have the 2 either.
Yeah.
I guess we'll find out, right, guys?
Yeah.
Obviously,
Howard is 8, 9, 10, 11 here.
This Winna Kaching was 8-1 morning line is 3-1, my top choice. So much for value. But you are getting value. It's hidden value. That's why I like playing horizontals, because there's no way, guys, the 11 is 3-1 in the horizontal.
Now Queen Anna T.
And Obi, who are you alive to here?
6, 8, 10 through 12.
6, 8, 10 through 12.
The 2 morning,
Classy
our
and
morning
connected
line,
goes
Howard
in.
had the 2 at I think 6-1. So it makes sense that horse is taking money, but I do think it could be the IRAD factor as well, right? As people see a horse taking money, but I think as a handicapper we talk a lot about this. I don't mind where the morning line is. You know what I mean? Like as a horse player. So
this is just survive in advance. I have no
And they're
clue
off.
what's going to happen.
Princess
The race
is
sim
Olivia
lost
comes
the
out
8,
for the lead.
so-
Zen Moment is right there. Winna
The
Kaching
8 and the 10.
as they move up the backstretch. Penny
well,
Style
as we
comes
saw,
away running
Howard,
in
when we
fourth.
were there,
Ice
the
Water
dirt was
fifth down toward the
extremely
inside.
speed
Arrowland toward the
favoring
outside
when we
of
were there
horses
pretty much
is
the whole
sixth.
trip.
It was, but
here
you know what?
early
There's a
on.
lot of
Queen Anna
moisture,
T
and
to
there's
her
actually the
inside
wind
is
looks
seventh.
very similar again. You
And
guys
then
see
up
the
on the
wind?
edge, moves up
It
to
looks
the far
like it's
outside. Up on the
against
edge,
them
moves up 2
in
spots
the
from 8
stretch,
into
which
6th,
people
caught
it's
wide the far
underrated.
turn.
That
Above
does
all else,
affect the
further back
races.
toward the
I
rail
love where my
is
11
in
is going
ninth.
out, by the way.
Classy and Connected is 10th. And then Evocation on the outside. Sailing is last of the group. Opening quarter wins in 22.73 seconds. Around the far turn, Princess is Olivia to the inside. Zen Moment to the outside. Winna Kaching seeks to join them. Third on the extreme outside. Moving off the far turn to the top of the stretch. Penny Smile is fourth up on the edge. Grandstand side
Go
and
on,
fifth toward the
son. You
center
got
of the
no
track. Winna
excuses from
Kaching
here.
comes forward for the lead. Winna Kaching has the lead, a length and a half as they move by the 8th pole to Zen Moment in second. Princess
Nicely
is Olivia
done.
has dropped back. Here is Penny
Works
Smile.
for me.
Stay on the
Third
show.
up on the edge to
72.
fourth. Winna Kaching, 16th pole, a widening 6-length lead.
Wow.
It is Winna Kaching. Martine Garcia.
Winna Kaching.
Penny Smile
7,
second.
you
Zen
get
Moment
7
third
to
up on the
2
edge
too.
fourth.
Now ask me if I have a win bet on the horse. The answer is no.
That happens to me all the time, especially when you're doing a show like this.
Of course.
Well, you guys, we did get the Scotty Longshot in the last race at Keeneland, right? What's that double paying? It's got to be pretty healthy.
At Keeneland? Are you asking about Keeneland, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can tell you just a second here.
Oldie, find it. You're up
The
on
double is, wow, pretty good. 37 for $1.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. You know, that also shows how stupid I am too. Because look, you got to fall on your sword sometimes. The 1 was my long shot play in the first race. The 11 my top pick. I don't play a double. That's a mistake. If I lose this pick 5, that's a mistake. Now I'm on the show with you guys. I don't want to be, I want to focus on the show. So, but again, you got to bet your opinions, right? And I didn't bet my opinion in that double, and I should have. That's a mistake on my part. So I gotta be smarter about it.
Yeah.
I have a long shot play for everybody, just because I'm obsessed with the race sim, and Here, let me go ahead and pull up my screen. The 4-horse in race 2 at Gulfstream was the E long shot that's sitting at 14-1.
Wow.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about it. Let's hear
Yeah.
it. First time turf? Yeah.
First time turf. It is Sano, which I'm not a big fan of. Tied for top GSR. The 5-horse is okay. Nothing special. Getting bet heavily though, that 5-horse. The 2, who's the favorite, for Maker, really hasn't done much since going into the Maker barn. Really looks like the type of horse that just doesn't pass anybody.
So show us the first call, Oldy.
Hey guys, can you tell what GSR is? I'm sorry for asking. Is it
GSR, Howard,
it's as Aryan as it sounds. It's genetic strength rating.
Okay, thank you.
And surface distance, you can dive into the detail behind in what's called like GSR plus, Howard, just so you know. We'll figure out. We'll get you to be able to see it and get access.
Beautiful.
That is that's the metric for breeding and whatnot. Goes back several different generations, and you can see on from like 4 furlongs to like 12 furlongs where it's good at. And it also has a wet GSR, so when the track gets listed as muddy, that it will give you those mud numbers as well. Very helpful. All right, Ollie, take us through the first call here with
All right, so first call, the 1 and the 3 on the lead.
Are you clicking something, Ollie? Your screen's not changing.
I did, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll try this one instead. All right, so first call, start, first call, and now we're going to go from the first call. 1 and 3 really are going to establish the pace here. 6 is going to, if the system thinks will show more speed than the pace number shows. Here we go. 4 gets basically first round.
15-1, 4% to win. Looks like everything else is sort of in line when you look at the strength of race, Oldie, as well as the GSR.
Yeah, I mean, tied for top GSR here. So obviously, being in the Sano barn, it's not getting bet as heavily as it might have if it was Kelly Breen with Paco on the 3. But those are the kind of value opportunities, we love. And that this also, if you're looking to play against a favorite, for me, both the system when I'm handicapping and the race sim are telling me, well, this 2 at 2-1 may not be all that.
Okay, Oldie, give us a cheap pick 4. Single to 4.
We've done that before. We can do that.
It's a Justin play for sure.
Well, if it was a Justin play, it would be 4 all.
No, I think that but I think the 2 could be tough. Would be my comment here on this race. I don't disagree, Oldie, with what you're saying, but
the 2's 1 for 13 lifetime. Not really.
I don't disagree. I just think the horse is dropping would be my perspective. I mean, Jaramillo rides. I don't always love him coming off the pace, to be honest. I like him when he's aggressive up front, but I mean, the drop in the SOR is what I would say here. Well, the SOR, Howard, is our strength of race or class perspective number. But I don't disagree with your long shot play. Maybe for me, if I play like a 2-4 exacta, I mean, if the pace falls apart here, the rail is at 45 feet, but I mean, it's not a big field. So I think the two can probably navigate, but I wouldn't be surprised, Obi, too, to see the two run second. Yeah. Howard, feel free. I know you didn't look at Gulfstream, but if you want to comment, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll comment about the rails. I didn't. I'm sorry, Justin. If you told me to look at Gulfstream, I apologize.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do like betting Gulfstream during the championship meet. During these outside of the main meet, I don't have any need for Gulfstream. I will say, when the rails are out, that does tend to help speed. I didn't look at the race, but just for those people out there that are listening and watching that might not have an experience, when you hear those rail settings, the further the rails are out on almost any track, the better speed plays. There's actually a lot of math behind that. And the short version is, the simplest way to put it is, there's less track out there to close, right? So there's less paths to pick a spot in order to close. So when the rails are out, you really don't want to be holding the rail because there's less room on the rail. You're better off making a 3 or 4 wide sweeping move when the rails are out, as opposed when the rails are down, the turns are tighter, right, guys? Like on every track. And because of centrifugal force, these horses don't corner as well, and you have a better chance to not only come up the rail, but there's also more room, especially, Chris, at a place like Santa Anita or Del Mar. So I don't want to get into the too nitty gritty with the science, but there definitely is a lot of truth to that.
Yeah, I think that Del Mar and Santa Anita are pretty similar in the way their turf courses play. Del Mar did redo their turf course a few years ago before they got the Breeders' Cup to make it wider, and when they did that, they banked it a little bit more too, which definitely helps with the drainage for that. I think Gulfstream is a little bit more flat, and like I said before, I don't want to get into the Tapeta discussion, but where they put the Tapeta course really affected what they could do with the turf course going forward. You're always going to see bigger rails out there because there isn't any choice anymore, because they've got that other surface in the middle.
Right.
I think Belmont did it right by putting the synthetic track in the inside, because it left both their turf courses are going to play like they normally did, and the main track should as well. I believe they did increase the banking there on the main track by a couple of degrees as well. But let's get over here to Gulfstream, and
while we're waiting, I'll say, Howard, I think there's been a change in how the Tapeta tracks are being used. So you look at Golden Gate, Arlington, and Woodbine, they were being used to replace dirt tracks. Now, in a lot of cases, they're hurting turf racing. And you look at the damage the Tapeta track has done at Gulfstream to that turf course, which had to been replaced twice since the Tapeta was put in, because they don't have two courses really anymore. They have to go extremely narrow to run two courses. So they're putting a lot more wear and tear on their turf course. And that's my concern about what's going on at Belmont as well.
Okay. I have some inside intel that would slightly disprove what you're saying, but I don't really want to, get into that argument right now. I would say, Oldie, that, and I have no friends in track management at Gulfstream. I'm not trying to hide something because I'm trying to protect anyone. I will say, I think the main reason for the Tapeta at Gulfstream was, if you look at, first of all, South Florida is a different animal, right? Like, it could be, it's usually sunny there. That course is not easy to maintain, just from a pure, I don't want to say nature standpoint, just from a science standpoint. But the Tapeta they put in because they want to try to save the turf course, not because they want to make it worse. Now, we can have an argument as to what happened, but if you watch the last few years, the turf course at mid-March, the end of the year, it was we called it DERF. It's it wasn't even turf. It was some combination of dirt and turf. Now, to me, at least by the eye on TV, it actually looks decent. So, look, we can have that argument for another day. I get it. I understand why people are frustrated. But I will end it with one thing, and then I'll let you guys watch this race. I just asked this question to everyone out there. Let's take New York or Gulfstream, and it's raining. Would you rather have a 6-horse field with 8 scratches and horses that are running on the dirt that are supposed to be meant for the turf? Or would you rather have a synthetic race of 11 horses? To me, it's a no-brainer. It's a synthetic race of 11 horses. I'll just leave it at that.
But, Howard, the only thing I disagree with what you said was, so initially, the first couple of years, it was that way. But this year, you're getting the same number of scratches on the Tapeta as you were on the turf when things would come off the turf, go to dirt, because the trainers are learning that there's a difference between the Tapeta horses and the turf horses, and it's not necessarily in their best interest to run those races when, a week from now something might be coming up that might fit their horse better on the turf.
Right. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a tough. I don't think anyone's gonna be happy either way. So
Correct. You're never going to make everybody happy. I mean, there have been several cards, even during the championship meet during the week, where it's been 8 races on the synthetic and 1 on the dirt, and to your point, that will be problematic because it rains. It rains in Florida, and you get a lot of rain. All right, let's turn Pete.
Buffalo Mike, I'll just say, I think you forgot that you've watched some turf races at Turf Paradise.
Right now, as Paco's having a hard time down at the inside. Out in the middle, it's Battle of Dover, then Etchezero and Go-Go G. 2 back to Darth, racing ahead of the gray Please Baby. And race favorite Lucky Luke is last of all, chasing the speed of Uncaptured Boy. Uncaptured Boy and Edgard Zayas on top to the backstretch. They lead by a length and a half.
We're in a good spot, Oldie, if you have it.
Yeah, it's a little eager, though.
G is together with Battle of Dover, they're 3rd and 4th. Followed inside by Darth. Then it's Etchezero. Far outside, Please Baby, and a length and a half to Lucky Luke. Down the backstretch they go. Uncaptured Boy 1 1/4 at 24 and 1. And Zayas doing a good job rating the speed. He leads by a length and a half over more than I can handle. Second. Battle of Dover's in the pink colors and tries to get a spot, shuffling back Go-Go G. Up in the middle,
there's nowhere to go.
Maybe then Etchezero and Darth.
No, that's what happens when
back,
you're
Lucky Luke. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. 3 furlongs yet to go. Uncaptured Boy on top by a length and a half. 4 outside. Here's Please Baby. Let go for a run. More than I can handle. Dropping back. Battle of Dover in for a fight.
Well,
Darth has got one, but he's got no place to prove it. Lucky Luke swings to the far outside. Off the turn and the stretch drive. Uncaptured Boy still rolling here. Underconfident Edgard Zayas handling. He's 3 lengths in front. Up to second is Please Baby with Battle of Dover, but nobody's catching Uncaptured Boy. Uncaptured Boy clear to the wire. He goes down the road to win by 3. Please Baby was second. Battle of Dover.
Yeah.
All right.
By the way, shout out to Peter Aiello. I mean, this is just your average second race. Do you hear the enthusiasm? I'm not an announcer, but how many times early in the card you hear a guy that's just sort of meh? I love the enthusiasm. That's why people like the guy. You can say what you want about certain track announcers. This is just a generic second race at Gulfstream, and he's complete into the race. I just want to mention that, guys. I love it. It's great.
Yes, Pete Aiello, friend of the show. We've had him on before. We'll be reaching out to him as we get to Derby week. But Howard, hey, look, we want to thank you for coming on, buddy. Appreciate it. It's been a blast. We're going to track the rest of your Pick 5 ticket here and hopefully get that home. But everybody, hit the like button for Howard. Appreciate it. We'll be in touch and look forward to seeing you soon. And we'll certainly be rooting for your Derby future ticket on Sierra Leone.
Guys, thanks a lot. It was a lot of fun. A special shout out to Justin, who directly invited me on. I'd love to be on again if everyone will tolerate me in the future.
Yeah.
Please watch the HHH Racing podcast if you're not familiar. I really think you're gonna enjoy it, and you can find all about our shows on our YouTube channel and on our website.
Yeah, I just dropped the link in there again. Thanks again, Howard.
Thanks, guys. Good luck today.
You too. Thank you, Howard.
Take care. Bye.
All right, guys. That was
what
great.
A morning. This is great. I have to go coach 2 baseball games here pretty soon, so I know you two are going to be holding it down, but I'm going to be here for a little bit still. But I mean, just great content, Chris. I mean, first Jim Goodman and Howard, and then we have racing. What a great morning. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've got we'll have Harris Orbach on here around 4 p.m. Eastern. In between Santa Anita race 1 and race 2 to talk about California racing. I know we didn't handicap this one here, but I'm gonna toss up Aqueduct here, race 2. And we'll take a look at this one. Justin, when do you have to split? You got about 15 or so?
Yeah, I got first game at noon. It's just right up the street. So, and then I have another one after. Luckily today they're not at the same time. Lately they've been at the same time, but it's beautiful here. It's like 65, I think maybe today. Sunny. So great day for baseball.
All right, I'm going to go get a quick bite. I'll let you guys drive for just a few. When this is done, you can pull it off, Oldy, and then get to the next round. Yes, we'll be showing Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern.
All right. So I'm playing a 1-3-4 exacta box here.
Big pace advantage. Lane Leslie on the 1, right? Oldy. Yeah. I did not.
I don't think you can trust Lane Leslie, but 1-3-4. I'm throwing the 5 out, which will probably come back and haunt me. But
my perspective on this race, I thought that anybody really could come over the top of the 1. I thought this was a tough race, Oldie. I did. Well, I mean, on the race sim, I know it shows everybody just kind of closing, but the 1 holding on. But I thought that you could maybe get a price here, but if mainly because it just was a competitive race. I thought.
And they're off.
One that broke awful.
Yeah. The girl who's in front is joined by
so I mean, this is they're not going to rush up on the rail, but probably needs the lead anyways.
Kick has got to work extra hard though. Down at the rail is holding that position, and Army of Thoughts had to work, but is challenging for the lead. And now Proper Grammar is in between. That pace battle on the front end, taken just off of the pace.
Oftentimes the rail is a tough place to break.
The leader is now Army of Thoughts. It's Army of Thoughts.
Usually,
right there.
I mean, horse had speed there. We'll see. So this is the thing. If horse stops, which I think there's still potential it does.
And just kind of
look at the 3s running well.
Rivals here is Love Like Crazy. Love Like Crazy is now within 3 of the lead.
3-1.
It's Chassis with the trailer. Rosemary.
A lot of horse on the 3.
22.59 for that opening quarter mile. 46 seconds flat for the half mile time, and Army of Thoughts is still there. It's Army of Thoughts who's still up by 2. Up on the grandstand side, Keep It Sexy is traveling there with Love Like
6
Crazy.
And 3. One gonna stop.
Looks like it's going to be 5-1.
And now Ghostly Girl pushed on by, but the main danger is Keep It Sexy on the grandstand side. Ghostly Girl is almost there.
5-3-6.
Girl gets the victory.
5-6-3.
Girl, Keep It Sexy. Then came Love Like Crazy, and an oncoming Chassis is in that photo with Army of Thoughts in 1 minute 11.77 seconds.
All right, we got Laurel coming up. We have the narrow leg there with Derbiness and Magical Monarch, both the Nest horses. Small field.
15 minutes. Sorry, Oldie. Mike trying to get these kids ready for baseball. You're 2 deep in the next race, right?
Yeah, correct. I do think so. 7's getting bat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I do think that it's possible the 7 just gets loose here. As I mentioned, you know, I don't think it's really any more than those 3. You might, you know, if you think put the 7 on top and play a straight try there. But there's not a lot of money to be made on this race.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's necessary. I just thought that the 3-horse Oldie, I mean, really, it's taking a lot of money, which, you know, but it looked best to me. I mean, I don't disagree. I think it's interesting Ness has both those horses, you know, but I also, you know, I thought a little bit of the 5 stretching out. We talked earlier to 2 churns, you know, Brittany Russell and Toledo, but I mean, yes, the 7 could get loose. I just thought the 3 might be tough. I mean, on the improve, I think fits here. You know, I mean, this is a claiming race though, right? So
Yeah. 40K, which is a pretty big claiming number for Laurel.
Yeah, I mean, both the seven's really having to improve, right? So Ness claimed the 7, you know, and this horse needs the lead, and we'll get it today. You know, got just an easy lead last out, but that was versus a lot easier, right? So
Yeah.
that's just where I thought that the 3 really could sit a good trip. I mean, I think the 7 kind of has to have its own way, but I get why you're playing the 7 on top.
Yeah, it looks like we're off. I can't switch the screen.
Oh.
Here, but the 7's
5, 6, 3, 1.
7's on the lead, as expected. The 5 is sitting in second. The 3 is just kind of jogging for the first quarter mile. 49 and a half. 49.50, so 49 and 2. 5 is just blew by the 7. 3's struggling.
He's asking. I wouldn't say that. I think the 3 still has a shot. The 5 stretching out, really dangerous. Jockey running well. You can see the 3 coming now. The 7 looks all in. 2 sitting just back. Has a lot of run. Oldie gonna come up the rail on the 2 horse. I think the 2 horse is gonna probably win the race. To be honest, maybe not. It is flattening out a little bit. 5 game, 3 on the outside, but
2's looking like a winner.
Yep. EquinEdge price play in a small field, but the 7 just 5 got up. Wow.
5 got just in time.
Yeah. Should he left the? I see he left the race on Aqueduct.
Let me see if I. Actually, no, I can't log in there. Can you log in there? You should just be able to pick up.
Well, why don't you jump over to Keeneland and just talk Keeneland, and then maybe he'll be back here in a second. But yes, let me try to. I will try to get over there. Give me a second. If you want to jump to Keeneland and talk Keeneland, and then I can try to. He's back, Chris.
Back.
Okay.
So the 4 was 4 to 5, not getting bet, only 27%. I don't think this horse has to win this race. Could be in front at the stretch. I know I didn't like the 3, but I know that Howard liked the 3 some here. The 6 is the one really taking the money along with the morning line, saying that it should have been set at 2 to 1. And at the finish here, I think the 5 is going to be the one finishing strong. Whether there's enough pace here and the 5 gets up, that's the question, the long shot for me. And that's the way I kind of read the pace here as well, because from the 2, the 3, the 1, the 4, those are all similarly paced horses. And if you look, the 2 only one is on the lead. The 3 has rated a little bit, but it was at Delta Downs. 1, pretty much needs to be on the lead.
Bruno did like that 4 on the Thursday show. Hope Mike is correct.
Did he like the way it was walking?
No, I think he liked the way it was going to win.
Why don't you show the work? There's a work on that horse. Why don't we show it?
Here we go.
Did you, Mr. Scott? I mean, not taking a ton of money. It looks like working on the inside. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a nice work.
There's
Jockey really relaxed.
Oh, I see. There's 3 of them together. I mean, jockeys in hand, it predominantly looks like, right?
Yeah, it looks like that outside horse was being pushed along a little bit.
Yep, sure does. All right, Brad's got a daily double here into the 3 for 30.
Yeah, good luck, Brad. I don't disagree with Brad on Motor City. I mean, 26%. I know Howard talked about this horse. It's not in the EquinEdge picks, but a really good win percent. I think connections here, I know this horse won at Delta Downs, but that doesn't necessarily bother me. I mean, they ship in here. I think they point to this meet. I think, the 4 is going to be up on the lead. Or not on the lead, but up there. I just thought that Tyler could sit a good trip here for Brad. I think the 6, it's a nice allowance optional claim, to be honest, Oldie. What did you use here in your pick 5?
5-6.
And
4,
Howard was 3-4 here. And it looks like the 5 knocked both of you out at your pick 4 at Laurel.
Yes, but the 2 would have if the 5 didn't.
I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Hold on.
I look at the probables here, and a 3-3 double pays 21-1 versus a 4-3 double pays 5-1. So being that I don't have the 3, I might cover the 3 in a double to my single.
Okay. Your single was the 3 in the next, if I recall correctly.
Correct. It was also Howard single.
Yeah, let me write down your the remainder of your ticket. Oldie, you were what here?
I'll make it easy. Well, no, I can't make it easy for you because the video's out here. Switch the video off and put my screen up for a sec.
There we go. Perfect. 4, 5, 6, 3, 1, 2, 6, 8. This should be still paying pretty well with that 1 in the first race for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the 11 didn't go off as the favorite either, so we don't know what. I'd have to look at the money that was on it, but.
Motor City comes forward. Mr. Skylight, 2 more to load. Here is Nick Storm.
Nick Storm was another one we went over on Thursday as well.
Iridescent, the last one, coming forward.
Bruno liked that horse, didn't he? Bruno liked that horse, didn't he?
Goes in, they're at the post.
Yes.
And they're off. There goes Mr. Skylight. Mr. Skylight from between horses out for the lead. Knave is right there to the inside. Iridescent close up from the outside. And these 3 come forward as they head up the back stretch. Knave scoots up against the rail, puts a head in front. Iridescent far outside. Mr. Skylight in between that pair. The gap of 2 lengths back to Nick Storm, who'll be wide, moving up in the 4th position outside onto the far turn of Motor City next to last. And 1 red cent is the trailer as they head on to the turn. Iridescent from the outside has a head in front. And Mr. Skylight second, Nick Storm a close-up third. 22.26 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Then a gap of 4 more lengths to Motor City. Knave, who drops out toward the back of the pack, and 1 red cent is last quarter mile to go. Mr. Skylight has the lead by almost a length off the far turn. Iridescent now comes at him again on the outside, and then Nick Storm, who's third, still 2 lengths off the lead. Into the final furlong. Mr. Skylight maintains the lead.
Gorgeous, much the best,
Storm
man.
is still trying, but they've got to get past Mr. Skylight. Mr. Skylight by a length and a half. Then Nick Storm and the Iridescent.
Extremely
Mr. Skylight
favorite.
wins it for Junior Alvarado.
You can see.
Nick Storm was up for second at the expense of Iridescent, who was third.
I have to go coach these kids.
All right.
So I
What do
will
we
see you
have
guys
coming up
later.
here?
All right, Justin.
Chris. All right, man.
Have a good one. Good luck on the baseball game. Do you have any odds on the games, or you got an over under?
Hey, my youngest, I think they've only lost one game, so I would say they're favored is the word on the street. And the oldest, I would say they might be a little bit of an underdog, but I would take them at like plus 140, 160 probably. I think they've played good as a team. So, Mike, that's awesome. And I appreciate everybody. This was a great morning. Wiz, Brad, Oldie, crush it. I probably will not be able to come back because they play back-to-back today. So I wish you guys a great Saturday. Have a good show. Thank you, Bluegrass Stan. And enjoy. I'll be tuning in. I'll jump in the chat and bring my AirPods. So,
all right, man. Good luck. Have fun. We'll talk to you later, Justin.
Bye, guys.
Where are we going? Let me get your desktop up here on the stage. Where are we going next?
Oh, Gulfstream's the next thing to run. So, this 3, which is a horse to watch as well, looks legit. Top pace, top win, top GSR, top E morning line, and top pick.
Nice. We have worked.
Maybe you play a 3-6 exacta here. Even though I do not like the GSR on the 6, but the system likes it. So, I'm just looking at what else you could play here. So if I look at the stretch, it really looks like it's the 3, 6, and 2 here, which is pretty chalky.
Yeah, you've got a couple of 3-star works on the 6. We've got some Bruno comments on the 3 as well. Many comments on there, and a lot of 3-star works on the 3. So, although it could be chalky, there's some good information definitely pointing that 3 that you mentioned, which is a bronze horse to watch at 44%. That is the exact win percentage it has for the badge as well. -8 on the RLA, but in the money 78% of the time. 2 uplifts, Oldie, to talk about on GSR with the 2 and the 4. The 2 is 0 for 5. Safi, this move that he's 28% with this move here.
And it's also first time Safi.
Yeah, just got that highlight there on that. The 5 also not looking too bad. Bunch of 3-star works. We got some Bruno notes on this one as well. Seems to be working pretty well, but kind of a salty group here if you can get past the I guess the top 2, which would be the 3 and the 6.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the 2 a little bit if I had to play something other than the 6 here, but I don't know that I like the 3-to-1 price there.
True. I mean, the long shot got bet in half from 15-to-1 down to 7-to-1. So obviously folks are seeing that. You've got an 11-point GSR jump here going from the turf to dirt for your friend Sano.
Well, and Kelsey's coming off the layoff, and this horse actually has been working pretty well, this one horse by Street Boss, and it's getting backed. So I wouldn't discount that horse if you're looking for a price.
Gotcha. All right, there are about 3 minutes to post after this. Oldie, we get a little bit of a break. Aqueduct in 13 minutes, Laurel in 15, Tampa Bay Down, so we can get out to for the first time. Race 5 coming up in 19 minutes, and then Keeneland about 26 minutes out.
So, Bluegrass Dan points out that Cassie and Husbands are a strong combo too. That's a Woodbine combo.
Yeah, Woodbine. We get Woodbine back next week.
Woohoo.
We'll be back live.
And then it'll be probably another 6 weeks before their turf course opens.
Correct.
Lots of layoff lines too, because you have a lot of Woodbine horses that sit there over the winter and don't ship out.
Correct. Woodbine will be our Tampa replacement once Tampa wraps up their meet on Derby Day.
Not Presskill Downs.
No. That would be a negative. I don't think we'll be able to show that video anyway.
Well, they don't run on weekends, so
that's even better. But we do have.
But that's where a lot of the Tampa horses ship.
Yeah, one place they don't ship to, which will be starting up again on Monday nights, is Zenobia Downs.
What about the simulator, Eugenia?
What do you want? What are you looking for, Eugenia? You want for Keeneland late pick 5? Yeah,
We will get to that.
As soon as we get done with Gulfstream here, we'll get that one up on the screen. As we're at 0 minutes to post, and they're winding their way back towards the gate. But we will certainly look at the late pick 5 for sure. We got a little bit of time after this Gulfstream race until the next one. 2:15 here Eastern time in Tampa, Florida. We'll be getting to Santa Anita about 4 o'clock, and that's when Harris will join us, and we'll talk some California racing and what that kind of looks like in the future. Should be a good little segment.
California is the place I gotta be.
Yeah, well, we want to talk about California racing there, and as well as unusual heat and their longtime sire there.
Yes. Definitely some interesting things potentially going on in California.
Mm-hmm.
Your pick 5 is alive at Tampa. Go get it, Alan.
Yes, go get it. We like hearing about live tickets for sure.
What are you alive to at Tampa, Alan?
All right, looks like they're doing the Gulfstream shuffle here. Need the 2
Kind
or
of like the
3.
Curly Shuffle, but at Gulfstream.
2 or 3 at Tampa.
3 looks solid to me.
After the pick 5, Alan? Yes, it is. All right, go get it.
And let's see, what else do we have? We have Laurel race 5 coming up after that.
Mm-hmm.
As well, Aqueduct race 3.
All right, moving their way back. Good luck, Alan.
Approaching the starting gate.
All right, Oldy. Well, you guys are still live at
Yep.
at Keeneland. At least by my sheet, you are. Looks like you've got to get through the single now, right?
Yep. And so the 3 was 9-2 on the morning line. We all know how terrible the morning lines are at Keeneland. So is currently at 8-5, and Ashley's asking, am I playing a 8-5 horse in the win pool? And the answer is no.
The horses are
I
at
might
the
use
gate.
it in a double.
It's now post time.
To the last leg,
Running up at a
depending
1 mile start for race number 3.
if it makes sense from a price standpoint, but I'm not taking 8-5 there.
Last two up are Awesome Train and 44. 44 and the third.
Would you use that horse in an exacta or a try or something, Oldie, or maybe a double?
It just depends on.
They're in the gate.
Yeah.
And they're off.
If I could get it with the
Practically Dark, his
the
stablemate
one and
did him
the
no
1,
favors at the
13, and
start.
10.
They run out of the first eighth of a mile of the contest. Practically Dark finds his feet, but
I'd probably play the 3 over those.
Advantage here. Now Who's the King takes back, and
3
44
horses
on the go on the far outside. So as they exit the chute, Showboat with a narrow advantage. Practically Dark is alongside. Now Who's the King fires through again inside for Paco to take a joint third. 44 on the outside is fourth from Valued Cajun and Awesome Train, improving at the inside street earnings. And Taparino is last of all.
Got that down late.
The opening quarter quick enough,
Yeah,
23 and 4. It's a pretty lively pace here. Up front,
It's always the other
Practically Dark
Cassie that
taking
beats
pressure
you.
from Showboat. Down at the inside, Who's the King is moving
Or the
closer.
other,
Here he comes to
Safi.
challenge the stablemate. Into fourth, Valued Cajun, shuffled back his street earnings. Getting started, Taparino from the far outside. This half mile was flat out quick, 46 and 2, and
Nice.
Practically Dark has been used hard throughout. He's 3 furlongs from home, but he's working very hard. Valued Cajun between horses. Who's the King is at the rail. Taparino's on the outside. They come past the 5/16, and now they're 3 in line. Practically Dark is in between horses. Who's the King's along the rail. Valued Cajun's on the outside through 3/4. In 1:11 and 4, they're at the top of the stretch. Who's the King with the inside spot has the lead. Practically Dark tries to go with him. Valued Cajun is third. They come past the 8th pole. Who's the King now by 3, by 4, and still moving away. Practically Dark is all in. He's trying to hold on to second, but Who's the King and Paco Lopez are in front. Who's the King by 4 in the end. Good battle here for second. I think it's Valued Cajun second. Closer third, Practically Dark or Taparino in 1:37 and 4.
Good looking horse, that's for sure. All right, Ollie, let's move along here. We've got Gulfstream done. Keeneland is in 18 minutes. Laurel Park in 7. Aqueduct in 5. You want to go over to the Big A and take a look at what's going on there?
Yeah, I mean the 6 and the 3 look pretty solid. Second time starter for Mott. Mott is 13% with second time starters. You have a bunch of 3-star works. The 3 horse, third time out for Abreu, not working quite as well. Is your current favorite. Castellano may have won the first race, but has been very cold. He's now 2 for his last 56, I think. It had been almost a month since he won a race until race 1. So that might be an opportunity to play against there. It does look like if I play this that there's a bunch of speed here, the 2 and the 1.
The simulator loves the 6, especially at the second call, into the stretch, and then at the finish with the 3 kind of coming up from behind there. Those speed horses, it's saying are going to be speed and fade.
Well, and that's the question. I mean, the 2's getting bet. Or not getting bet, I'm sorry. The 2's 7-1, but it was 9-2 on the morning line. Has shown speed before, has hung on and battled. There's decent numbers off the second time off the plane, second time off the layoff. we talked about how the 1's a tough spot to break from.
Yeah. Late scratch with a 5 at Aqueduct.
For Gary and his Contessa.
Yep. And the Gulfstream final oldie was 2-6-5-3. The 3 faded all the way back to 4th with that blanket finish there between the 6 and the 5. So be a little bit of value there if you threw out the 3 in your exacta and or try.
I will say the 1 might be sitting on a huge race, but if you're looking at these works, and again, Bruno talks about not to trust the New York Times for these horses. Brad, I've been playing the turf pick 3 instead of the late pick 5 lately. There.
We'll get to that. We will definitely get to the turf pick 3 starts in race 3, 6, 8, and 10. Let me write that down so I have a note.
But I will tell you, Buffalo Mike, when you're talking about the E long shot top SOR angle, that was with the old picks. And so far, my data shows that angle doesn't work as well with the new algorithms. But, I think the 6, maybe a 6, take a shot here at 6-2, exacta box. And if you think this is going to break down, maybe the 7 was a second-time starter for Barkley in his tag. So I'm going to do a 6. I'm going to try to make some money here, even though I'm using some chalk.
Okay.
So 6-2-7 is what I'm playing.
6-2-7. I'm going to throw that 3 out altogether. All right, let's see where they're at Aqueduct here on the track. Slight delay with the scratch. Chuck, good to see you. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you all taking some time out to watch some races, watch some race sims.
Okay, well, Chuck says you should pay attention to the 1 horse here.
Horses at the gate. It's post time for race 3. At the late scratch of the 5, short time. Consolations in the double. Pick 3.
While they run, I'm going to take a quick pit stop.
Boss Tweed.
All right, Obi. Sounds good.
Gotta get an oil.
As he disappears. All right, folks. What are you guys on here? Anybody have a wager here?
Tomicon steps forward.
I do like throwing the 3 out. We'll see if that works.
Tomicon.
The 1 getting 12 to 15 pounds. Yeah, you're right. Bluegrass. Could do a 1-6 combo is there as well. Like the show. Be like Lexi and like the show. Appreciate it, Lexi. Hope you're doing well. Hope the kids' sports are doing good too.
All set.
That's where Justin went. He went to go do some baseball. 167 exacta box. All right.
Is the early trailer. Shlomo's got speed towards the outside and now down towards the inside. Here comes Hey Toby, and Hey Toby secures the front end, is now ahead in front. Mild pressure from Boss Tweed, and now Boss Tweed does want a challenge, and now Boss Tweed and Hey Toby, they're head and head up the backstretch. Shlomo is stalking just off of them, is in third. Bottled up in behind runners there is Silver Satin. A tight hold here as Silver Satin wants to go, is going to tuck in and sit in front.
And he's back.
Second to last is Tomicon after the start. The trailer, Artful Dreamer. 22 seconds flat for that pressured opening quarter mile. They work into the far turn. Hey Toby and Boss Tweed, they still go at it. Shlomo's had a nice journey here, is 3 wide.
Oh, looks like we have a special guest.
Was right there in the 4th spot.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
How you doing, Scotty?
The trailer
Yeah, I was just sitting there. What a great show that you guys have had so far today. Like unbelievable. Jim and Howard were really great. And I was watching and I thought I'm sitting there handicapping right now. I'm like, I want to just come on and say hi to the guys and hello.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
Hope that's okay.
Absolutely. Well, I don't think that we had this one all wrong, Oldie. The 3's going to win. We threw that horse out. It's going to beat the 6 here. And you were kind of right.
And that exact is going to pay about $2 for $1.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, Mike, Gary, Dan.
Welcome.
What are you guys covering? What are you covering the rest of the day? Just the races coming up? What are you covering?
Well, we've got Laurel here going to go off race 5 on the grass.
Okay.
I'll get that one up here quickly. And then the folks have asked for a Keeneland Lake Pick 5. So we'll probably look at that for sure.
How's the simulator, right? Oldie, I heard, I'm telling you, I told Anna, I said, I guarantee you Oldie will watch over 100 races with the simulator. And you mentioned that 100 and I was laughing so hard.
Easily. You know me, I'm watching races from days before. I'm running everything I can. I mean, we got Grand National running today. We could run that.
Yeah.
Well,
what's up, Chuck?
Oldie's the only guy that ran the simulator for both the Moncton and Tryon races, and then was trying to convince me to bet against him. So I did not take the bait.
Who are we rooting for here?
They're off with
well, we are dead in our ticket, but the 8 looks really tough here.
Right there.
Yeah, Howard and Oldie both like the 8 here. That was the top pick.
Yeah.
They are live in the Keeneland Pick 5, which we will get to. Get back to.
But we both have the same thing.
Around that first turn run with Jubilee Bridge a length behind and holding second spot. Then Safine and Brown Sugar Babe are racing.
Nice to see them on the turf course here at Laurel.
Is trailing the field some 6 off that pace. Present
getting to that time of the year for those tracks on the East Coast to be
so it's present moment,
opening up their
3/4 of a
turf
length from
course.
Jubilee Bridge. Safine tracks
Kind of funny that Aqueduct opened its turf course, grass course.
And 5 pounds on hold in the back, only 4.5 from that leader.
You know, races like this where there's no pace, like visible pace number, you know, really this becomes a jockey's race. I find these types of races that you can't really count on a certain pace to be very tough.
No, you're spot on there.
Moment, the leader,
Here comes that 8 that we
and
talked
Safine
about.
are coming with runs now. Jubilee Bridge
5 was the other horse we talked about.
Safine follows that move of the far outside.
Fortunately, two of the
out of the inside.
5
Towns
races.
looks with a bit of run, just a couple of lengths off the lead in Brown Sugar Babe. They're into the stretch. Jubilee Bridge present moment. Safine to the center.
I mean, just a sprint to the wire with how slow they were going up front, but that outside right now position it helps
3 chances. Safine just
a lot.
in front.
But
Jubilee
look at
Bridge,
this
and here comes 5 Towns on the outside. 5 Towns over the top of them. 5 Towns.
Right over
5
the
Towns
top.
grabs it late. 5 Towns from Safine and Jubilee.
That was the third
Bridge.
horse we
The
liked.
present moment.
In the race, I really liked that one horse.
Chuck, I just got your text. Can I repeat that? Just say yes or no in the chat. All right, Oldie. Let me take a quick gander at where we're at here.
We're getting close to Keeneland, race 4. If my
Let's get out to Tampa because Alan had that live.
Oh yeah, yes.
Alan's got the 2 and doesn't Howard have the 2 and the 3?
That's it. Howard and Oldie are single to the 3 at Keeneland. Alan Hancock has 2 and the 3 at Tampa to complete the pick 5.
2 and the 3. Okay.
We're gonna go out there.
1854.
$11.50. That's for 153. 153. $11.50.
2 to 1 on 5 Towns with Jorge Ruiz.
See, the 3's got a big advantage here because of that tactical speed and inside post, for sure. I think hopefully the 3's not going to duel with the 4. Just let the 4 go because the 4 has only one way of going.
All right, so
right.
Here's before we go off at Tampa. Here is Chuck said I could share it with the group. He sent me this text from his trainer, Gary Contessa. My only instructions were, and this is in all caps, do not go to the lead. 44.5. What an asshole.
Who was the jock?
That was the last race at Aqueduct.
Have reached the gate. It's post time.
But who was the jockey?
For today's fifth, the USF
Let me go back and look. It was the Contessa horse in the last at Aqueduct.
That was the one horse. The jockey was
On the
Ruiz.
16th, favoritism of the number 3, Charlotte the Brit at 7-5, 5-2 on the number 6, High Vibes.
Don't go to the lead.
I have one job for him.
Here's Lancia moving forward. High Vibes will be next.
Bug boy,
Vanessa's
yeah.
on board High Vibes.
The smaller the body, the smaller the
Charlotte
brain.
Brit, favorite going to be after that.
the way it works.
Aboard.
Is that
Bay,
You playing any contest today, Scotty? Any shoot
Yeah.
stuff?
I'm gonna play it in it. It's a live qualifier. I've already got all my picks in just in case I have to leave. But yeah, I'm gonna play it. It starts at Keeneland race number 6.
Excellent. That also starts the turf pick 3 at Keeneland. We got to talk about today. Races 6, 8, and 10.
They're in the gate.
Justin had a big one
Races
last weekend with Brad.
Kind of a pretty good line. Woods Hole in the black color showing speed. Charlotte the Brit going to try to go with that one toward the inside, but it's going to be Woods Hole.
Good job by the jockey getting the 3 to the outside of the 4. That was a nice move.
Out to the 2 path from second. On the outside, Capture My Dreams advances up to be third. In tight there was Village Queen and amongst horses. Was passed by High Vibes, and down at the fence, Childproof. Out wide, Glitter Bay, Serenade Kitten going to be 4 or 5 wide. In behind them, Ligia is the trailers. Up front, Woods Hole and Charlie Marquez.
Good job.
Past the 3/4 mile marker. Woods Hole length and a half. Charlotte the Brit, favorite
So true,
spot in second after that 22-4 opening.
Well, maybe he had the
Out wide,
pace
Capture
number.
My Dreams is racing along in third. Childproof down at the fence. The red colors is 4.
And I'll get to your
4.5
question
off
right
the
after the
top.
race.
Right to that one's outside goes Serenade Kitten, who's in 5th. Village Queen got shuffled back a little bit there, as did High Vibes. Glitter Bay and Ligia, the 2 at the back. They're now just separated by 7 or 8 lengths, though, with a half mile left to go. Woods Hole trying
Who's
to
3-6, correct?
47 seconds for the opening half mile. Charlotte the Brit just pulling right up alongside, and Charlotte the Brit
Alan
pretty
has
well
the
as they
2
run
and
to
the
that
3.
far turn. Get behind horses.
The 2 and the 3?
It's made some progress. Is up to third now. Village Queen is now 4th. Trying to warm up. Glitter Bay on the outside of the orange cap is 5th right now, about 4 off the favored leader as Charlotte the Brit takes over on the far turn. Charlotte the Brit still underconfident, handling a length and a half in front of Serenade Kitten. Glitter Bay coming out 3 deep. Village Queen has been in between horses in a couple of tough spots there, being joined on the outside by
Who's
High
coming?
Vibes and Ligia coming
On the
widest of
outside.
all. Into the stretch now. Charlotte the Brit. Glitter Bay set sail after that one. Inside of horses
Three's
comes
gone.
Serenade Kitten. High Vibes and Ligia down the far outside. Final 16th to go, though. Charlotte the Brit well clear out here. Ligia
Nice
rallying
call
up,
on the
might get
2 horse,
second,
though.
but
Wow,
no
what a
lead
nice
out. Charlotte the
exacta.
Brit.
Hopefully he played
Charlotte
the
Brit got
exacta,
5
10 to 1 on the
Ligia
2.
did get up for second.
There you go.
Third's very
Nice
close.
going.
It's bobbing heads.
Way to
between
go.
Serenade Kitten and Glitter Bay.
Way to go, Alan. Way to go. Scotty, let me get this race off the stage here. And there is a question in the chat for you. From Dan. I usually only play on the weekend. Why is there not a subscription plan for weekend users to get the Bruno workout reports, etc., for players like me?
Yeah, it's a tough one. The honest answer is that it does cost us a lot of money to have those workouts, and we wanted to have the ability to be able to have people hopefully upgrade so we could recoup some of those costs of that, and that made it a little bit difficult. But what we're thinking about doing, because we have had that question a lot, it's a fair question, because we really want to reach as many people as possible and give them access to stuff. And what we're doing now, that the team is working to try to redo all of the packages and the upcoming ones to try to reach everybody. So it's very difficult to try to keep everybody happy with packages. But and that we're talking about an add-on as well, where maybe you just paid a couple of bucks to be able to get like Bruno's stuff or something else. So it's coming. We're trying to figure it all out. There's just only so much we can program at one time. But fair question, and we'll get there. We'll get that for you for sure.
All right.
And I just want to point out, Scotty, there's so much great stuff coming in the pipeline too.
There is amazing stuff coming, you guys. Like it's going to be the next couple of years. The site's going to look like a different site. So for the EquinEdge community, it's going to be great. And we're trying to do it in a way, to be honest with you, that is cost effective, because we don't want this just to be a high end. We don't want to, you have to be, it's a business, you have to make money, but we do want to be able to reach everybody. That's tough to do, No,
and that's kind of what you've been doing all along, right? And as you add new things like anything else, there, like you said, there are costs involved, and you've got to pay for things, and then you've got to pass those costs along. But let's get out here to Keeneland and see if they can get this single of the 3 home.
And they're off.
I would have liked a better break.
Royal Flower, Work of Fiction, Baroyer, and Twirl Around. These 4 come to the front. Numero 6 comes away running in the 5th position. Ruthless Rua, 6th. Cadencia, 7th. Best Kiss Yet moves up between horses 2 spots from 8th as they head for the far turn. Cloud Walker is 9th, down toward the inside. 6 lengths off the lead at the entrance to the far turn. And then further back, Gold Del Mar is in 10th. Break of 5 more lengths to Candy Bar, who is 11th, and Wild Irish last of the 12, 21.11. The time for the opening quarter. Royal Flower leads at 3/4 of a length. Baroyer second by just 1 length. Twirl Around third to the inside. Numero 6 fourth up on the outside. Now Cloud Walker is 5th against the rail and still 6 lengths off the lead. Looks for more running room. Tries to change lanes. Tries to thread the needle between horses. Still can't get through. Baroyer's right alongside now of Royal Flower, and then Twirl Around from 3rd. Numero 6 is 4th. Cloud Walker is 5th. Baroyer is in front. Twirl Around trying to catch Baroyer. Cloud Walker's coming late to the inside from 3rd.
I mean,
Baroyer, John Velasquez to win it. Close for 2nd. Twirl Around, or Cloud Walker for that runner-up spot.
Yeah, just got trapped in there on the inside. Let's see if we can see that on the replay here. Johnny got the 5 out of the trouble.
Yeah.
And made that first jump, which was got that first run. Very nice. Yeah, let's take a look here. Just buried.
In the Pilgrim Stakes, they come on for the finish. Annapolis by a
Yeah, I mean, that's just a really poor trip, you guys. I mean, couldn't get through, and then goes down lower. And unfortunately, I think it was the 8 horse that really hurt and wouldn't let that 3 go by. So a lot of race riding going on there, and 3 was best. And that's part of the game that just so stinks.
Yeah,
you can do everything right. You can.
When are you going to have that algorithm, Scotty? The one that tells us that look for a bad ride here, gets trapped.
Bruno gave some really good advice on the show, not this week that you did with him, Chris, but the prior week, saying that look for the horse like on a muddy track that's not gonna have mud on its face. And so essentially what he's talking about is either a horse that's gonna go gate to wire pretty much, or a horse that's gonna be on the outside and get a clean trip. He goes, those are the horses that win. It's kind of similar to that same thing. Like, it's one of the reasons why I like sprint races sometimes. And you can run the simulated race, or you can look at the pace number, and you can kind of get an indicator of the trip a horse might get. And so I think that's part of the handicapping. I think you can't just like a horse. I think there's a lot of smart people that are trip handicapping as well. And I think you have to add the trip handicapping to your repertoire if you're gonna have some success.
All right, Oldy, you want to get us over to the 4th race at Gulfstream, and maybe not the Grand National?
I think you need the Grand National race.
Let's look at
who do you like there at the finish? So after 26 furlongs.
Yeah.
To answer Thomas's question, we have. It's just programming. I would love to offer every package, but the development time to do a lot of these things just takes some time, Thomas. So, but that's coming for sure.
We had that back in the day when Sam Houston was not only running, but you could bet on it. They still run. You have to be in Texas to bet on it.
I agree with Dan, by the way. I feel like Flavian Pratt. I feel like ever since he left Southern California,
Yes.
right? He's just not been the same. And we are going to have international races. I would guess by for sure sometime in 2025, 100%, absolutely.
The coolest thing, Scotty, is we did have the Saudi Cup this year. Which was super nice because the system was in fuego that day.
It was. I remember that.
I remember done a morning show.
I know.
Crazy.
That's coming. All the international stuff. Part of the problem is, let me tell you why we didn't show the last Made On, because we don't get the international information. So it's weird. Sometimes the system picks up some of these horses. Like we had a really good, absolute horrible Breeders' Cup Friday. Absolutely atrocious. I was dying going, oh, we're going to lose every customer we have. It was terrible. And then Saturday, equally as bad as we were Friday, we just crushed it. But it makes me nervous because we don't get foreign data like that, right? We get North America. That's what we get from Equibase. And so now we can get foreign data. We just haven't gone there yet. But imagine how great it's going to be when you can play Hong Kong and Australia and UK and all those races with the same user interface, and you don't have to learn anything different. That's going to be amazing, I think.
Well, Scotty, I will have to sleep from time to time. So trying to do all those Australia races and Hong Kong are kind of difficult, but that would be great to see. I just loved how the Saudi Cup did show up in Equibase. I think we were all kind of surprised that it appeared there. I get that it didn't have Dubai because that one's never loaded into Equibase. And like you said before, foreign data means you've got to have more development time, more programming, and everything else. And there's only so much you can have on your sprint releases and punch sheets to get things done.
Yeah, and that brings up this thought too. Like whenever you see foreign horses, and maybe you'll see like a horse that's getting bet and it's only 2% on our win percentages, just factor that in for now. That's going to get better. But just factor that in that we aren't getting that foreign data and that could be off. Okay.
Yeah. You got to do. I think we've said this 100,000 times over the last 4 years. Is that you can't rely on all these numbers and all the picks, and those are as the tout things, right? You have to handicap. You have to go through in there. You have to find an opinion. Just because the ticket generator says X doesn't, and you don't like it, then put your own opinion in there and come up with something and use the tool to help you get there.
It's funny you bring that up, Chris, because I've had the simulator now for about a month and a half, and I went super cold trying to learn how to use it. And I was, giving you guys some suggestions yesterday, and that is that when you run the simulator, it's like you were saying earlier, it's literally like crack, because you can run stuff so fast. You could bet every race in literally not even 10 seconds. It's pretty nuts. But what would throw me off is when I would run the race to the stretch, and then I would run to the finish, and a horse that was on the lead in the stretch maybe would lose 2 lengths or 2.5 lengths. When that happens there, you just have to understand that the simulator is running the best possible scenario for the horse. So if the horse doesn't get a good trip, or if there's a pace duel, does that make sense? You have to account for that.
Or if it breaks,
or a pace duel doesn't
materialize,
doesn't end up happening. But so really interesting race simulator here. The 3 and the 2, 2, 3, 5 is what the system is coming up with.
Yeah,
and the 3 is very close.
There's 2 horses to watch though as well. It's really interesting because the 3 horse is the Scotty top pick, or excuse me, long shot. And but that horse just broke its mate and did it pretty easily, but started losing ground. But that was against a lot more horses. I don't normally like horses like that because they have to get a perfect trip. And as we can see, the 3 kind of broke a little bit slow. And unless that horse is a lot better than we see on paper, that's going to hurt that horse late.
I'm a Peppa's on the far outside, second last after a slow start. Mayhem in the Palace, and the early trailer is awesome for sure.
I love how
forward turn to go.
And again, the 3 might be loaded.
Grand Maxime is their second group ticket. 3 wide on the outside, third. Weekend Concerto got shuffled to 4th. Then Mayhem in the Palace, 3 better than awesome for sure. And now the trailer is I'm a Peppa. They run to the top of the stretch, a quarter of a mile from home. The leader is
Would you
still
like to be a
insisting
pepper
on top
too?
3 parts of a length. From between horses, Grand Maxime out
I'll be right
3
back,
wide.
guys.
It's Group Ticket. From the inside, Weekend Concerto trying to wind it up from the back is Awesome for Sure. They come past the 8th pole. It's Insisting with a host of pursuers. From between horses, Grand Maxime outside, Group Ticket, Awesome for Sure. Not sure where he's going as they come past the 16th pole. Here comes Grand Maxime rising forward late. Grand Maxime will win it. Insisting second.
That.
Third was Group
I
Ticket.
played
Fourth
2,
was
3.
Awesome for Sure in 104 and 2.
I played a 2, 3, 5, 7 try.
Would you, Oldie, would you real quick ping Brad? And
I just did. I just pinged him. It looks like the site. It could. Let's see if it comes back. But yeah, something happened there. The system might catches itself and it'll reload, but it's not doing that. So there's it does look like the site just dropped. So I just got a hold of Brad. So
Fan wrong. That's booming Chinese there on the 3, Scotty. That 3 did get up to win.
The 3 got up and came. That's amazing. Horse to watch. That horse
That's
broke
gonna be-
slow as well.
That exacta over the top pace horse is gonna pay buckets.
Wow.
Yeah, Oldie is a little disappointed he didn't get a wager down on that particular one.
I did not have the 4 horse who finished 3rd. Otherwise, I would have had to try.
Brad is on it right now. He just texted me, you guys, so he's on it. I'm sure he'll get that up right away. The horse. I will say this about the horse to watch. It wouldn't have been my style of horse, but sometimes, like Dan was just saying, Bluegrass Dan was saying, you just trust the system and then make your bets around that. And if like even the 7 horse there, the 7 was 9-2 on the EquinEdge morning line, top pace number. It had a really good win percentage. I'm an overthinker, and I'm a pace player. But I will say this about the 3 horses maiden breaker, and that was it broke from the rail, broke 7th of 11 horses, and still went gate to wire. So it does take some sort of talent to be able to do that.
And I'll say as well. So we're talking about the horses to watch. So the horses to watch, these new horses to watch that came out last week, they're winning at 33% overall.
Yeah.
That's all. They're in the money, Oldie, or somewhere around 71, 72%, somewhere right there from what I've been looking at. We do have Laurel coming up, Oldie. If you want to pull that one up on your desktop, let me know when you get that. I'll throw it up on the screen.
I will. Hold on. See if the system will. There we go. All right. So Laurel, my notes here were the 5, 3, 4, 7. The 5, the 3, and the 4. You're getting a little bit of a price on the 4, who's the long shot. The 7 is only 9%. You're getting 3-1, I will say this about the 7. This looks like you could have a hot pace here. So either you're going to get speed of speed, or you're going to get the 7 cleaning this up. Because I did not see that the 6 really, was all that good. Maybe a 7-6 exacta here, but the simulated race really has this as the 5, 3, and 4.
What do you like about this? You're saying you like the 6?
No, I'm saying I don't like the 6, but I could see the 6 finishing second if there's a pace duel.
But let's see here. So the 4 horse at the first call is going to have the lead, it looks like, over the 3. And can the 3 rate? It looks like the 3 can rate some. The 3 has some substance, facing a little bit easier. So the 4 is most likely going to have the lead because that horse really only has one way of going. So the jockey's going to send hard. The 3 is going to realize that and probably not send and back off a little bit, but might have to check back. And then you've got the 5 horse who, let's see, going into
really right.
the stretch. So the 5 horse is finishing. For me, I really the problem is the 7 horse is going to be so far back, you guys. These horses, I don't know if you go to the stretch. You go to the stretch, Oldie. Okay, Now look, you see how far back that horse is? 4.59 lengths back.
Yep.
Horses that are over 3 lengths back only win 17% of the time. So the chances of that horse winning, and it's only a 9% horse, are slim. It's likelier that one of the 3, 4, or 5 will win, or even maybe like a long shot, like the 1 or 2 that's kind of in a middle position.
So Scotty, let me ask you something there. When you're saying 17% to win, when you see that 3 lengths back there at the stretch, what kind of price are you looking for there that would be
appropriate? So you're looking for 6 to 1 or above if you're trying to do a win bet in order to be profitable, right? So it's just not. Now, is that horse likely to be second or third? Probably. So depending on how you're wagering, depending on how you're wagering. So the site is up. It's still a little bit slow. Brad's working on it, but I am able to get onto prod right now, just very slowly. So still a few problems, but you should be okay.
I think it's isolated to the Buffalo region.
In the Mike household.
Yes, just kidding.
But it wouldn't be a bad play to, I'm personally throwing the 6 out. I don't see it. It's a 1% horse, 50 to 1 EE morning line. Oldie likes taking those horses from the cloud to get up in the money. It would be a lot for that horse to get up. I think the 7, as far as the closure, is more likely. Or if you're looking for a long shot, more likely to be in the money. Don't you guys think it might be the 1, like Sultry Sally H at 26 to 1?
True. I can see that. All right, we're gonna get out to Laurel here as they near the gate.
Guys, the horse to watch, the 5 horse Riley G is 34%. Top EquinEdge pick, 8 to 5 on the EE morning line, and you're getting 3 to 1 right now on this horse.
And wins the simulated race.
It's just, I think here's my worry. Can this horse rate?
I don't think it can.
And look I have a note on this horse that you can't trust this horse. I have that note. And then that was on February 7th, and he wins on 3:15 going gate to wire. And there's more speed than the 5. So based on that, you guys, if there's going to be that much speed between the 3, 4, and 5, see, I don't know. I think the 3 can rate some. 3 looks really nice on the track too. I think 4 and 5 go, and the 3 sits. I would probably throw out the 4 and the 5. That would, again, we're being subjective here, which is fantastic. I love it. But in my handicapping, I throw out the 4, 5, and 6. And then in some variation or another, I'm betting. I think the 3 horse wins the race. I think the 3 wins maybe easily. Yeah.
Sultry Sally H.
Yeah. I'll take the 3 for first with a 1-2 over a 7 trifecta.
All right.
Or my cover bet would be a 3-7 exacta.
For like $5, right?
And for me to be able to achieve that goal, I need the 4 and the 5 to duel.
That's funny that you were saying that. I've been watching the 2010 Vanity Handicap at Hollywood Park, which Zenyatta won, but she's been a horse that day named St. Trinians that runs almost identical to Sierra Leone.
She is.
And that last 1/8 of a mile is very difficult with that running style.
By the way, Brad said we should be all good to go right now. It looks like we are.
Royal Streams is Sweet Sugars on the outside, and Sultry Sally H mixing it up in the opening 16th of a mile. Riley G picks a spot right off the speed.
So I mean, the 3 decided to go and take it right to them, and maybe from that inside post had to do that.
Royal Stream is Sweet Sugars on the outside.
Got a good break. That's sometimes that
Riley G keeping up.
Looks good in Buffalo right now, Mike.
And so it's Sweet Sugars. Royal Seamstress on the
Devil
outside,
Dog, welcome. He's got to try 3, 2, 4, 5,
the far turn. How Sweet She Is traveling in fourth. Mo Traffic is next. Sultry Sally H. And
Boy, they're all going at it here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Race to the top of the stretch now. Riley G with confidence.
And the
on the
5
outside,
is
racing
really
past the
running
quarter pole
easily.
and turning in with the lead. Royal Stream Source is under a
Worth
drive.
to
And
watch.
Sweet Shug's third. Now angling
Wins
to
the
the outside.
simulated
Riley
race.
G for the final
Yep.
3/16 of a mile. How
Good
Sweet
night,
She
Irene.
is next. Riley G strong today. Riley
Three's
G
done.
looks like a Toledo triple in the books.
Yep.
It's
Not even
Riley
finished.
G
They're
by
riding the
6
three
lengths.
anymore.
Sweet Shugs and How Sweet She Is. A 16 left to go. Riley G rolling home. It's the Grays' big day today. Riley G in a big performance to win by
Can you
5
trust the
thousand.
system?
How Sweet
Or
She Is, and then Sweet Shugs.
6.
Right. And you know what? As far as the 3 goes, that's a race you could throw out because there was so much speed in that race. And if you look at the 5, the 3 decided to go and duel with the 4, who was super fast as well and had some substance to it. So what people won't see, and this is why you have to look at the past performances, you have to be able to see that, look at this horse dueled from the inside. And if you look at the pace number here, you're going to be able to eventually, about 2 months from now, you'll click on the link feature that we have. It's called Handy View Plus, and it'll take you back so you can look at what the pace scenario was for a horse. So you can go, well, based on this horse's style, this race, the last race was no good for this horse. Throw it out, because you should be throwing out probably 80% of horses' past races, and that's how you find winners. You have to learn to forgive.
For our viewers out there, us doing the broadcast, we do have, obviously, Oldy has showed you, we do have access to the simulator. When I got in yesterday, finally, after Oldy had a 3-hour head start on me, I was looking for the link feature. It wasn't there. And
He was so jealous, Scotty.
Okay.
I know. I was laughing. I was laughing because Chris was having issues getting the simulator up on his system, and he'd been looking forward to it for a while. So it was pretty neat.
Looking forward to the link feature for sure.
Scotty,
last night when I was at my neighborhood poker game, and I did fleece all those guys pretty good. I was showing the simulated race on a 75-inch TV, and these guys, because they go down to Tampa, they're down there now today, and they were like, "Oh my God!" It's like, how accurate is that? Everybody wants to know how accurate is that thing. Is it like 100%? I'm like, if it was 100%, we would not be showing anybody this.
Yeah, it's not a game. It's the real deal. I'll tell you, the horse to the finish, the top horse to the finish, wins 34% of the time. That's the number. And one of the top 2 horses, one of the top 2 finishing horses wins like 55%. I think that was the last number that I was given. So it's not a gimmick. It's for real. But pace plays a huge role in the thing. So right. And like in this race, the top pace number is the 4, and the simulator has the 4 about a length in front of the 1A. So there's a chance this 4 could go gate to wire at 5-2.
For Strong Light, the deep closer. Speed from in between horses, Arabato. Right out towards the front, it's Arabato. Joined towards the outside from Edge of Glory is in a 4-wide battle for the front.
I wish all these tracks would get their sound right.
Uncle Waterflow.
Some are louder than others.
Yeah. Center of the racetrack is there in 5th. Then Union Light, second to last, and that's the gray. Strong Light at the back end of the field. Easy opening quarter, mild pressure, 23 and 3. And to the inside here, Arabato with a head in front.
If you don't like the 2 faves, you probably like seeing 3 horses on the lead.
Uncle Waterflow being encouraged here by Coach Kayas.
Well, the horse that's finishing, that will be finishing most likely, is the 3 and the 5.
Union Lights is about to challenge for that 4th position.
Isn't it also amazing that Aqueduct just tarped that turf course for the winner and then uncovered it, it's ready to go.
3x3, and here's Edge of Glory to put a nose in front. Winning Connection, Ruiz in between horses at the rail is Arabato. Looking for a way through is Uncle Waterflow. Towards the outside, here comes the run from Union
Oh,
Lights. 4
Waterflow.
wide, 5 wide. Will
Well,
be
here
enough.
comes
Who do you
Union
like
Lights.
here?
They line
What do you
up
like
there.
here?
What's up, Peter
Racetrack to the top of
Ayala?
the
Who do you
stretch.
like?
And down at the
I've
inside, it's
ever seen
Aramato.
one.
Right there still is Winning Connection. Edge of Glory is in between horses. Here comes the run from Union Lights and Disappearance. It's now Union Lights to the inside.
Let's see if we
and
can get
Disappearance to
27
the
to 1
outside.
here.
Uncle Waterflow continues to just make up ground on these 2 leaders. Union Lights is still there. Union Lights, Disappearance trying to join them. Uncle Waterflow, Union Lights, Disappearance, 2 noses down the line. Photo finish.
I think the 3 got the bob, but I'm not
Waterflow
positive.
and Strong Light.
Did you have the 7, Oldie?
No, I just was trying to get a bomb there first because I didn't have anything there.
Cameraman likes the 3. Now he kind of likes the 7. This was a good race at Aqueduct. You don't see a lot of these where you can throw in a who do you like here. The 5 didn't go too wide. Let's see. Is it really the 3? Oof. Looks like it. Tony thinks the 7 one.
It's not. It's
Alan thinks the 7 one.
Prod is still up.
Yeah.
I'm on it right now. I'm not having any issues on it. So I'm not sure. Refresh your screen. But you should be okay.
I'm locked into the
Seven.
Oh, Tony got it. Tony was right.
Wow, nice going, Tony.
I've heard of none of those jockeys other than Ramiro Mara.
Yeah, what was this? Was this like one of those, you know how Delaware has the amateur jockey races? Was this one of those?
I don't think so.
No, never heard of these people before.
All right, how about Tampa?
Hey, Oldie, I'll get you to Tampa. You're going to be down here in Tampa soon.
Yeah, that's a good one there, Tony. Nice going on that 7. Okay, Tampa Bay.
Yep.
All right, let's see what we got.
All right, you guys cover this. I will be right back in a minute.
Oldie, look at there's a gold star and a silver, right?
Yeah.
So if you hover over the gold, that's a 7% positive ROI, 32% win, and 68% in the money on the 6 horse. And on the 7, it's 31% win with a negative 6% ROI with a 59% win. So, and then if you and then to the finish, it's the 6 and the 7 as well. And those are 2 horses to watch. I mean, and let's see if the 7 can go gate to wire. 7's on the lead at the first call, second call, third call, and here comes the 6. So 7's going to be tough to track down from what I can see. You know what the problem is here, Oldie? In a normal situation, I would love this 6 and 7, but you've got first-time starter like the 1 horse. The simulator's kind of liking that horse. It's also 22% to win, and that horse right now is 5 to 1.
Yeah, I mean,
we just saw a horse to watch win in Tampa at Laurel, so don't sleep on those.
First-time starters in here.
you can sleep on them, but it
1,
might be
3, 4,
painful.
and 5 all making their debut. The rider is out of the saddle on the number 1.
But I still would go more towards
on board.
the 7 needs the lead, and 7's going to have the lead. I have no doubt about that. And then second off the layoff, Avia is 15%. And that horse added blinkers, Lasix, and front wraps last time out, first time, and ran a good race off the layoff. So usually first-time starters going 2 turns, really not the best move. It is for Pletcher, the 1 horse hours in a day. But I don't know, guys. I think I would probably take a chance with the 7 horse going gate to wire. But the 6 horse is a gold. That's a that situation right there is a positive net ROI of 7% if you played these horses.
I think you also have to pay attention there to the not just the ROI but the win percentage.
I agree. So it's 32%, whereas the 7
in a day is loaded.
The 7 is 31%. So we're seeing 12% win on the 7, but it's 31% because it's the top pace, top espoir.
I don't know if that's Chris or where we're getting that music from.
That is over at Tampa, I believe.
I don't want us to get
so there's not really a lot of speed in this race, but one of those first-time starters could maybe show some speed, like the one horse.
Like
the simulator says that the one horse has some speed early.
At the gate.
It's as far as the first-time starters go, and how we calculate that stuff. These are just machine learning algorithms that you feed certain things into them, and then they start learning on their own. You don't really know what they look at. They're looking at workouts. They're looking at generations of family. They have the GSR in them for sure. All the first-time starters do, as far as for pace, win percentage, trainers part of it, the jockeys part of it. It's all conjoined.
It's interesting that Pletcher and Chad Brown both have horses here. So the 4 is Pletcher, the 3 is Chad Brown.
We do have a late scratch here. On advice, the veterinarian and by order of the steward, scratch number 1, hours in a day.
Well, that
1 hours in a day.
That is a big help to the 7.
There'll be refunds on all win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta.
I mean, the 3 could have some speed.
That will also trigger a refund in the super high 5, so that carryover of $6,287
out of into mischief
over to the upcoming 7th race. So again, you will receive a refund on your super.
So it's a very nicely bred gelding, but
you had that runner in the late pick 5.
When I look at a horse like that, guys,
6, you'll receive
and I see the horse is already gelded before its first race.
Favorite.
It tells me a lot. Like
have a few
this is a well-bred horse that you've already gelded
for the 6th race. So if you want to make exchange,
no bueno to me.
You do still have a few moments. If you're unable to, you will receive the post-time favorite with any.
And if this horse was any good, it wouldn't be here at Tampa.
Hours in a day, a late scratch.
So
here's Whiskey and Soda moving in. Sammy,
you are so right, Scotty, with that angle. We got Keeneland coming up right after this, so.
They're loving this music.
Yeah, I'm not loving it that much.
They're going into the Chris. They're going into the gate at Keeneland. Let's just go to Keeneland.
Yeah, let's go to Keeneland.
Riley G, a $10.40.
Here's direct line. 3 more to load. Systemic change comes forward. From another mother goes into line. That leaves Beyond Best. Last one. Going in. At the post.
Double dog. Playing the double here.
And they're off.
8 to the 10.
There's Sakil from the inside and from another mother from the outside. A direct line moves quickly in the opening strides as well. Direct line now gets the lead well before the entrance to the first turn. From another mother goes second upon the outside. Sakil is third for the move around the turn and settles back about 4 lengths from the early.
It did look like they would
third
go
by
fast.
a half length. Divine Armor is fourth upon the outside. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to Beyond Best, who is back toward the inside in the 5th position. Systemic Change goes 6th for the move off the first turn and onto the back stretch. Bird King is last, opening quarter 23.6 seconds. Back up front. Direct Line shows the way. Direct Line leads it by a length from another mother, goes second by a length and a half, and then Sakil is third, a half length. Divine Armor is fourth on the outside, a gap of just over 3 more lengths. Systemic Change picks up 1 spot, stays outward from the rail, headed toward the far turn. Now in the 5th position. Beyond Best is shuffled back 1 spot into 6th. Bird King last to the 7. It was 48.03 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Onto the far turn, Direct Line is the leader. Direct Line leads it by a length from another mother, second by 3 lengths. And then Divine Armor trying to take third, moves up to the outside of Sakil. Systemic Change is in the 5th position. Now, Systemic Change has to go wide, center of the track from 5th up to 4th, now challenging for 3rd. Still 5 lengths from the lead. They're coming to the quarter pole. Systemic Change keeps moving out in the center of the racetrack. From Another Mother's there between horses. Direct line back toward the inside. Then Sakil and Divine Armor. Systemic Change coming forward. Puts ahead in front. From Another Mother is fighting on to the inside, but is second now as they move by the 8th pole. Then Divine Armor to 3rd. Systemic Change is rolling on past the 16th pole for the victory. Systemic Change, Iran Ortiz Jr. aboard, drawing clear in the closing strides to win it. From Another Mother was home second, and then further back, Divine Armor hung on for 3rd from a closing Bird King 4th.
Looks like Elaine caught the 6th there. Very nice. Tampa has gone off. We do have...
What happened at Tampa?
Looks like, here, I'll get it right up on the screen. It looks like...
By the way, guys, so I can tell you what happened and what's happening right now. It's going to be very slow. Brad's working on it, but we had a server go down.
4-6-7, Scotty at Tampa.
At Tampa, 4-6-7.
3 in 4th.
All right, so the 4-horse. So that was a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher.
Yep, we've got 1 minute to Gulfstream Race 5, Oldie, if you got your EE tuned in over there. We'll take a look at that. We got a stakes race at Laurel coming up, and then the Turf Pick 3 starts in race 6 at Keeneland.
Nice going, Tony.
Whiskey and soda. Time to drink some. All right, Tony, I'm with you. All right, Ollie, what do you see here? You're on mute. It's easier to talk when you're off mute.
That's true. Turf sprint, 5 furlongs, usually most of the time 1 up or near the lead. I'm running the whole simulated race for everybody. The system thinks the 1 goes gate to wire. Obviously from a GSR standpoint, the 1 does not match up here to a lot of these other horses, but is a bronze. It's 39%, win 72% in the money.
Imagine that, Scotty.
I know.
Bet on the simulator.
Yeah.
Does it hit or not?
One of the things. Go ahead, Oldie.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say one of the things that we're talking about doing so people can learn how to use the system is giving thousands of past races and then letting them play without knowing the results. And then when they go and play and they've chosen the horses they like, they can look and see what the result is. And that will help people as well. That will be available as well. Yeah.
That's coming next week, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the simulated race likes the 1. I don't love the 1 here. I think the 2's interesting, the 8's interesting. But from a GSR standpoint, you look at the 8, 7, and 9, the 9 being a first-time starter. And you just have to hope that somebody has speed here.
You know what I find, Oldie, with the GSRs? I find that on the turf and dirt, that the GSR is less important for those short sprint races. That's what I see. I hate that that's the case, but that's what I've seen. Now, on the longer turf races, it's money. So
I'll tell you the other reason I don't like the 1 is the 1 hole in a turf sprint at Gulfstream is very, very difficult. It's a very low percentage play.
And Scotty, who agrees with you on that is David Harrison, right? He calls them dashes.
Yeah.
Those 5 furlong races, right? It's just a dash. And it's really hard to narrow down that a horse can just run that, go, balls to the wall, so to speak, for 5 furlongs.
For sure. The Paco. First of all, I don't like the 1 either, Oldie, and I'll tell you why. Because Paco's on the 2, and the 2, the simulator is saying the 2 is just as fast as the 1, and Paco, no one's getting out of a gate better than Paco, especially going 5 furlongs on the turf here at Gulfstream Park. So if you want a good price, the 2 horse would be a suggestion.
Yep.
Currently at 6-1, that could get away on the lead, and then the 1 would be most likely screwed. And then as far as the horses that are finishing,
I'll pull that back up. It's the
right. It looks like from what I can see, the 9 horses finishing, and that's a first time starter. The 9 horses finishing with some interest.
Yes.
So 9 getting bet. Yeah, 9, 7-2. Yeah, I could. Well, look, and the simulator says this horse is going to be right there. I'm curious to see if the 2 can clear early under Paco at 6-1. Might be worth a play. The other horse that's finishing is the 8 horse. That's the EquinEdge second pick. The GSR goes from 57 to 71.
Wow.
And this is a much easier group here that's lined up.
Yep.
And the fact this horse is actually getting this kind of money, Aramio is aboard as well, considering how bad it ran last time out. You wouldn't be surprised if this horse was 10-1.
The horses are at the gate.
Betting this horse.
It's now post time. A lot of gap and moving in.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if that horse has more speed. Second time out.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the first time starter, the 9, but I think the 8 horse might be a player. If I was doing an exacta box, it would be 2, 8, 9.
Same barn too on the 8 and the 9.
I do like the analysis with the that horse getting out and the 1 is screwed. That's you don't get that anywhere else. They'll sugarcoat that all day long. Read the note on the 9. Somebody had a note on. Did you have a note on the 9, Oldie?
We look.
Let Doro.
No. But there might be a workout note.
There you go.
There is. Was working with Cloudwalker, the my single from Keeneland that had the bad trip.
Mm-hmm.
Cassiopeia to the outside. They're out the gate. They're set for a start.
Come on, Paco.
And they're off. Good start on the far outside for Cassiopeia. You pick up toward the inside. Spiteful Election is on the go.
As we called it in terms of that.
Lead for Paco. Deflection is down at the inside with Wrigleyville away in the top flight. Elaboob comes away in the good top flight. She's now.
He's got to be careful with that one.
That was Bianca Hart. That's a length and a half to Ernestina racing together with Cassiopeia. A gap, you have another 2 to Alas Doradas on the outside. Magra. Then it's a Let Doro and Bunny Honeys at the back. Around the far turn they go. Spiteful Election has the lead by a neck. Illaboob on the outside is their second. Deflection looks for room. Wrigleyville is next. Bianca Hart floated wide on the course, and they're at the top of the stretch. Spiteful Election set down driving by Paco on top, a length and a half. Illaboob second. Deflection with the inside lane. Now angles off cover to try to go on. They come past the 16th pole. It's Spiteful Election trying to fend off Deflection. Deflection gaining good ground. Deflection gets on.
Wow.
Deflection beats Spiteful Election by a neck with Wrigleyville third in 55-3.
Show the finish, Oldie, if you don't mind, on the race simulator.
All right.
I'll get you up there, Oldie.
I mean, that's what the system had. Was the one
do me a
2.
favor. Sort from the 1 hole. Sort the horses themselves. Yeah, there you go. Now there you go. Look at that.
Yep. And with the 1 being lukewarm at about 4-1, that's probably going to be a nice exacta if we looked at the probables.
Yeah.
Another horse to watch winner. We like to see that. Oldie, we do have a stakes race coming up here at Laurel in a couple minutes. You want to flip
All
over
right,
there?
so we're that paid 10-1. All right. And we also have Oak Lawn about to go off, which we can't show. The Laurel.
There is a horse to watch over at Laurel, guys. That's the 7 horse, who's also 31%. The simulator has that horse going gate to wire. It's also the Scotty top pick. It's got a really good GSR, really good SOR. I would imagine, and it's the horse to watch. This is the top pace, top win, top EE morning line, top EE pick, and 39% chance of winning when you are that scenario, and 72% of being in the money. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I will say, as we're at another turf sprint here, I like the 5 a lot. The 10 is very, very interesting in terms of being able to rate a little bit, but being up near the lead. And there's a lot of speed here. So the 7's going to have to be faster than this 3, the 1, the 2.
Well, the 6, the 3 horse really doesn't have much class. So, and the 7's on the outside of the 3, and the 7 can't rate either. So 7's going to go all out. And
I mean, the 2 can't rate either. Really?
No.
Maybe a little.
No, 2, but the system has the 2 nowhere close to the finish anyway. So I think you can throw the 2 out. You can throw the 9 out. The 5 horse is going up in GSR 15 points. It is facing tougher competition, but it did win easily last time out. The problem I have with the 5 is, guys, if this 5 is such a slow breaker. I mean, and it still wins like it wins. It's won $500,000 for Merriman. That's amazing, this horse, who's also the owner. But so 5's a player. 5's going to be finishing, no question. But the 7 is 2-1 EquinEdge morning line as well. Could get away. 7 could get away. I mean, they're going 5.5.
Yes, actually, we will get to that race at Keeneland. We're going to get over there after this Laurel race and take a look at the Turf Pick 3 at Keeneland and the Late Pick 5. 0 minutes to post at Laurel. They're still kind of getting ready to go to the gate. Any last thoughts here, guys?
I kind of take a shot on the 10 here, maybe. If you look in the stretch, the 10's the one finishing. 10 and the 5 are finishing. And the 10 has more tactical speed. That would be my last thought. Scotty, disagree with me on that one?
I think no, you're right. The 10 is going to get first run on the 5. The 5 is going to be really well back. It's unlikely the 5 wins being so far back. So you could see a price like, the 1, 3, 6, or 10 for sure. I don't love the 6, the Scotty long shot, because it's dropping so big in GSR. I mean, it's dropping from a 63 to a 47. I know this horse has done well, but this is not a turf horse. So I'm not expecting a good effort from the 6.
And we talk about that a lot too, right? The system identifies it as a long shot. When you do a little digging and you see that GSR drop with the surface change, it does kind of make you scratch your head a bit.
Yeah, agreed. But I think the 7 can go gate to wire. You're getting 7-2. I guess if there is a sneaker in the race, if you could tell me the 1 could rate a little bit, and maybe it looks like it can a little bit. Maybe on the inside it saves a bunch of ground, and it's 7-1 right now. It's meeting the EquinEdge morning line at 7-1. I think the 1's a fair long shot. I don't love the 3, honestly, because I just think this horse is style is to be near the pace, and the 7's faster than the 3. So, but it's getting bet. It's getting bet some.
All right. We're getting ready to go here.
I'm going to do a 7-5 exacta, maybe 7-10-5 trifecta. I'll tell you what, that 5 is a very nice horse. And if I had that horse, I would do nothing but gate work that horse.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier today with a horse that they weren't gate working, that was a bad breaker. It was a speed horse.
Yeah.
And a bad breaker, which is bad combo.
Charging Future is now in Brother Conway. 3 across the track in the early stages here. The opening furlong. They've opened up 2 already.
I really like with the jockey where he placed the 7 horse. He didn't kill the horse. You got a big long shot sitting in second, but the horse is fine and completely relaxed here.
Up into the far turn, running Coffee with Chris is trailing the field. Into the far turn they roll.
He's going to pass on by this too for sure.
And Future is now gets her head in front. And Future is now tries to go on fluid situations.
Who do you like here?
Now Brother Conway's down to the inside, extreme outside 4 hot. Make 4 almost across the track as they turn in. Charging continues to battle well in between horses. Outlaw Kid is next. Witty. Witty's rolling in the far outside.
Is that the 5 coming or the 3?
That's the 5 rolling on the outside.
Witty on the inside. Charging resting in our lead. Witty out in the middle of the track now.
3 rated, you guys.
Here comes my time.
10.
Inside coloring. Charging 3 across the track to the
5.
second way of finish.
10-3.
5, 10, 3.
Yeah. 5, 10, 3. Well, we had the horses. You just have to bet it right.
Let's take a look at that again, Oldie, on the simulator there at the finish line. I've got you up on the stage. Let's see the finish there, Oldie.
All right.
There we go. The 10 was closing for sure. It looks like the 3 was as well, right? When you go from the stretch to the finish.
It was.
Yeah.
Look,
I'm just looking to see.
The 3's a hard one to catch. Not that you can't see that it's a decent horse, but because when you look at its wins, they're all in the lead. They're all going gate to wire. So, that horse did a nice job rating.
All right, guys, we got 12 minutes to Keeneland, which starts not just the late pick 5, but also the turf pick 3, which are races 6, 8, and 10. So why don't we kind of go through a late pick 5 there with the 2 of you, and then kind of highlight those races 6, 8, and 10, and kind of carve out a turf pick 3 in there as well. What do you think?
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, Oldie.
Sounds good. I'm just I'm going to switch to this screen because I was already working on this. This is way too many horses in this race. I think this 12 horse is very interesting, Scotty. If you look at this horse, we don't really know much about it other than it was running in Europe, and the GSR is not great, but the simulated race loves this horse, at least up until it hits the stretch.
Okay.
By the way, you guys gave Ashley the 5-10 box there at Laurel.
Nice, Ashley. Okay.
So, I mean, if you're looking here, I mean, we just don't know that much about this 12.
I think the 12 is a single. I don't think there's anything in this race. I'm a little surprised to see this 12 horse at 9-2. But
I'm concerned about the 8 furlongs in the 2 turns. That would be. I see this horse and its run lines. Granted, it was running against better, but it seemed to run better at 7 than 8.
Yeah.
All right, so here's something we talked about maybe 25 minutes ago. The 12 horse, Pratt, is on the 12 horse. Does that concern you?
Why would it concern me?
Well, we were talking about that, his kind of form has diminished a little bit, right? Since he came out.
No. I mean, he's still at 19%. You never seem to see him win anymore. So I'm not sure how he's at 19%. I will say this. I was going in using this horse on the horse tourneys tournament, and I put the 12 up there. That being said, I mean, and one of the reasons is here's the thing. Look at the class of the horse, you guys. I think I'm going to keep it, although you make a good point, Oldie. But I still think I'm going to keep it because I just think this horse is too classy for these.
All right. So, if you look at the simulated race, really all these horses, with the exception of the two, are within a length or less than 2 lengths. So if I look at the stretch.
You go to the stretch, the 12's winning. So, and then he loses ground at the finish. I think that's where Pratt, I don't doubt that they've talked about this and said, you're going to have to, most turf horses don't have a long run, right? They have a short run. And this is why you have turf riders that understand this, that are different from other riders. That's why Pratt's one of the best turf riders. So this horse is going to be tactical. I think Pratt knows this horse is going to have a short run, and he's going to have to time it well. That's what I think. I think the horse is tactical. There's really not much speed in here. I like that, though. That's a good thing, because since there's not a lot of speed, he can be closer to the pace and then make that run. So I think the race plays well for this classy horse. But the horse is dead on the board.
Yes, agreed. And this Doug O'Neill's been beating people all week, too. And this horse stretches out. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, I missed that it switched trainers there. So,
which horse are we talking about?
The 6 horse who's going to probably be up on the lead. But I'm going to pass on that one.
I threw that horse out like a week and a half ago.
All right, so let's throw these two out.
I think the race is between, I think you win the race easily between the 2, 3, 8, 10, 11, 12.
All right, so here in race 7, the long shot's got the lead in the stretch and gets passed by the 5, the first choice.
Yeah, who did I use in here? I used the 5, the 3 and the 5.
I would think you need the 5, 7, and 9 at a minimum here. The 9, you have a huge E morning line angle, and the 9's closing. Granted, it's way back here, but
well, at the stretch, yeah, it's right there. I just don't like, it's a money burner to me, the 9. But yeah, the system likes it. It's 24% chance of winning. It's 9-2 EquinEdge morning line. I can see, I think, the 5 horse, this 5 illicit attention's top EquinEdge pick. Nothing wrong with this horse.
Well, and this 3 horse for Brad Cox has a 4-star work.
Yeah.
So the system doesn't go by the work, so it's not picking that up. But that might be a horse to look out for. So I'm adding that to my ticket, taking the 1 off. And then race 8, I thought was...
I'd be careful about throwing the 1 out, because the horse is moving from a 49 GSR to a 63 GSR, and the horse is now on dirt. And you might not have seen the best of that horse. And if you look at the workouts from Bruno, 3 stars in the last couple of works, and the works are nice. So the 1 could improve drastically here, and Irad jumps aboard.
And then the question is, do I throw the 8 out and use the 1?
I don't personally. I'm not using the 8 because I felt like it was going to lose ground. And it looks like one of those like front runners, although it's got 3 stars from Bruno. Wesley Ward, I just didn't feel like the race and the speed with the, played for this horse. The 7's very fast as well. And I think the 7's a better horse. And the simulator has the 8 horse backing up at the stretch big time. And the 7 is 6-5. We should make note that the 7 is the Scotty long shot, and 6-5 on the EquinEdge morning line. So might want to take note of that.
I agree with Tony.
You might want to single the 3. I mean, if you wanted to take a chance here, you could single the 3 with the 4-star work for Cox as well.
Yeah, that's 100%. That's a 4-star work. I mean,
I do agree with Tony, guys, on keeping the 8. I mean, lightly raced, only a couple races on that 8, correct?
Yeah, it's 2 races, but the horses stopped horribly in the first 2 races, and I mean, yeah, you could.
We got to go to the next race, though.
Yeah.
And the next race looks like a 2-horse race to me.
So which 2 horses you like?
The 4 and the 10. My handicapping came up with this, so I had 4 and 10-4 as in that order as my A's, 11 as a B, and 3 as a C.
I'm on the 11. I like that it's the Scotty long shot, and I like that it's 5-2 on the EquinEdge morning line. I like the tactical speed that it has. It's going to be sitting in a really good trip for Pratt and Appleby, and this is a very classy horse for Godolphin. It's won 480,012 tries. Off the layoff, Appleby's fine, 25%, and I think the 11 could be very tough to beat.
You see,
I'm just going to say what I've been saying for 3 weeks. If Buick isn't here and neither is Jamie Spencer, I'm making an exception on this 4-horse Bold Act, but the Appleby horses typically aren't live unless he brings those guys in.
Yeah.
And one of the things I noticed about Bold Act when I came in here was that Spencer has ridden at Keeneland on this horse before, and this horse is proven over the Keeneland turf.
And Charlie is going to be keeping a string of horses here in the U.S., so we're going to see more of those horses here.
Master of Seas is staying. Master of Seas is staying.
Wow. Yeah, she's incredible.
And then, okay, so Keeneland race 9, this is the one.
Let's go to 9.
I keep doing that. I keep hitting the start button, but I'm going to single the 4 here.
Yeah, I love the 4.
2 minutes to Keeneland to start of the pick 5, guys. I'll be right back.
I think the 4 is a single.
So do I.
I agree with Jason, by the way. Dettori is an upgrade over Spencer. I'm sorry, but he is.
Not riding for, and we actually had one of the guys in our group in the WhatsApp chat who's based in England, and he said the same thing. If you don't see Buick or Spencer, Dettori doesn't ride the live horses for Godolphin, for Appleby more specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there was the race everybody was asking about. It's not letting me click on it now, but
we need to go to 10, right?
We got to go to 10. The King's Barn wins pretty handily. Yeah. And then, you could probably get away with just using the 2 and the 5 in the last.
I have
but maybe with the 6.
I'm using, I like the 5 a lot, but I think the 5 is a live horse, definite diva, and then I had the 4 and the 11 as well. So I'm going completely away from the picks, which is scary and there's this Proud Mary has some works, but for me it was about the pace scenario, and so that's why I was going with the 5 horse, the Scotty long shot. I like the 5, 4, and 11 in the race.
I threw the 4 out.
Let's see.
Altogether.
Why did I like the 4?
They're going in the gate right now.
The 8, let's watch that. I'm on the 12 horse here. I thought the 4, there could be some pace in there, so I went with the 4, but it's going to have to get pace. It also had the 11 hole last time out, Oldie, so I didn't like – I thought maybe this horse could surprise. I think this is one of those races that's not obvious on paper.
Ray moves into line. Glittering lights.
Expand that,
Olivia goes in. Here's Storm Bay. Quality Star, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Moonray.
Colby, can you
Moonray out for
expand
the
that
lead.
screen?
Miss Reed is there to the inside. Some
I'll give
May comes
control
away
over
running
it.
in
It's on
third.
Chris's.
And then Woohoo Jackie Blue is fourth, and Sacred Wish fifth alongside of her as they move into the first turn. Moonray the leader. Moonray clears the traffic, is over to the rail to save some ground, leads it by 2 lengths around the first turn. Samay goes second a length. Miss Reed is third by just a neck. Woohoo Jackie Blue third on the outside. Then a
6
gap
on
of
the
2 more
lead,
lengths.
like
One
the-
Silk Stocking is fifth back toward the inside. Sacred Wish sixth on her outside. Headed up the
Chris,
back
can you
stretch.
expand that
Pleasant
screen,
Passage
please?
is seventh. Olivia Meralda back toward the inside in eighth. Storm Bay outward from the rail up the back stretch is
Thank
in
you.
ninth position. Glittering Lights is in 10th. And then Quality Star last of the 11. The opening quarter went in 22.99 seconds, and Moonray is the leader. And Moonray has the lead out to 3 lengths now as they head for the far turn. The first half mile, 46.27 seconds. Samay is second a length and a half to Woohoo Jackie Blue just outside of Miss Reed, followed by One Silk Stocking, Sacred Wish up on the outside, who now moves to the center of the course, goes to fifth, still 6 lengths off the lead. Pleasant Passage 7 to make up, Quality Star 9 to make up, Olivia Meralda 10 from the front. They turn for home. It is Moonray, Miss Reed to the inside. Samay is there, Sacred Wish out in the center of the course. And then a late run from One Silk Stocking down toward the inside, but still in fifth
cannot
position.
get
Quality
through.
Star, center of the
Get
course.
through.
Sacred Wish coming after Miss Reed, but Miss Reed
Get
has
through.
the jump on her. Miss Reed in front by 2. Sacred Wish. And then Olivia
Too late.
Meralda coming late. Miss Reed in front. Miss Reed wins it by a length on the line for Luis Saez.
The 12 just could not get through.
No, terrible trip. Terrible.
Same thing, though, that we saw earlier. 6-1 on Miss Reed to open the pick 5.
Yeah.
Oh, there's something about these.
There is
I mean,
something about these.
Look, it's tough when you've got to wall them like that. That is really tough. And look at the 12. I mean, just can't get through. Getting pushed in right now by the 4 horse or the whatever horse that is. I don't know if he got second or not. He might have.
Close.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She might have got up for second. I think she actually did get up for second, which would be good for the points. You know, there was a time, you guys, and Pratt's still at 19%, so I don't mean to be critical, but Pratt would win those types of races, you know?
Yes. I don't. Maybe it's a confidence thing.
Oh, it has to be. It really has to be. Now, that's easy to say. We're not on the back of that horse, and there was a wall of horses in front of him, to be fair. But I don't know. He just used to win those races. He always seemed to come out on top.
I agree. I mean, he definitely has not been the same rider since he started going to New York. And even when he's come back to California, he hasn't been as good.
No. So we got Santa Anita.
Yeah, we got Santa Anita coming up in 15 minutes. Harris Auerbach will be joining us. We'll get him in as soon as he joins.
Is he going to come on for Santa Anita, you guys?
Yeah, he'll be on at 4 o'clock between races 1 and 2. We're going to talk California racing and unusual heat, Barry Abrams, all kinds of good stuff coming there. All right, Oldie.
So, by the way, real quickly, guys, we are up on prod. The server's been fixed, so that's a good thing. I'm gonna hang with you guys through this Gulfstream Park race, and then I'm gonna let you get to it. I'm looking forward to seeing your guys' interview. I love seeing the guys this morning. Your interviews, Howard was great, and Jim is such a good man. Right, that was really nice, and so And then looking forward to the rest of your guys' show. It's amazing. Appreciate all the support. The EquinEdge community is just growing. And it's really neat to see how many people we're able to introduce EquinEdge to, and they're starting to see, some of the things that we're doing and some of the tools that we're introducing as well. The simulated race, doesn't it make it much easier to do a show as well, because you can have that dialogue, and it creates content, which is just fantastic, and it gives you something to look at and talk about.
It is.
Go ahead, Chris. Didn't mean to talk over you. Go for it.
No, I was just gonna say it's just great to pass the time when you're in a work meeting and you're looking at horses coming up. Like I said, once I got it yesterday, we did the coaching class with that last night. It was a big hit. People love seeing. We went through the full Keeneland card and looked at all the horses. We did some live Remington as well, but it really gives you a good way to kind of see the race before it happens.
It does. It does.
You like how I worked that in there, Scotty, for you?
What's that?
You like how I worked that in there?
Yeah, it was perfect.
Yes.
What do you guys think of this race here at Gulfstream Park? They got the horse to watch in the 3-horse, Harlan's Legacy, who's the top win percentage, top EE morning line. But that horse has burned a lot of money as well. I hate horses like this. It's been at the claim box a million times. But, I mean, it deserves to be right there. The 8-horse, this one looks okay. I'm going to kind of settle in on a horse, guys, the 1-horse. I think this horse is going to be tough and going to get
the horses are at the gate. It's now post time. Lining up and moving in for race number 6, starting leg of a Rainbow 6.
Thanks, Greg.
300,000 in the Rainbow 6 today. 5-2 favorites here include 3 Harlan's Legacy and the 8 Sandpiper Memories. There's Current Situation stepping forward into post 7. The last 2 upper Co-C. And from the outside, Sandpiper Memory. Sandpiper Memories. And the Rainbow 6.
This old Sandpiper Memories.
They're in the gate.
Sandpiper, that's from Wings, the TV show, Sandpiper Air.
And they're off. Good start for Harlan's Legacy, who's headed off for the early lead today from Mikasa, who comes away in second. Sandpiper Memories is on the outside while trying to get over. Tightened up in for racing room, both Gray Princess and Co-C. Current Situation gets floated wide in that exchange. Shuffling back is Starship Nana, and Nothing But Pumps is settled nicely at the back of the field as they chase the speed of Harlan's Legacy. Harlan's Legacy and Edgard Zayas around the turn on length.
Yeah, I did not have that 3 on the lead either. But look at the top pace number was 45.
The 3 wide side is Co-C in 4th, and Gray Princess.
And we talked about that earlier.
In front of Current Situation, she's 3rd last. Second last is Starship Nana. The trailer is Nothing But Pumps. They go down the backstretch after a 24-2 opening quarter. Harlan's Legacy in front, 3 parts of a length. Sandpiper Memories is second. Co-C is in the white blinkers on the far outside. Third from Gray Princess in the middle. At the rail, it's Mikasa. Then back to Current Situation and Starship Nana. Still out the back is Nothing But Pumps. They have half a mile to race. They went 48-4 for the opening half-mile speed, and they leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. Harlan's Legacy continues to lead. 3 parts better than Sandpiper's Memories, who's working harder to get to her. From the inside, Mikasa's given the green light now from 3rd. Trying to wind it up from the back, Nothing But Pumps. Current Situation plotting a wide course. Gray Princess driven and not responding as Harlan's Legacy tries to braven up. 3/4, 112-4 off the turn in the stretch drive. Harlan's Legacy wheels in on top by 3. Sandpiper Memories is second. Current Situation down the stand side. In between horses, Nothing But Pumps. But Harlan's Legacy has bid this field a pleasant Saturday good afternoon. Harlan's Legacy by as much as she wants. She wins gate to wire from Current Situation, who's up for second, and Sandpiper Memories 3rd.
Yeah, that was the 3-horse getting the lead early. What a really good move there by Edgar Zayas getting the lead. And that was for Amador Sanchez, the trainer. And that was the first race for Sanchez. So nice job. They took advantage of no pace in the race, as often really good connections will do, right? They kind of sense these things, and that's what gets them to win more often than other people. But guys, have a wonderful rest of your show. Great job. It's amazing all the guests that you're getting on here, and You guys aren't messing around, and the viewership you guys are getting has just been incredible. So great work to you guys, and tip of the cap to you guys and the EquinEdge community.
Appreciate that, Scotty. I don't know. Did you see the Justin messages this morning on who we might be having on soon? We're not gonna say it, but could be fun.
I'll have to look at my messages. I've got a lot of people to get back to, so I will do that, and I look forward to seeing your next guest, you guys.
Appreciate it, Scotty. Have a good afternoon. Good luck in the contest. We're going to get over to Laurel, Oldie. They got a stakes race coming up, and then we'll talk.
Yes, they do.
In a few minutes.
I'm attempting to get Laurel up right now.
Yeah, you want to go to Santa Anita? I think you take your pick, Santa Anita or Laurel. Laurel's got a stakes.
All right. So I'm on the wrong Laurel race, but here we go. 246 here is what I had. But the 4 is 1 to 2. The question is, is the 2 just the speed of the speed? But I didn't think the 4 was that much better than the 6 to the finish. So if you were going to play a pick 4 here, see if I can get that up. That would be my pick. Actually, let's get rid of that. All right, fine. We'll keep the 1 there. And then I guess if you're going to finish it out, so 42 to bucks. At Laurel, so 246 over 4. Let me show you guys the 4 here. It's a single. Forever Super.
They never change the leads. That would be cool. This stretch here looks like everybody is still fairly close. You've got the 4 as your single there, right?
Yep.
51%. Likely.
Yeah.
1 minute to post, Oldie. We only got, 3, 4, 5 horses in here, a bunch of scratches. Not sure why, but where are you leaning in leg 1? You're going 2, 4, 6, and then singling the 4.
I think the 6 has a pretty good shot to beat the 4 here.
Could you just single that 4 or not?
You could.
I mean, you could go 4-4 to start, and then add a few more there in the bottom.
But if you're looking at this 4, does this look like a single to you? That's what I'm asking.
Well, the public is saying so. They've made it, 1 to 2.
Yeah, but because this horse ran in the Ashland, was working with Torpedo Anna, but this horse has really only won a non-graded stakes race. Hasn't really performed well at 2 turns. Maybe this plays through. Maybe the pace plays into that horse's hands, but the 6 has been running pretty well and has won at 2 turns, and the 2 could just get away.
Sure. Well, the 9 has got the flash lightning bolt on both the blinkers and the jockey silk, so maybe he's just that fast, or maybe not.
Maybe not, but we'll see.
All right. As soon as we get this, is that your final ticket, Oldie?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to play that with just 4-4 and then the rest of your digits. It'll be a bit cheaper, but that's one way to go. Once we get this race off here, we'll bring in Harris Orbach and we'll talk some California racing. Hopefully, Laurel and Santa Anita can figure out a way to go off at the same time. That would be awesome.
Yes, especially since they're run by the same company.
Yes, you would think somebody would get on the phone and say, hey, either go in the gate or, hey, maybe take another trip around the racetrack. Santa Anita has, looks like 4 minutes right now, field of 4 in race 1, kicking off the early pick 5, which is the low takeout 15%.
Yep.
Pick 5 going down the hill today.
Going down the hill. The race simulator thinks it's a lot closer than the batters do.
All right, Oldie, we're getting ready to go at Laurel, so we're going to pull that up.
And if this is a speed ball between the 2 and the 5, maybe the 1 cleans, where Doug O'Neill cleans up the long shot at Santa Anita coming down the hill.
Good luck, Ashley. Yes, make it 100. If we get to 250, Oldie will sing My Old Kentucky Home next week. Or when he's back.
I won't be on next week. I'll tell you guys, we got a new analyst coming on. I will be away for a couple of weeks with my daughter. I probably will be on Derby Day a little bit, but excited for the team, and I'm jealous that I won't be here, but I really want to spend the time with my daughter, and that's important to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll have some good news to announce about your daughter here in the near future. All right, let's get back to the race.
Another play. Here's Shimmering Allure, the favorite. She's last and 5 from the front, held by Miss Harriet. Miss Harriet goes on with 4.5 furlongs left to go. Miss Harriet, Grammy Girl, and Jean Marie. That's the top 3. Would call another play. And Shimmering Allure is ridden along. She's got to really pick it up. 47
You're right about that 4. No bueno.
Into the far turn. And it's Miss Harriet, just a narrow lead. Grammy Girl sticking with her on the outside. Jean Marie call another play. Firing up with a 3 wide bid, another 6 lengths back, and Shimmering Allure scrubbed on for run, but she's just at an even pace with 2.5 furlongs left to go. Still 9 off that lead. Top of the stretch now. Call another play. Call another play. Comes around up on the outside. Miss Harriet down to the inside. In the meantime, Jean Marie's just off the fence now, driven from 3rd. So 3 chances at the 3/16 pole. Call another play. Miss Harriet in a stiff drive together. Jean Marie is 3rd and trying to reach. A furlong left to go. It's call another play in front. Jean Marie moves to 2nd as Miss Harriet is in 3rd. Call another play. Coming for the Laurel line with a 2.5 length lead from Jean Marie. Call another play in the Weber City Miss.
Not bad there.
Not bad. No, the like I said, the 6 from the simulated race, projected similarly to the. And here, let me bring that back up.
Yeah, go back there real quick. Then we'll get over to Santa Anita quickly.
It projected pretty similarly at the stretch to the 4.
Mm-hmm.
And, there was evidence here that the 4 didn't want 2 turns.
Yeah. All right, show your ticket one more time, Oldie. Yeah.
No, hold on. It was $42.
246.
We get the single.
Second pick is the winner. Good price there as well. All right, Oldie, I'm going to remove that. I'm going to bring in Harris Orbach. Harris, good to see you.
Good to see you, Chris.
Thanks for joining. Harris Orbach, his family has been in the horse racing and breeding business for 40 years. They claimed their first horse, Bravo Bravo, in 1977. Harris's mother, Jim's wife, operated the stable for a long, long time. And one of my favorite horses to come out of your operation, of course, was Unusual Heat, which is the leading California sire, and earned $4 million in earnings in 7 different years, doing it consecutively from 2008 to 2014. Just outstanding prodigy from that horse. Loved following all of those sons and daughters from Unusual Heat. But you've been in the business for a long time, California. You've got an operation in Lexington now. The whole California racing, ecosystem there is kind of in an upheaval, so to speak. As we'll just kind of pop in the Santa Anita race here as it's going on. Only 4 horses. You see a lot of these in the early part. So we wanted to bring Harrison to kind of talk about, past horses, Unusual Heat. Loved Barry Abrams as your trainer. Barry was a great guy. Always had the rocking the Laker jacket as well. So welcome, Harris.
Thank you, Chris. Glad to be here.
So what's your take on California racing these days? I know they've just made the decision to grant dates to the north. It's not set in stone. I know the folks in the south wanted to consolidate everything down there in terms of bringing up purses and whatnot. But is there, alternate gambling things, anything that can enhance purses? Where do you sit on all that?
Well, here's the latest that I know and where I stand on it. I've been an advocate for a long time that California racing needs both the north and the south to be healthy, to have racing. That said, probably warranted maybe for quite some time that we go to one circuit here. And always the hope was that we would have it with Santa Anita and Del Mar and Golden Gate being the linchpins. And that seemed to make the most sense of anything. Well, with the decision by First to close Golden Gate and operate only one facility, it's thrown it into a little more chaos. I don't think a lot of the implications were necessarily, they may have been thought through, but not necessarily good things. For instance, when you close Golden Gate, a lot of the breeders in California and a lot of the farms are geared towards producing horses for the north. And this year, I can tell you they are probably going to have a 25 to 30% reduction in the amount of mares bred in the state. A lot of mares were sold, retired, pensioned, given away just because of that alone. So while you're trying to move all the horses down here, at the same time you are torpedoing the breeding business. You're throwing a dent, especially at the little guys in the north. And the dangerous thing we have coming is that you will have, whether they run for 6 months at Pleasanton or a year, eventually that will not be sustainable. They will get their wish. The northern simulcast revenues will come down here. But by that point, you'll have smaller foal crops to which 3 or 4 breeders control 60 to 70% of the foal crop here. Harris Farms, Love Acre Ranch, Dick Barton, and then there's a few other syndicate people, Pete Perella at Legacy, and they'll have the majority of the horses and be running against themselves.
Yeah, and you've seen a lot where a lot of outfits are migrating to Kentucky. I'm not going to go through the full list of all those, but I spent 25 years down in Southern California going to Hollywood Park, Santa Anita, Del Mar, Los Alamitos. We used to have $1 million races for Calbreds on grass. I mean, Lava Man won one of those back in the day, one of his rare grass outings. It used to have the Florida versus California series, the Sunshine Millions. and whatnot. And then it became the Sunshine Thousands, right? Because it just kept going down and down and down. I just wonder whether or not, some cooler heads can prevail either with some of the government folks or people in the industry to kind of get together and figure out how can they work with the tribes to get some level of alternate revenue in there that they could go to purses, or do what Kentucky has done with the historical horse racing machines. Obviously those are battles there that the industry would have to have with the tribes, and then you kind of need support from the state government to make those happen. Any chance something like that could get together where you could get people together to for a better cause there?
Well, there's been chatter about it for 25 years here. I don't know how much of the history you know and don't know, but at one point in time, the Pechanga tribe and the San Manuel tribe wanted to buy Hollywood Park from Churchill Downs.
Mm-hmm.
And when Churchill Downs was not able to get gaming on their own, they kind of laid the groundwork for Hollywood Park being sold to developers and cutting that out. And there were a lot of ill will feelings. A couple of the horsemen's groups were against the tribes at the time, most notably the Trainers Association.
Yep.
There were a lot of people not seeing the forest through the trees. And over the years, I was on the board of the Breeders Association. My mom was on the TOC, and she was also on the Horse Racing Commission. And we fought for things like internet poker and, at the time, sports wagering, which we still don't have in California. The tribes are sort of going at it with the online people. And there are rumors that some deal can be made with the tribes for historical racing, where they operate the machines and horse racing gets the benefit, but it may or may not be legal for them to operate off the reservations. And
Interesting point there. Interesting point there. I've been in Florida for the last 4 years, and as you might be aware, that we got sports wagering in here, and the way that came about was the governor made a deal with the tribes for the hub and spoke model, where we all have our phones. This is the spoke, right? As long as I'm in the state, I can go to Hard Rock Bets. I can make a sports wager. That bet is processed on the servers on the tribe's land. And that has been fully, Supreme Court reviewed and approved, state Supreme Court reviewed and approved. I wonder if something like that in California would be interesting, to where you could put machines there in a hub and spoke manner, and have the servers be at the tribe end, the things that make those decisions. Things that, I just feel like the industry there needs to kind of get together and figure out who is going to lead it, and it doesn't seem to be a clear leader.
You're absolutely right, Chris. It's been fragmented, and the wars with the tribes, and even the one attempt for sports wagering here, we had two competing ballot initiatives, one run by FanDuel, DraftKings, Caesars, and the other by the tribes, which was a brick and mortar, where we all know all the volume is in the handheld devices anyway.
100%. 100%. I see that when I go to Tampa Bay Downs, just people either betting on races. You see it when I go to the sports bars, people betting on sports that way as well. That's definitely the way it's going. But it just seems like some level of leadership to get everybody together under a common cause, because First did make the comment there, and I did listen to that long CHRB meeting, where if the thing in the north doesn't go the way they want it to go, that there are issues with the property in Santa Anita. And I'm sure you've been there earlier than I have, but I've had a bunch of guys out there at the Breeders' Cup last year, and the plant needs a paint job. It needs a lot of upgrades, and those things cost money.
Yeah, absolutely. They do need some additional form of revenue. The elephant in the room, though, Chris, let's say they get historical racing and all that. The inventory is the much bigger pressing situation to where you're going to, they're running 3 days a week now. They are having trouble filling cards at 3 days a week. That's part of the reason we don't have a racing stable anymore. When they went to 3 days, the math does not work out.
No.
To raise horses.
Yeah, we've seen that at Golden Gate even over the years where they can barely cart 7 races, right?
Right.
And a low sal is not a long-term solution there as well, because that property is set for redevelopment.
On that front, there is a chance, though. Supposedly, Dr. Allred has, I don't want to say bequeathed, but he's turned over upon his death the property to Kathy Manji, who's been his longtime partner. And she has free reign to do whatever she wants. And she is telling the industry right now she would like to keep racing as long as possible. So there's a little good news in there, but we don't have enough people. The problem is with First Racing, and you see it in Maryland and in Florida, they're an entertainment gaming company, and she's not Frank, who loved racing and loved horses. And you can see that with the demise of Adena Springs.
Yes, absolutely. Frank was heavily involved with the breeding operation and the racing operation. He came up with a lot of good stuff, and then some kind of crazy stuff. They used to have those crazy machines there at the first level at Santa Anita where you could bet exactas and doubles.
The Wizard.
The Wizard, yes.
Yeah.
It didn't last too long. I remember trying it out a few times and we're like, this is just kind of dumb. But still, he took care of the facility, good advocate for it. One thing I wasn't a fan of was when they kind of unceremoniously got rid of Oak Tree. The Oak Tree meat was great, but I did understand the economics of that in terms of Frank wanted to operate his racetrack year round, which is what he did at Gulfstream, because Gulfstream didn't used to run year round. And
I was to let you know about I was one of the few horsemen who was on the other side of that. The purses were always lower at Oak Tree because they had a double management. They had to pay rent at Santa Anita and manage the races too.
Oldy, what do you got?
Just letting you know they're going into the gate at Keeneland.
All right, we're going to flip over to Keeneland, Harrison. We got a few more questions for you. Let me get this Keeneland race up. Then it's going to spin, so let me remove it and bring it back.
Here's Illicit Intention.
Keeneland, friend of the show, Harris, they allow us to show their races live.
Two more to load.
We started out with a small amount of tracks, but Stronach Group.
Oh My Mia, the last one, coming forward.
Show their races too. Oldy, what did you have here?
Goes in, they're at the post.
I played, where is it? I played 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 4, 10, 4, 1, 2, 3, 5, 11 for $25 for a big four.
To come forward in the opening strides. Oh My Mia kicks in now out in the center of the track as they head off the chute and up the back stretch. Sarir has the lead, has it by 3/4 of a length. Houston Rose is second by just a neck. Oh My Mia, then Illusion. Now Illusion's pretty keen to move on, comes off the rail in between horses into the 4th position. Just 2 lengths off the lead, but is joined there by Soundbite. Now Soundbite goes out to the center of the track, moves up from 5th into 4th, will be wide to the far turn, 3 lengths off the lead. And then further back, Illicit Intention, then a break of 4 more lengths to Justify Perfection, whose last opening quarter 23.05 seconds. Sarir, the leader, by almost a full length around the far turn. Oh My Mia, 2.5 length. Here's Soundbite. Now Soundbite moves up a closer third, now takes second just off the leader's flank. And then Halston Rose, who's back toward the inside, takes the rail route and moves up into the 3rd position, 3 lengths from the front, 1/4 mile to go. Sarir, joined by Soundbite to the outside. Halston Rose to the inside, who's 3rd. They're coming to the 8th pole. Sarir still has the lead. Soundbite is still in 2nd. Illicit Intention tries to get going toward the outside. Halston Rose is in tight toward the rail, right behind Sarir. Sarir in front. Soundbite, Halston Rose, Illicit Intention. Here's Soundbite in between horses. Sarir to the inside. Illicit intention far outside. Down to the line. Head bob will decide it. It will either be Sarir or Soundbite.
That is super close.
Yep. That was that 3 with the Bruno 4-star work.
Mm-hmm. Harris, you obviously know Bruno DiGiulio, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
sure.
Bruno. We just integrated Bruno's works into the EquinEdge package. We've been doing a show with him on Thursday nights of workouts and looking at workout reports, what he sees, and everything else. He is the ultimate character in this business, right?
Bruno, many mornings I spent with him at the press box at Santa Anita, where we're watching our horses work, and I've never seen. I don't know how he reads his notes that he takes on the works, but he one sharp cookie.
Yeah, and I mean,
Well, I think it's the 8th. Got the bob.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's interesting, Harrison, how he'll be able to go through and just take a horse with white cap, white everything, and then be able to look at the markings and know who it is.
Yeah. He's almost dare to say a savant.
Yeah. I mean, he does see things that I don't see at all. But once some of those things are pointed out to you, you do end up seeing it when you watch other things in terms of the workout. The 8 did get there. Nice.
Yep.
So tell us, what does your operation look like these days? I know you're in Lexington. Are you doing much breeding? Are you still racing?
We don't race currently. We discussed, we have a broodmare band of 7 broodmares at this point, and 3 of them are older, and so they'll be retiring within the next year or two, all 3 of them. Because of circumstances, we're only having 3 babies this year. We had a couple unfortunate miscarriages late, and a couple mares didn't get involved, but we still like to breed 5 or 6 mares a year. And we sell most of the babies. We do have a couple of really nice yearling colts this year, and we've discussed that if we don't get the prices we'd like for either one of them, potentially racing them, and we would keep them back there on that circuit in Kentucky. They are KTDF registered foals, so they're eligible for all those races and that money there.
Excellent. I will hit you up on the side, because EquinEdge does have an Equine Breeders operation as well, where we use what we call our genetic strength rating. I botched that. Didn't I, Oldy? What is it? Tell him.
It looks at a horse's, or how, when you breed the horse, 3 generations back, as to how horses perform at surfaces and distances. Okay. So it's not just, this grandsire, great grandsire, granddam, but all the cousins, half brothers, half sisters that are mixed in there. So it's a pretty extensive database. And then it can take, okay, if I breed this mare to this sire, what do I come out with in terms of that algorithm, what the breeding ends up being? And 60-something% of graded stakes races are won by horses 70 GSR and above.
Huh. Yeah, we'll show you that here in just a few minutes as we get to closer to Santa Anita race 2. But give us the unusual heat story. I mean, I've heard this one a few times. I met your mother way back in the day, and heard the story from her. But give us that story, and then maybe a couple of favorites that came out of unusual heat.
Well, the story basically was my parents were at Hollywood Park back in 1996, and they always had a stable of 5 or 6 horses. And Barry Abrams comes up to my dad and says, "I want to claim this horse." And my dad's claiming range generally was 40,000, maybe 50 if you could stretch it. some by themselves, my parents, some in partnerships. They didn't care. My dad loved the action. He was a great handicapper. He went a lot on the visuals. He would go to the track and he would have one horse he wanted to bet. And if he didn't like the way they looked in the paddock, he would leave. That's just the way he was. So Barry tells him it's unusual heat and he's $80,000. My dad tells him he's out of his mind. That, why is this Dick Mandela horse in for 80,000? And Barry explains he's royally bred, and even if it doesn't work out as a racehorse, we'll be able to sell him to the Southern Hemisphere. They're looking for Nureyev stallions at the time, and he's the perfect fit for it. So they took the chance and claimed him, and they got 2 races. They won the Shake, first of all, over Mike Mitchell. And Mike always reminded us that if he had won the Shake, that horse was getting gelded the next day. And so good for unusual heat's sake. That didn't happen. But we ran him in the Shoemaker Mile. He ran pretty well. It was a California 6-horse field, but he ran 5th that day. He didn't have his regular rider, who was Lafitte, and he had Chris Antley for the first time, and they didn't mesh. So Barry, being Barry, wheels him back 10 days later for $125,000 claiming race. Obviously a race that really doesn't exist anymore, and he wins fairly easily, but gets vanned off. And spent a year trying to bring him back, couldn't bring him back. Then found out at the time that the rules were we couldn't export him to the countries that desired him because he was not a graded stakes winner, only a listed winner. So we're like, we have this regally bred stallion. We have some mares off the track. Walter Greenman, the old Southern California trainer, had a small farm and took him, and we bred him, and the babies were so nice that Barry at the time had Doug Burge from CTBA come out, who then called Buddy Johnston, and we relocated to Old English Rancho, which at the time was in Ontario, and he spent a year there before they relocated up to the Central Valley of California. The rest is kind of history. He had 11 in the first crop to run, and 7 of them won first time out. It was... And those were the days where you didn't have 2-year-old turf races.
Correct.
So they were winning on the dirt, and they were impressive. And from there, we went. My dad had passed away since then, but we went all in. We went from 4 brood mares to where in the late 2000s we had gotten up to 27 in California, and bred everything we could to them, and claimed a lot of the horses out of races early too with Barry, who was just a wizard with them. He got their personality and their temperaments and dealt really well with them.
No, Barry was great. He always had a minute for anybody. If you were a nobody or somebody, he was always happy to talk to you about that. I remember going to the SoCal tracks, and the wife would always go through the program and find out all the unusual heat first time turf horses, and those are ones we looked at a lot. Any favorites in terms of offspring?
Yeah, my favorite horse was a horse named Burns. He won the Grade 2 La Jolla.
Yeah.
And then very tragically broke down in the Del Mar Derby. To this day, the only thing I'll say about it, I'm very grateful Del Mar replaced that turf course. Their old turf course was a mess.
It was.
I remember running out there after the race, and there were potholes all over the place. And I'm like, it was unacceptable, but they did take care of the issue there. Loved him. Majestic Heat was another favorite. Early on, we had a horse named Lenny from Malibu, he had the record down the hill for 7 years, and he was just a lot of fun.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, Oldie. Any questions, Oldie? And then we'll get over to Santa Anita.
let's get over to Laurel maybe first.
You want to get to Laurel first? Okay.
Yeah, single running. But I've been through, being from Illinois, I've been through similarly what I feel like's going on in California. California had Hollywood Park closed down first before we had Arlington, but it was Churchill, same owners. I have mentioned some stuff I know to Chris and a few other people because I was the night that casino gambling and sports gambling passed the Illinois General Assembly. I was out with my buddy from college and his new girlfriend, who was the Carey's daughter, who owned Hawthorne. Mm-hmm. And, they had no clue that CDI was going to turn down the casino and not do the sports gambling. That they were in shock when that happened. And, we still don't have a racino because Hawthorne hasn't even broken ground on it. And I worry about, that we don't have the entanglements in terms of the Indian tribes and stuff like that. It's more of Rivers, which is Mr. Bloom's company, and they kind of strong-armed Churchill, who were their partners, into not getting into the casino business in Illinois. I'm worried something like that could happen, as well as, I look at it as the longer we go without a funding source in California, the harder it's going to be to actually recover, which you're talking about the sires leaving and the breeding operations. And that was a lot of the stuff we had going on here. My question for you then, I guess, would be, how do we take steps as an industry to kind of disrupt the model maybe and find a model that can work for California or in Illinois?
I think part of the problem is that the people with a lot of money in the industry, the Coolmores, the Arabian interests, Mr. Hughes before he passed away, who was a friend of ours, none of them have ever had any interest in being a benevolent track owner. And it's been left to these gaming companies who could care less about racing. It's just an entree to bigger funds for them. And the bigger issue in California that I discussed earlier, not only do you have a decline in inventory, but the age of the owners of the ranches, they're all 70 and 80-year-old men with heirs who are not interested in horse racing. So we're going to have a big supply issue in a hurry coming.
Yeah, and you're seeing that already, right? The amount of horses bred in California.
We used to have such great boutique owners. For instance, the Fradkins, who won the Preakness with Rombauer. They don't breed in California anymore. A lot of there was just someone else who just won a very nice race the other day, and their name is escaping me at the moment. But they were great California. There were a lot of great California breeders. The past, the Trudy McCaffreys. You had Golden Eagle Farm. You had John Toffin and Marty Wygod passing away.
Yeah, and Paul Redham is another one, and he's
Paul's pulled completely out.
Yeah,
Tommytown closed down, and they're now in Kentucky. And it's been, I don't know how you replace those people, let alone an owner of the track who looks at it as an investment, not as a passion, like she does.
All right, Oldie, how you sitting here?
Not good. My horse can't get through. Can't find space. Waited way too long to make that move.
You good with the 6?
No, the 4. Way too long.
Yeah, way too long. You're right.
I don't understand what the jockey was doing there. It was clear that wasn't going to open up. He had plenty of opportunity to move out, but it is what it is. It's part of the game. You you know this about me, Chris. My current favorite horse is a Calbred.
Yeah, the Chosen Brawn. Oldy and I love that horse, Harris. Oldy, I got your
wonderful horse.
I got your screen up. Go ahead, flip over to Santa Anita.
And we've been on that horse for since it was a 2-year-old. So that's one, and that we were all very excited when he got his grade 1 last year as well, and we're rooting for him in the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, I know him, and I know that mare well. They bred a couple times. She was bred to Unusual Heat when he was still in the breeding shed, and the partnership that owns the Chosen Brawn, they couldn't be a better group of guys.
Yeah,
so they've been fun to watch.
All right, Oldy, I've got your EE screen up. Why don't you flip over to Santa Anita, and we'll get through this race here. Maiden Claimer. So go to the metrics. Get rid of the race simulator for just a minute. I know we're all excited about that. So show off the GSR a bit here.
So top GSR here is the 8 horse, who's also our second choice. Currently sitting at 21% to win and 10 to 1. There's 3-star works from Bruno.
Yeah. What you can see here, Harris, is this is the way that strength rating works. It's when you go and click on GSR Plus, Oldy, it will show you the various different distances and surfaces the horse will go. Click on the plus, Oldy.
Okay, give me 1 sec. The GSR Plus.
Yeah, so the higher the number, the better. Obviously, this is telling you that, based upon where it's going today on the turf, you can look at synthetic, you can look at dirt, you can look at wet. It gives you all the different angles at different distances. I know Scotty uses this. He's got a few horses that he's purchased, and it's worked out.
Pull up Santa Anita, they're off.
Are they? Okay. Let me get over there.
Looks like the 8's not going to run at all.
In third, 3 clear of I'm Still In It. Kimberly's Devil is racing in between horses. The gray is Precipice outside of them. Then In Without Knock-In and Miss McWhinnie. Into the far turn, and it's Sabres in front by a length. Jai Ho in second, moving to engage, still under a hold, and coming up nicely to challenge. It's another 1.5 lengths to I'm Still In It, racing on the outside of Yellow Sundress and then Precipice. Yellow Sundress looking for room as the field turns for home. Jai Ho up to take the lead. Sabres at the rail. Clear sailing for Yellow Sundress, who's now finishing very nicely. And here's Yellow Sundress. The Mark Glatt pair go on with it. Yellow Sundress up to Jai Ho and by. It's Yellow Sundress and Kyle Frey to win it. Jai Ho solid in defeat.
258 there. It's a great race place.
Yep.
All right, Ollie, let me get back to your screen there, and we could just take a quick look at that. 8 looks like a little bit slow there, but decent late kick, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure it had the greatest of trips. Steve Knapp, Franco up as well. 2, the favorite, which was a horse to watch. So we kind of use this neat little program, Harris, to pick winners, find horses, and do the gambling side of things. But pleasure having you on. Thanks for coming. Thanks for making the time. We will definitely touch base with you as we go through this little odyssey with California racing. I've had a number of horses from California. They were all retired race horses that we got from Naysavers. Brought a couple of them out here to Florida with us. Very happy. It's always nice to get a off the track thoroughbred.
Well, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for supporting Off Track Thoroughbreds. As you know, it's a big passion of ours, and we have 5 retirees at Valkyrie Stud, and we've placed in the last 5 years 8 of our own horses through the Karma Placement Program. So,
yeah, you've got that on your website, from the womb to the tomb, right? You never let them go. So thanks again for joining us. Best of luck, and we'll check in with you later on this summer. Have a good
Take care and good luck today, fellas.
Thanks, Harris. Appreciate it.
Harris.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Harris Orbach with us. Good conversation there on the state of California racing and breeding. Okay, Oldie, back to race action. Where are we at? We're at post time at Aqueduct Race 7.
Yeah, Aqueduct Race 7. I like Blazing Sevens. Looks like the class here. You know, it's coming back off of that 3-year-old campaign. First race is a 4-year-old. I mean, the works are nothing spectacular. That's the only concern. And, you know, the 3, an okay horse, but, you know, looks like it was overplaced, you know, the entire time. There's really not a lot here for Blazing Sevens, who catches a condition, a nice condition for a return race.
All right. Blazing Sevens. Chad Brown, Manny Franco. Been probably 3.5 years since we saw him jump off in the stretch. Yeah. They're going in the gate.
Literally jump off.
Synthesis.
Yeah, I agree, Jeff. Tampa the 2.
All right. After this, Oldie, Tampa, they may be going off over the top, and then 7 minutes to Keeneland.
Yeah.
Power Seeker moving forward.
Tampa's got a great name in the next race.
Blazing Seven.
Sweaty Fox.
And full screen.
The Sweaty Fox.
All set. And
that horse says Sire Race.
Power Seeker in the early mix. There's Our Nation on Parade. Now towards the inside, Synthesis is trying to join them 4 across the racetrack. Then Blazing Sevens is going to be towards the back end of the field as second to last with the trailer. Artorias, they're well off the rail, and Synthesis is drifting here. It's Synthesis who's got the lead, is right there with Power Seeker, and also towards the far outside there, full screen, but they are well off the rail. Got to be about the 3 or 4 path there and start to cross over now as Synthesis is the leader, is up by a neck. Still chasing there is Power Seeker from second, more comfortable there, full screen from third. Our Nation on Parade is now shoved along here from the 4th spot at the rail. That's Artorias. And Trevor McCarthy there on the move. They're now challenging for the 4th position. The trailer, Blazing Sevens. The favorite is at the back end, but only 2 off the lead. 45.39 for the half-mile time, and Synthesis is still there. Power Seeker continues to chase. Full screen is 3 wide. Blazing Seven starts to move in closer. Just encouraged a little bit. A nudge from Manny Franco is 4 wide here as they get
just a nudge.
Top of the stretch.
Man,
just a nudge. Not a big enough nudge apparently because he didn't go by anybody.
A lot of competitiveness at the top of the stretch.
Still there. It's Power Seeker in front. Full screen is ready to challenge, and here comes full screen in between horses. Blazing Sevens is just trying to push on by. It's Blazing Sevens to the outside of full screen, trying to pick them both up as Artorias. Blazing Sevens is now just inching clear. Blazing.
I had to beat Tony there, so. Oh no, Jeff Gunn. Jeff Gunn was the one who thought the 3 would beat the Chop.
Okay.
There was a thing earlier this week about which one of the Aqueduct Chalk would actually win. In the late pick 5 or late pick 4 section, and the first one already lost.
And there you go. Damn. All right, Oldie. You got a grass race here at Tampa.
It is 420.
Huh?
So it is 420 somewhere.
It's 440. So it's not 420 somewhere.
True. The 2 looks really tough here. 2-4. Maybe the Smelly Fox. I'm sorry, the Sweaty Fox.
The sweaty one?
The sweaty. Let's look. The sweaty fox may not want turf though. Let's see. So the one actually has a decent turf effort.
Yeah, the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're
What it used to run on the turf.
Ninth and finals. We get
It's a
set
little
to close out
interesting.
gate number 83.
Maybe a 1-2-4 here.
A field of 9 here at a mile and a 16th on turf. Favoritism right out of the number 2, Smart Spending, right at that 2-1 morning line. Los Angeles Party Girl, your current second choice at 5-2. Smart Spending, Jose Batista for Victor Barboza to gate number 2.
For Victor and his Barbosa.
Here's Sawani Chick, Irasu. Moving up. Fall Moon, the Sweaty Fox, and Cindy Song going to be the final 3. We're just about set to close the show here on today's Saturday card. Live racing returns tomorrow, a Sunday card, 9 races tomorrow. Hope you'll join us for that as we close out the week. Cindy Song goes in. They're in the gate. Temperea acting up in gate 1. Settles down. Now on World in gate 7. And the race is on. Caught him in a very good line. Down toward the inside, Smart Spending was away in good order. Set hard is Suwannee Chick between horses. The Sweaty Fox, Angela's Party Girl. Those 4 right across the course as they bend into the stretch first time. Cindy Song, Daniel Centeno, a nice job to tuck in behind them in 5th. It's a break of 3.5 more back to Fall Moon in 6th. Temperea has 2 beat early on. Those are Irasu and Unworld who trails. Angela's Party Girl now up to grab the lead from the Sweaty Fox. Suwannee Chick was pushed hard early, still being urged upon, is 3rd and about 2.5 off the leaders. Then comes Smart Spending, who broke sharply, settles down 4th. It's a length and a half more. Back to Cindy Song, who's 5th. Outside of Fall Moon, Temperea still with the 2 beat. Those are Irasu and Unworld. 22-2 for the opening quarter mile. Angela's Party Girl, no breaks here as the Sweaty Fox pushes that one up the back stretch. They've gone 3 ahead now.
Sweaty
Smart
Fox.
Spending. Back at the inside, Suwannee Chick is now 4th. Up to the outside, Cindy Song starts to make some progress along with Fall Moon. It's a length and a half more to Temperea. From the back, Unworld trying to get underway. The trailer is Iratsu. Angela's Party Girl with just over 5/16 of a mile left to go. 3/4 of a length in front of the Sweaty Fox. Smart Spending cruising up nicely on the outside. And here comes Smart Spending after Angela's Party Girl. Smart Spending grabs the lead. Angela's Party Girl back to 2nd. A new challenge on the outside, Cindy Song. Unworld, who was last early on, continues to make steady progress on the far outside. Smart Spending leads him into the stretch. Here comes Cindy Song. Cindy Song coming after Smart Spending. Down the outside, Unworld late run up the fence from Temperea, but a final 16th to go, and Cindy Song going clear. Cindy Song give Daniel Centeno 3 on the card. Cindy Song by 4 at 11-1. Long shot Unworld went from last up to 2nd. Multiple horse photo there, 3rd, 4th.
Was a lot of pace to run into there.
Yeah, lots of pace. All right, let's get over to Keeneland. They're getting close to the gate here. Grade 2 race here. Oldie coming up on the turf, 2nd leg of the turf pick 3. My turf pick 3, I had the, what do I have here? The 4, the 10, and the 11.
Appreciate that, Mike. So, I think the value is on the 10 right now.
Sure.
I expected them to be closer in price here. And if the adage from a couple weeks ago holds true, then Dettori will lose on the 4. Because he's not Buick. He's not even your father's Oldsmobile.
Moving into line, race 8.
Been saving that one up for a while, you can tell, right?
Yeah.
You have Highland Chief here, the long shot, who is coming off a, let's see, it is about an 18-month layoff for Graham and his motion.
Highland Chief and Lucky Curlin go in. Here's Bold Act.
Motion.
Silver
Brad going with a weighted daily double here. 410 into the 9 in race 8-9. Good luck, Brad. I wonder how the baseball games are going. We haven't heard from Justin.
No. Maybe he got thrown out for arguing with the ump.
That would be hilarious. We gotta ask him that next time if he's ever been thrown out of a game.
Missed the cut, moves into line. Silver Knot, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post.
You are getting... Too late for me to say it.
And they're off in the Visit Lex Elkhorn Stakes. There goes Wintrue. Wintrue from between horses up for the early lead. King Curlin there to the inside. Highland Chief in between horses. Silver Knot moves up from the far outside. It is Wintrue to the front. Wintrue gets over next to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Silver Knot will go second by a length. King Curlin third, 3/4 of a length. And then Highland Chief, who is fourth up on the outside, missed the cut, fifth outward from the rail. Then Bold Act, sixth back toward the inside. Lucky Curlin is seventh. Dyna Drive toward the outside is in eighth. The Gray Wizard is last of the 9. The opening quarter went in 24.04 seconds. It is Wintrue leading it. Silver Knot is second, just off his flank toward the outside, with just over 1 circuit to go in the Visit Lex Elkhorn. King Curlin back toward the inside is third, joined there by Highland Chief, who stacks up to the outside in fourth. Bold Act is fifth, placed against the rail just inside of Missed the Cut. 49.82 seconds the time for the first half mile. Dyna Drive, Lucky Curlin, and the Gray Wizard to complete the field. It is Wintrue who shows the way, though, and Wintrue leads Silver Knot by a length. And then King Curlin back toward the inside is third, a half length from Highland Chief, who's in fourth. Another length and a half to Dyna Drive, who sweeps up to the far outside. Missed the Cut is there between horses within 4 lengths of the lead. Bold Act is still against the rail, still 6 from the front. And now here comes Highland Chief alongside of Silver Knot, moving to the outside of Wintrue. So Silver Knot between horses leads at midpoint of the backstretch by a head.
No.
Wintrue is still there and fighting back to the inside. Highland Chief third up on the far outside. Missed the Cut fourth. Bold Act is in fifth, still down toward the rail, 3 lengths off the lead. And then King Curlin, Dyna Drive, Lucky Curlin, the Gray Wizard. They're onto the far turn now. It is Wintrue who has the lead again. Wintrue leads it by a neck. Silver Knot draws alongside once again. And then Highland Chief to the far outside in third. Missed the Cut is fourth, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Bold Act is still fifth against the rail, just over 3 from the front.
11.
They turn for 1/4 mile to go. Silver Knot to catch, and Silver Knot leads it by 3 lengths to Miss the Cut. Highland Chief, Bold Act, and then Lucky Curlin. Silver Knot in the final furlong, a 3-length lead. Missed the Cut second. Bold Act is third. Silver Knot in front in deep stretch. Silver Knot, Flavian Pratt aboard. Silver Knot wins the Visit Lex Elkhorn. Missed the Cut was second. And then it was Bold Act across the line in third. King Curlin was fourth. 2 minutes, 27.37 seconds.
Bet that exacta. The 11 over the 10.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. I will just, before Harris left, he sent me a text saying, look out for number 1 Golden Dagger in the 10th at Keeneland, Oldie. They bred her, and
he didn't make the lead early on, but it did not matter. Silver Knot tracking.
Yeah, I actually really like this horse. I could see it.
Let's just take a quick look at that, Oldie.
It's up on my screen.
Yeah, I got to get over there. There we go.
The one in the last, it was a B for me, but I believe. I couldn't tell much from the works because they're all from Turfway. It is a long layoff, but that this horse is undefeated. Has shown against, let's call them similar at Saratoga at this distance, and there's a lot of cheap speed here that I think plays to the one. It's just a matter of can the horse get out, because we've seen all day today horses unable to get out when they seem to be the best on this turf course.
Yeah. Okay, Oldie, let me get over here to Gulfstream Park as they're getting ready to go into the gate.
Now, Miss Ukrainia. 3 more. Waiting for American, of course. Speed Salsa and Go Margie Go. Go Margie Go is up, and Speed Salsa to take the outside.
This looks like it could be
There in the
choppy.
gate.
Nice, Anthony. And you're not wrong for Bluegrass Dan for sure.
And they're off. Good start out wide for Just Take Notes and American, of course. They're the first 2 to begin. They open 2.5 in a hurry on Speed Salsa. Moving up down toward the inside, Bazinga C's on the go with Miss Ukrainia. Back from behind the speed, Amy the Butcher, who's gone 4 ahead of Sade Purse. The early trailer is Go Margie Go. And the run down the backstretch, Just Take Notes at a big number in front by a length and a half. American, of course, moves to a flanking position in second. Up on the inside and improving Basinga C. Then Miss Ukrainia. Amy the Butcher is 5th, about 3 lengths off the lead while stuck in traffic. A gap of 4 more to Speed Salsa. Still out the back, Go Margie Go and Sade Purse. They leave the backstretch and move on to the far turn. Here's American, of course, to have a crack at the pace setter. Just Take Notes. These 2 at the 5/16 now, about 2.5 better than Miss Ukrainia. She's now 3rd. Amy the Butcher shown open racetrack to race into 4th. Dropping back is Bazinga C. Well back here, Go Margie Go, Speed Salsa, and Sade Purse. 1/4 mile left to go. The leader is American, of course, but here's Miss Ukrainia. Red blinkers bidding up boldly now. Off the turn on the stretch drive. Amy the Butcher's in with a shot. She tries to split horses with 1/8 of a mile to go. American, of course, fights back toward the rail. She still has the lead. Miss Ukrainia launching another bid, and this time she means it. It's Miss Ukrainia to take the clear advantage from American, of course. Amy the Butcher tries to get into second. She will, but the winner is Miss Ukrainia by a length and a half. Miss Ukrainia beats Amy the Butcher with American, of course, 3rd. 4th, Bazinga C, then Go Margie Go in 125 and 2.
That was definitely not chalky. 2 big prices there, Ollie. You're on mute. We can see your lips move, but we can't hear you talk.
I took a 3-second look when I said that. So
I know. This is tough stuff to do, right?
Yeah. No, I mean, I literally had no time to look.
Let's get over to Laurel.
Or Hawthorne.
Laurel.
Or Laurel.
1 minute, race 10, stakes race. Give us some Laurel magic here, Oldie. Try and get back to where you were last Saturday. Do you have anything exciting here for us?
The 11.
The 11.
It's also the top pick.
Yeah.
Simulator the race loves it. Lots of yellow.
I like yellow.
Distance shouldn't be a problem.
4 to 1, square price there. Not bad at all. What about the McPeak horse, the 7? Or the 3 Circle P? Any opinions there?
Didn't like the 3 at all. I think the 1 is a possibility, but seems to be a lot of other speed here. So I think it comes from this group of the 10, 7, 11, 9, and 3. I actually like the 9 a little bit. Pletcher sends this horse in. off a maiden breaking win, this horse could be really sneaky.
I can see it. I do like your thoughts on the 11, though. Definitely a shot. The money bags, the 3, when we talked about that, was a horse you didn't like.
Yep.
You kind of got the 11, 7, 9 there. Not entirely Captain Obvious. You throw that one out, but the money is being spread around here, Oldie.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like the gamblers don't know where to go with the money.
We'll see if this tightens up a little bit as they get closer to post. After this, Oldie, we will get over to Santa Anita Race 3. Just taking a quick look at that one. 5-horse field, not really exciting, but we'll take a look at that one as well. And Aqueduct we've got coming up. I think we got a stakes race there. Yep. Another stakes race coming up at Keeneland.
Well, and I'm just looking to see what the doubles are paying. So if you play that 11 into the last, the 6 and the 9 are paying 15 and 16 to 1, but everything other than that's in the 20s to 80 to 1.
Mm-hmm. Rodney is telling us that the 11 will regress according to Thorograph. He's going with the 3 or the 10 for the win.
Okay.
It's always good to have an opinion.
Yes. I'm definitely not always right, and I appreciate others' opinions and other systems.
Oh, yeah. There's certainly more than one way to find winners. There isn't really a right way. There's the way that works for you.
Yes.
Okay, going into the gate at Laurel. Let me flip that up here. We'll get some Dave Rodman.
Thank you, Gary. If I could stop coughing, the show would be much better.
Well, at least you found the cough button.
A copper tax.
AKA the mute button.
2 to load. 1 out.
I haven't even gotten to use my Laurel and Hardy handshake joke today.
No, you have not.
Luckily for everybody.
Well, the 11 didn't break well. Right to his
And
knees.
they're off. Ooh, a bobble at the start there for Copper Tax. Speediness with a sharp break. And Vagel to send up for early speed. And so too, Classic Joke in between horses.
This is what we wanted to see anyways. But we don't want the 9 knocking me into the 11.
Down to the rail, these two go on. And Classic Joke is next in third and Vagel. Back in fourth position now, and Celtic Contenders next. And followed by Starts with the Dream, who's having a bit of trouble and bearing out a bit around the turn. Copper Tax out 3 or 4 wide, and followed by Corolo Rapido. Lat Long racing back of the pack with Circle P, and Starts with the Dream having problems, has dropped to last position. 6 furlongs left to go, and it's Speediness up top. Controlled opening quarter, 24 seconds. So Speediness going uncontested from Malinois. The lead is 2 lengths, and Classic Joke is in third, and Vagel racing in fourth position. They're followed 3 lengths back by Copper Tax, who has 7 lengths to make up now. Classic Contender and Lat Long. They're followed by Circle P, racing back of the pack, third last, and Corolo Rapido. And trailing the field is Starts with the Dream. Half mile went 47 and 1. So the pace picks up front for Speediness with Inveigled. Moving to second now. Here's Copper Tax on the outside of Classic Joke. Copper Tax pushing into third position while 3 wide. Lat Long is next. And next in between horses is Circle P, who still has plenty to do. Celtic Contender and Corolo Rapido on the outside. Top of the stretch, and it's Speediness. Speediness has run. Speediness kicks away from them. Copper Tax and Inveigled and Lat Long to the center of the track. They are followed by Corolo Rapido. Speediness now put to a drive with a furlong left to go. Copper Tax is reaching. Here comes Copper Tax. Copper Tax on the outside under a full head of steam. Copper Tax keeps on rolling. Speediness trying trying to hold. Speediness, Copper Tax to get up in the Federico Tessio Stakes. Copper Tax.
The
Speediness
Shadow of the
close third
Wire.
in Vagel.
Shadow of the Wire.
Corolo
Good
Rapido,
call,
and then
Oldy.
Lat Long.
And that was with falling to its knees at the start.
Yep.
And getting nailed by the 9 early in the race.
Oh, yeah.
And the bump there, which, Stewart's not sure yet whether that was the 11's fault or the 10.
I don't think it was the 11's fault, and I don't think it really mattered because the 10 wasn't going to win that race. But all ones in your exacta. So if you had the 111 or the 11-1, good cash there for sure. Very nice, Oldy. All right, let's.
Sammy to race 3 is off. And rolling.
Orange cap, and Normandy Landing couldn't ask for a better trip in 4th.
Why do they have to
Off
do
these
this to
3
us,
on the
right?
lead. It's a distance to Mongolian
I
Gold.
know.
They come to the 5/8 pole, and Fast Chaz leads it by a head. Nuclear on even terms with him.
Nice.
And Duran in between those two. Kazushi Kimura
I haven't
and
seen
Normandy
that
Landing.
acronym.
Is that like Puff the Magic Dragon
Just
on
2 lengths off the
on
battle.
420?
Almost 20 lengths back to Mongolian Gold. They're heading toward the 3/8 pole. Still 3 across the track. Fast Chaz, Duran, Nuclear. Normandy Landing
Mike.
is 4th. Called on now, has to go 4 wide.
Just
Heading
one
toward the
Duran,
quarter
not two,
Duran
not
in
Duran.
between horses, Fast Chaz, Nuclear.
Roberto
Here's
Duran either,
Normandy
'cause
Landing.
he said no
Four of
mas.
them line up, and
Huh.
Normandy Landing with a big move at the quarter pole is up to take the lead. Nuclear did not go on. Fast Chaz and Duran, they're in the
Backwards,
final
isn't it?
furlong, and Normandy
He's saying no
Landing
mas
has
too, man.
opened up a 3
Yeah, he
4
is.
length lead. Duran moves into second. A late run
Not
for Mongolian
anymore.
Gold,
The
who was
5
absolutely
can blow him
nowhere.
away.
He's going to get into second, but it's a no doubt about a
The
performance
Mongolian
for
horse had
Normandy
a,
Landing.
I think
Normandy
it was a
Landing
pretty
by
decent
3.5.
price there.
Mhm.
Mongolian Gold with a stellar rally. Then Duran and Fast Chaz.
All right, we got Aqueduct race 8.
They close, or you want to go to EE?
On EE, we've got a while. According to this, we have 5 minutes, but
All right, you're showing Laurel right now. There's.
I moved it. There we go. The Chad Brown Bowl here. You have 3 Chad Browns here. Spirit of St. Louis is the favorite. Lots of yellow. Mason. The Speedball. And then you have the 5, who is lightly raced. And this is the second step up in class for this horse. So those are the Chad Browns to consider. Tidal Forces is a little interesting. Again, lots of yellow. Likes to sit right off and pounce. Maybe better on synthetic. But the other horse to watch, so to speak, would be the Linda Rice horse here, the 6 Pioneering Spirit. So if you want to take a shot at a price, I would go with Chris's good friend Linda Rice.
Fair enough, Oldie.
Maybe she had the checkbook out. Maybe she knows that the Chad Browns aren't going to be ready to run.
Does she have envelopes? That's the thing. When you see Linda, if you see envelopes, you're probably in a good spot, right?
You might get that San Francisco treat.
Little rice-a-roni.
Yes.
You got any?
I need a drum roll for that one.
You got any works here, Oldie, that are worth showing?
Let's take a look. So Spirit of St. Louis, I don't believe that these are 1-star works, Bruno. Let's see if we have anything here. No, all 1-star works.
Be careful, Oldie. I'll bring you on Thursday night. I'll make you tell that to him.
Luckily, I will be on a plane.
There are other Thursdays.
There are. Bruno and I had a fun conversation when Bruno was on.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Tony likes the 6 and the 7 here. He thinks the 6 will run big. I don't like the 7 at all. The Gargan horse, but I could see the 6. And I think the 4 is just outclassed. And to run the race simulator, since we have the time.
What do you mean for LR horses? Oh, Linda Wright horses. Ah, got it. Run the simulator. We are running the simulator, Eugenia. Tony says Mason is not winning this race. On the grass here,
on the lead.
For those of you that celebrate 420, on the grass here for you. I don't know, Tony. It's close. Close. Show the first, second, third call and stretch. Let's just kind of cut to the chase a bit there.
The first really isn't all that interesting.
No.
But the second call.
Bunching up a little bit there, right? The one's catching up. And now the one has the lead with the 5 catching up.
Yep, and the 4 is starting to back up.
Mm-hmm.
And then we hit the stretch, so the 4 is backed up significantly.
Oh, something
only hit the stretch.
Yeah.
The 3 hits the gas.
If you go back to the stretch there, click on the stretch. Mental note for our meeting with Scotty this week, we need that to say stretch run.
Hey, we're Saturdays.
Yeah, the stretch run. Just do that on Saturdays. That'd be perfect.
All right.
We'll add that to the punch list of things to get done. Every day is 420, Bill.
I'm sure Brad will be right on that one.
Couldn't agree more. Kevin Phillips agrees. We are all in the same place. Oldie, did we lose you? You're not on the...
No, we didn't. My camera actually moved.
Oh, you have an earthquake there or something?
No,
you
it's
just
being
back.
obnoxious right now.
You just flew back in the trees.
But see, if I lean back, I disappear right now. Actually, Razor gave me a green screen that he uses, so I'll be getting a green screen to handle this.
No, good, because don't keep disappearing like that, because it is 420 day. You may freak some of our viewers out.
Yes.
We don't need that today. Which horse do you pick here, Oldie? That's what Mr. Singh wants to know.
Set to load. It's close time.
I mean,
For today's 8th race.
at 2-1, I prefer Spirit St. Louis over the 5 here, so I'll take the 3 in that case.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, unless people know something that we don't. This horse really hasn't shown anything in its previous move up.
People definitely know things that we don't, Oldie, for sure.
Heaven Street.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, take them through this race. I'll be right back.
All right. And we're racing at Aqueduct on the grass.
Ended.
In the Danger's Hour.
And they're off.
Pass fail says 5-7.
From in between horses, there is Mason at the rail, and they're going to be the top duo. It's going to be Heaven Street and Mason. Now a neck advantage is trying to slow things down. Will be Heaven Street and Mason is now reined back in, back at the second spot.
Mason is not happy to not be on the lead.
Wider. Here comes Bring Me
Definitely
Check
a little rain.
Them 3 wide. It's another 2 lengths back at the rail. That's Tidal Forces is now joined by Pioneering Spirit. Ground saving journey.
It's almost like there's 2 races going on here. The 5 furlong race at the front,
Dakota Gold, the trailer.
And then the rest of the race.
They work up the backstretch in Heaven Street. The big number has the lead, 23-1. For that opening quarter mile, Mason is comfortable right there in second, is only a length off the leader. Bring Me a Check is trying to keep up from third as the leader starts to pick it up front. In the 4th position is Tidal Forces. To the outside of that one is Pioneering Spirit. Jose Lescano is towards the outside here from 5th. Spirit of St. Louis still down towards the inside in 6th. Back there in 7th is Dakota Gold, and EquinEdge continues to trail. Heaven Street is trying to take him all the way. Mason is ready to challenge. Got off the rail, and here comes Mason towards the outside. Bring Me a Check is all in. Tidal Forces, and now Spirit of St. Louis is looking for some running room. To the outside of that rival comes Pioneering Spirit. It's Heaven Street. Right there is Mason, but here comes Spirit of St. Louis, and menacing strides up on the outside, and Spirit of St. Louis is pushed on by.
One absolute gift there.
Quickly up by 2.5 lengths. It's
Thanks, everybody.
Place as Spirit of St. Louis wins the Danger's Hour. Spirit of St. Louis, EquinEdge will finish second, then Dakota Gold and Pioneering Spirit in 1 minute 33.57 seconds. The New York bred in the Danger's Hour.
Don't understand the 3-2 on the 5.
No.
Thank you to the computer wagerers and everybody else who poured money in on the 5.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, Oldy. Looks like Keeneland is up next for us here.
Rhea Smile Happy.
We got graded stakes action.
Yep, and let me get your desktop up here for Keeneland. Let's figure out a thanks, Bob. Appreciate that. Let's figure out a double here. We got the late double at Keeneland. So let's take a look at this, and then we'll get to the ticket generator. Check the probables here, Oldie, and see what built into the system. Very nice feature. If you could get, we should be able to move that screen here somewhere in the future. That way you can get it out of the.
Oh, I just screwed it up too. There we go. So if you like the 4 here, there are some interesting prices. You're getting 8-1 on the 2. The Harris tip, you're getting 18-1.
Mm-hmm.
Let me look at my other notes here on that last race. 2-5. So the Kelly Green horse I thought was a little interesting as well. The long shot gets IRAD. And we go back here. And we click on the right button. So if you look at the 4 or 5, you're getting 13-1.
That'll work. All right, let's show the race sim for 9, and then we'll look at race 10 after that. And 5 clearly in the lead, with the 4 right behind it. 4 is picking it up. 9's hanging with them. What we need is an AI generated race call, Oldie.
Yes, that's true.
And then where we could switch the voice to whoever we want. Like if you wanted to hear Burt Reynolds call the race, you could do that. Or Norm Macdonald.
Norm Macdonald would be awesome.
Yeah, wouldn't it?
So the random OJ comments might be a little weird. If we had an AI version of Norm, you'd have to have some OJ comments in there.
No. You can find that on Twitter. It's 11 minutes of of Norm on that. Tony wants us to look at the Oaklawn race 11. We'll take a look at that, Tony, once we get past here. All right, Oldie. So go to race 10. Let's look at that one, and then you can go run through a ticket generator inspired double.
I will tell you that my favorite Norm comment is in closing arguments that Johnny Cochran put on the Nick Cap, to which OJ didn't help his cause and stood up and said, "Hey, that's my lucky stabbing hat."
Yes.
I crack up every time I hear that one.
That one was one of his more funny ones for all those. The Halloween costume was another great one too.
Yes.
Graham Kinnison calls the races. Oh my Lord, that would be awesome as well.
We'll talk to Scotty about this stuff.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to get right on it. If he's watching right now, he's probably doing this, going, all right, throwing the Elmo doll at us, which means everybody, let's move on. All right, let's watch the simulator here. Oldie, go through the first, second stretch and finish calls. Yes, great Canadian.
6 at a big price on the lead.
Mm-hmm. Still on the lead.
Second call. And then we hit the stretch. The 11 moving up.
Mm-hmm.
And the 5. And then to the finish.
Yeah, the finish looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi did not get the tractor beam disabled for the 6.
Here, we'll put in all these other horses I ain't taken out too. Yeah, I mean, 2-5, if the 11 continues that run, possibly the 11 too. The 11 was a B for me, as was the 3 at a huge price.
All right, Ollie, go back to race 9. Let's go to the ticket generator. Let's find a double.
I'm going to have to get to that mute button faster. All right. How much do we want to spend on our double here?
Well, let's not do it for $1. That's kind of lame. Let's do it for 5.
All right. I was just doing it for, I would have, if you said, okay, let's do it for $2.
$50. $50, $5 double.
So you're playing a golden hour here.
Something like that. Yeah. I want to hit it a few times. So system loves the 4. You've got the 4 singled here from your pick 5, right?
Correct.
So let's clear all that and start fresh. All right. It adds the 9, the 4 and the 9. Top 2 picks, Tracks on Fire. Those are hitting in a pretty good rate there. You've got notes on the 3. No kick.
No kick. But if you read the trip is awful.
Mm-hmm. What about the
2 wide, 2 wide, chose to go 5 wide. But, this is Smile Happy, the former favorite. It was coming into the 3-year-old season 2 years ago was the favorite, I believe.
All right, Oldie, we're going to the gate here. Hopefully some folks got down on that one. We didn't get everything in. I know a lot of people are interested in this 4 here. I think you are as well.
At the post.
Right.
And they're off in the Ben Ally Stakes. There's King's Barnes from between horses, and Laughing Boy has early speed as well. Laughing Boy comes forward for the lead from King's Barnes, and then Surly Furious toward the inside. War Campaign moves up on the far outside, but it is Laughing Boy the leader. Headed into the first turn.
Laughing Boy, by the way, was the horse that I said, well, maybe
toward the rail with the lead a length.
we called on the air.
On the outside of Surly Furious third. King's Barnes is fourth up on the outside. Smile Happy
that
right
was
toward the
against
center
far
of the pack
easier than
against the rail in fifth around the first turn. Archie the Giza sixth on his outside. Then a gap of 2.5 more lengths. Time for Trouble is in seventh. Happy American is
we
eighth.
got the DQ.
And Dynamic
Do you
One
remember
last
that?
of the
On
nine.
the air?
24.07 seconds for the opening quarter. Laughing Boy is the leader. Laughing Boy leads at 3.5 lengths to the good up the backstretch. War Campaign second a length. King's Barnes third ahead to the outside. Surly Furious fourth back toward the inside. Archie the Giza toward the center of the track is in fifth. Smile Happy has come off the rail between horses in sixth. Still 5 lengths from the lead as they go to the far turn. Happy American to the far outside. Then Time for Trouble between horses. Dynamic One against the rail at the back. 48.57 seconds for the first half mile. Laughing Boy the leader, and here's War Campaign. War Campaign draws within a half length of the lead. Now matching strides. King's Barnes moves up behind him on the outside. War Campaign is the leader now. King's Barnes goes to the second position around the far turn. Archie the Giza is next on the outside. There's a quarter mile to go. Surly Furious back toward the inside, and Smile Happy is last off the far turn. King's Barnes has a narrow lead. War Campaign is there to his inside. Archie the Giza third into the final furlong. Surly Furious is fourth. King's Barnes in front. Final furlong of the Ben Ally Stakes. King's Barnes and Luis Saez aboard. King's Barnes to win the Ben Ally. War Campaign will be second. Archie the Giza across the line in third.
There you go. King's Barnes gets it done at 8-5.
Yep. Easy Single Race Simulator had the exacta nailed as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at that, Oldy. $4.9. Ticket generator was spot on there with the two that it picked for that double for sure.
I mean, the only difference being it had the 9 a little closer because it didn't have the 9 moving too early like it did in the actual race.
Yeah.
But yeah, it sounds like I'm guessing Brad didn't just have a small double there.
No, definitely was not $5. Bill having a little mimosa with an OG chaser, very nice. Celebrate the way you like. In Saez, we trust. All right, Ollie, flip over to Gulfstream. You've got just a few minutes here to figure something
Before we go to
out.
Gulfstream, Tony's asking if we can look at the stakes race at Oaklawn. Grade 2.
When does the stakes race at Oaklawn go off? I'm not
It's
tracking.
the Skippy race.
Yes, Oaklawn, where are you?
It's been coffees in this race.
9 minutes. All right, let's just get to this Gulfstream race, Oldie, and then we'll pivot over to
I
Oaklawn.
already have it running.
Huh?
I said I already have it running.
Oh, there you go.
Magic Tap, big move. Big move from Red Rat 1 there.
You don't see too many money bags and a horse to watch.
It thinks the 6 could go gate to wire.
Now,
We're pretty close to gate to wire here.
how close is the one at the finish?
2 lengths back
Okay.
for Brad and his. I won't say that one.
It's a good thing you weren't drinking or toking on something, or you just would have just said it. It would have come right out of your mouth.
First leg of the Coast to Coast Pick 5.
On the turf.
All right. Do I have time to run the whole thing?
No, they're crossing over right now.
All right. So we'll run it to the stretch. It's a who do you like?
Mm-hmm.
And the 4, the favorite gets up, or the 7, who's 7-1 as well. Let's look here. The 7, first time US. Nice GSR.
Manny, what are you talking? Well, are you talking about the 6 in this race at Gulfstream? Just to be for
Yes.
clarity.
Yes, and that does look correct.
Okay.
It does look to me to be the slowest horse early.
Yep. All right, we're loading, Oldie. I'm going to pivot over to Gulfstream.
All right.
Last race of the day.
A lot of get moving in. Race number 9, 3-2 favorite. Number 4, Party On Girl. Amisael Jaramillo riding for Team Chad Brown. On the outside, it's Starship Aurora who will complete the line. This race starts the Coast to Coast Racing Pick 5, brought to you by First Bet in the gate.
The one that our friend Racing Downwind scooped.
No, he got the.
They're off.
The
from between horses, Boston Rose begins well. Beach Party Bingo sent from the inside. Into the top flight goes Party On Girl. Marching up and around horses, Me and My Shadow in the run to the first turn. Ipanema Princess has to work between horses, and Storm Miami is 3 wide. Second last is Royal Dame, and the early trailer is Starship Aurora. In the run around the first turn, the leader is Boston Rose, 3 parts of a length. Party On Girl is a keen second. From Me and My Shadow is a 3 wide third. Ipanema Princess is in and amongst rivals, and at the rail, that's Beach Party Bingo. Back from there, Storm Miami within 4 lengths of the top. Down at the rail goes Royal Dame, and out the back is Starship Aurora. 23-4 for the opening quarter. 4.5 furlongs remaining here. Boston Rose and Joe Bravo by a head. Up between horses, Party On Girls in the pink cap second, and Me and My Shadow is at 3 wide third. Beach Party Bingo is at the rail from Ipanema Princess. Then Royal Dame. On her outside is Storm Miami, and the trailer is Starship Aurora. Then with the half and 46-4 as they leave the backstretch and move around the far turn. Party On Girl taking on for the advantage with Boston Rose right alongside. 3 wide. Me and My Shadow. Zayas looks for racetrack for Beach Party Bingo. Ipanema Princess is in tight between. Sliding through at the rail, Royal Dame. Royal Dame got a great run down at the inside, and here she comes. 1/8 of a mile to go. Royal Dame charging hard now to take the lead. Back to second is Party On Girl. The battle strictly for minor placings here as a perfect trip lands Royal Dame. A clear and convincing victory. Royal Dame by 3 in the end. Good battle then for.
All right, Oldie. Laurel. Top pick here is a big number, I think, right?
Sneaking Suspicion.
Yeah, your lips move. We can't hear you. Microphone off.
Rail out 52 feet. Firm turf. Set race 11.
There you are.
They're off. Right here, right now, and Mortal Sin with good breaks to the gate. There's Come Rain or Shine.
What's the top pick here, Oldie?
Shine. Now firing off to a narrow lead from Mortal Sin into the first turn run.
Four,
right here,
16 to
right
1.
now, is third position about the path into the turn. Forceful Rail racing in fourth. Sneaking Suspicion, racing unhurried about 6 lengths off the early speed. No Foolin' Mo, and trailing the field is Mission North. 8 lengths will cover front to back as they race down the backstretch now. And so Come Rain or Shine on that lead by a half length. From Mortal Sin is second. 3 back, right here, right now is third. Length and a half more. Forceful down inside there, and Force Sneaking Suspicion is
I
in
didn't
fifth.
get my bet in
Mission
on time
North
either
is
when I
next,
saw
second
that.
to last. A bit tough
Thank
to
you.
handle back there is Mission North. 5 lengths in the front. No Foolin' Mo trails. Far turn run. They've got about a half mile left to go. Not much change with Come Rain or Shine. And Mortal
loaded.
Sin racing 1-2. Mission North has been a handful and trying to slip through down to the inside. And an opening develops on the inside for Mission North, who slips right
Hear
on
that?
through, but still having trouble there and head to steady once again. Right here, right now, out in the clear in the red cap, coming with a run, top of the stretch. It's Come Rain or Shine. As Mission North is steered off the inside, right here, right now is in third. Forceful is dropped back in fourth. The others have plenty to do now. 3/16 of a mile left to run. Come Rain or
That's the
Shine trying
one.
to finish off the job up front. Right here, right now.
Wow.
Here comes Sneaking Suspicion on the outside, and Forceful's made a comeback on the inside. So
All right.
Santa Anita in a minute.
The Santa Anita Minute.
All right, Oldie, give us the Santa Anita Minute. I'll give you the stage.
Western Grit.
Hmm?
We got Western Grit. Looks like only speed here.
You're showing Gulfstream. There you go.
There we go. Only speed. But let's see if that's good enough.
Hey, there's Justin. We got a win in game 1. 5-1. Looks like game 1 is over for Justin and his doubleheader. So the 2
looks like gate to wire here.
Uh-huh. Who's riding that 2, Oldie?
Tyler and his bays.
Oof. As I close my wagering app and put the phone down.
Let's just see here. If we do 24 bucks here and we single Tyler and his bays.
Oof, that's hard, man. Between Tyler Bays and Julian Leperoux is a single. Who do you guys like? I feel like if they were winning a match race, they might dead heat. Eleven-year-old throws 2 innings, 4 strikeouts, 0 runs. Just keep the velocity down, Justin. Oldie is speed capping a pick 4. They're in the gate, Oldie.
All right, well, it's not going to happen. But I would probably.
Yes, Jennifer. I am in Tampa. I'm just north of Tampa.
That's what I would do if I had time to put it in. But I do not.
That's it there. Yes, Jennifer, I'm about 20 minutes north of the Tampa airport.
Motivating force.
Are you in
and Jay
Tampa?
Dutton both out alertly. Here's Capital Outlay now sprinting up to take the lead. Just behind them, Travelin' Show with the red blinkers, and Western Grid is also showing speed up to be a joint second. Motivating Force, who broke on top, is now 5 lengths off the lead. That's
Tony, I'm alive to the
inside.
1-2-4-11.
Forward to just the Grays. Lucky and Smart is just inside of him.
Points get Very nice. Very nice.
And then it's a long, long way
I
back.
didn't get my turf pick 3 in, otherwise I'd be alive as well.
Capital Outlay, Western Grit going at it.
Now
2.5 Travelin' Show in third. Datsuk fourth. Jay Dutton gets a reminder on the outside. And Motivating Forces racing in between rivals. At the rail, Lucky and Smart. Just the Grays, Orange Cap, 3 clear of Ignatowski. They're at the top of the stretch. Narrow advantage for Capital Outlay. Chased intently by Travelin' Show.
You're right about Tyler and his bays.
And Travelin' Show is up to get the lead. Good run from Lucky and Smart as Travelin' Show opens up 3. Lucky and Smart rallies into second. Late run from Just a Grays.
Not even gonna,
Travelin' Show. That's 2 for Kazushi Kimura. Lucky and Smart second. Photo for third between
Oakland race
Outlay and Just the
9.
Grays. Then Western Grit.
Unfortunately, Oaklawn Race 9 is not on my available streams here, so that's kind of a bummer.
4, 3, 5, it looks like. 4 is a nice price. Or was. Or maybe you take a chance on the 2 going gate to wire.
We'll get over to Aqueduct.
Oklahoma Duct.
There you go. Oaklawn is up.
I mean, the 4 looks like the winner there.
Looks like it. But is it?
Just saying.
Well, it would be super nice if they would allow us to show that, but unfortunately...
Maybe if you wrote Patrick... No, I'm just kidding.
No.
I don't think he would take that well.
No. We're gonna leave that sleeping dog and let him sleep.
So I do think the 2 has a legitimate chance to go gate to wire here. Big pace advantage. 6-1 price.
Got Chocula?
What ride was suspicious, Bluegrass?
Probably the 2 at center there.
No, he's saying Tampa. Oh, Tyler Bass. Okay, TB. Okay, got it. Slow right now.
All right, as we watch this.
2's on the lead, like predicted. Cleared, but going pretty fast.
And the 4's right there.
Up.
Very well done, Maine. All nice and tied up. Why is the jockey with the 3 wearing the long pants? It's not muddy.
Oh. Hey, no other show does jockey fashion.
I'm just saying, no mud. It hadn't been mud all day. 4 getting a little closer. Still, they're sitting fairly chilly.
Yeah.
Pace isn't ridiculous. 2
No.
starting to get into the horse now. It looks like we have another. Who do you like here, Oldy? We'll let him get to the stretch here, and the 3 just wants to be right behind the 4. There you go. Get him out. That was smart. Should wait a little bit longer.
4, 3, 2, 2, 3, 4. Well, let's see if the 2 holds on here.
Yeah, 4, 3.
6 got up.
3-1 over 3-1. All right, Oldy. Let me see. What do I have up here? Get over to Aqueduct.
Aqueduct, as you call it. We'd say in Chicago, aqueduct.
Oh, Aqueduct. Whatever you want.
However you want to pronounce that. I'm just doing our accent.
Yeah, I don't have an accent, but this was a race that was scheduled for the turf, right? And they moved it to the dirt?
Yep.
Interesting, they could be off the turf in day 1 without any weather.
I don't know.
So this will be the last race for us at Aqueduct, Oldie. We've got Keeneland coming up in 14 minutes. I think that will be probably the last race for us.
All right.
We'll wrap up with
the one here, Beach Cruiser, seems to be a heavy favorite. Christophe
Duck
and his Clement. You have a horse to watch on the 3.
That's got a positive ROI, right?
No, that's a -2.
Okay, I couldn't see it. It's kind of small.
And the top pick / winner of the race sim is the 4.
Okay.
And Mike and his maker on the 5.
Who's your pick? Who's your winner? Just give me a win bet. Give us a $10 win bet horse here.
Okay. Well, There's no point in my life that I will ever tell you to win bet a 9-5 horse.
Sure.
So, there's multiple metrics pointing to this 4 horse for Patrick Reynolds. You have Joe and his Sharp as well. So let's look here. Big drop for Joe and his Sharp. Mike and his Maker. This third trainer for this horse.
Oldie, sometimes with these off the turf races, I just like to look at the GSR and see if anybody is first time at this distance on the dirt.
I might try. The Matoli dirt horse to me is a little interesting. Definitely like it better than the. This is a turf horse. Yeah, I'd take a shot on the 3 or the 4. Probably the 4.
The only horse, the 2 has a win at the distance here, Oldie, out of 3 tries.
Yeah, against 50. I mean,
this is where I kind of throw some of that out because you're on the dirt, right? The 10's another one, 1 for 2. I could do something with the 2.
What can you make out of the 2?
I could make a brooch. I could make a hat.
Could you make the pterodactyl though?
Well, look at that. Scotty sitting in third in the NHG qualifier with 4 races to go. Leader is only $2.80 a hand. Great job, Scotty. Way to go. Get it.
All right. Looks like they're getting close here at Aqueduct.
Okay. I will get the multiplayer ready and we will turn on the video.
Tony says 2, 3, 4 exacta box. You like it, Tony? It gives you a chance to make some money.
All right, Tony. 7-1. I'll break my rule. I do like the 2 for Bond, James Bond.
James Bond. James Bond.
No, it's just James Bond. Both of his sons are becoming trainers.
Hard sent towards the inside. It's Concerti. Wants to be in the early mix. Concerti up there with a stone's throw away, who now moves forward, has some forward momentum, and Rument is out wider. It's about 5 wide, but is about to challenge for the 3rd position. Beach Cruiser is tightly at the rail, and behind them, that's Busia, who's in the blue silks, is tucked in between rivals, right there with Scarlet's Dream. They're tightly packed there on the front end. It's another 4.5 lengths back to You Should Be Dancing towards the tail end of the field. And the
3 on the lead, cruising along.
Thornton. 21-4 for a pumped up opening quarter mile. Concerti's got the lead. It's Concerti who's up by 1.5 lengths and extending the margin a touch. Concerti starts to get away on the front end. Beach
Darts to the
Cruiser is trying to
inside.
get into the margin, is still losing ground here to the leader, who still gets away, hugs the rail and kicks away. Concerti and Dylan Davis doing it easily. Down towards the inside, rallying on there. Scarlet's Dream is running with Busia, who's looking for a clear running path. You Should Be Dancing up on the outside. Not today.
Got to hold off the 10 and the 12.
Concerti, who just keeps on.
Tony's going to nail this exacta, this trifecta and exacta. You like the 2, 3, and 4 here. 3 in hand, 4.
Would have had the try too. It would have been a huge. Paid really well, Tony. I hope you played the try.
Yeah, good call, Tony. Boom, Tony says.
All right, so Mike, did you just hit a bet share there to the 1, 3, 4? To the 3, I mean.
Nice, very good, Mike. Awesome. I haven't checked the
Love
chat.
to see everybody winning.
Too much too much going on to watch the chat and everything else. So, all right, Oldie, let me take a look-see here and see what we got left. Looks like Keeneland, 8 minutes, and then we're going to call it a day.
Like,
Thank
as
you
my daughter would say.
from joining. Appreciate Howard from coming on, Jim Goodman, Harris, Orabach. Good show, Oldie. It was a good day. Had some winners. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I like.
Appreciate it, everybody that stopped by.
Yeah, hit the like button. Would appreciate that. We'll run that banner here till the end, just in case you haven't got a chance to hit the like button and subscribe. We have Derby shows coming up during Derby week, so look for that. To be the Bruno show Thursday night, and Scotty and David Harrison with the road to the NHC on Friday, and we will be back next Saturday. We'll have a guest analyst with us. We'll have Scotty, we'll have Justin, it'll be a good crew. Oldie will be out with his daughter, and he'll be back with us in a couple weeks.
Sounds good.
All right, so back to Keeneland. Like I said, I'm live to the 1, 2, 4, 11 and the Turf Pick 3. The 1 is paying $1,482. The 4, as I go and look back at this, the 1, 2, 4, and 11. The 2 is paying $800. The 4 is paying $32.96, and $1,541 to the 11. So hopefully we get lucky there. Thanks, Thomas. Appreciate it. We enjoy doing this. It's great building the good little community that we have, and we thank you all for tuning in and joining us. Just tell me the 1, 2, 4, 11 wins here, Oldie. That's all I want to hear.
1, 2, 4, 11.
Yeah.
5's the only one that's really in range there to steal that.
I didn't ask for the ones that were in range to beat me. I want you to tout the 1, 2, 4, and 11.
But much like Howard and Sierra Leone, I wasn't going to pick a fight.
I know. Anthony, it's coming. The last thing that Scotty wants to do is release it when it's not ready. There are a few things in here that need a little bit more work, and then you also have capacity issues. If we release this and 5,000 of you all go and run the race sim at the same time, and we don't have the capacity built in there, that can be a problem as well. So getting there, I don't want to promise anything because I'm not the guy that's going to promise anything. That's Scotty, but soon, and we'll do as much. If you join the coaching classes, guys, we'll show you full cards of all of the race simulators. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there's a couple during the day, Wednesday and Thursday. There's a Spanish language one. Scotty does them, Oldie does them, Justin does them, I do them. I'm Friday night at 8 o'clock. So if you want to get together, then it's limited to 20 people. So go to the website. You can sign up for it now. It's all done via Zoom, and it's interactive. You guys can come off a mute, get on video. You can talk to us. For me, it's a lot more fun back and forth when we can interact with people.
Yeah, absolutely. I won't be doing any till I get back, till around June 1st. So, yeah. But the coaching classes are terrific, and you get different perspectives depending on which ones you go to. So sign up for all of them. Tell Scotty I said to do that too.
Yeah, you can do that. You can sign up for all of them. You can come multiple times. If Oldie's not around Thursday night, somebody will definitely pick it up.
No Thursday nights till June 1st.
Pardon me?
No Thursday nights till June 1st.
Ah.
Thank you, Gary. Tony's alive to the 11 in the pick 5. That exacta paid really nice, Tony, too.
Well, we're going to have to do something Thursday night, Oldie, because the 25th is still up there, and there are 5 people signed up. So we will figure it out. A lot of this is in the cloud, Anthony, just because he said server. It's not in a closet in his condo in Florida.
Yeah.
This is the, as you can see, just click on the breeder there, Oldie, or the one.
On the one. Okay.
Yeah. At Keeneland.
Yeah, I got to click on the right screen. That would help.
Yeah, just click on the breeder. That's Madeline Auerbach. That's Harris's mother. They still run everything in her name. Bluegrass Dan volunteering to do Thursday. We might take you up on that. We'll see. I don't know if I'm doing the Bruno show or if Scotty is, but one way or the other, we'll get it figured out. Don't worry about that. All right, Goldie. Out here to Keeneland. So tell me one more time on that my 1, 2, 4, and 11 is going to win here.
Your 1, 2, 4, 11 are going to win here. I will tell you my A's were 2 and 5.
2 and 5. Okay, well I'll take the 2.
And my bomber here is the 3.
The 3. For those of you fans,
You could hedge the 3 pretty easily.
I'm not. Hedging is for landscapers, and I'm not a landscaper.
I've heard you like to whack the weeds a lot, so.
Weeds are a different story. Bomber here for Tony is the 12 with Tyler. I'm assuming that's the Gaffleone and not the Bays. Big difference.
Moving
well,
into line.
Today, could we refer to him as Tyler Blaze?
And that ride on the last one looked like a blazed ride for sure. Yeah, that's a guy doing 45 in a 55, and you know the cop lights him up, and I'm just cruising along. You know, most people.
We've been getting a lot of bombs in these last races, so that's why I had a bomb there.
Before it's a bomb.
12 to 1's not. As you would say to me, 12 to 1's not a bomb.
12 to 1 is a bomb in your world.
Integrated design.
I like that. There's somebody. Go with the 11 there. I like it.
All I Want Is You moves into line.
All right, folks. Last race of the day.
Here's Definite
Hit that
Diva.
like button. Oldie, always been a pleasure.
Awesome.
Sakura, the last one.
Really enjoyed it, guys.
Lonnie
Thank you
goes
for coming every week and making
Last
this
one
show
coming
special
forward.
for us.
Goes in, they're at the post.
As Radiohead said, so.
And they're off. There goes Bobby Sox out for the early lead. Cabernet is there. Parola Sakura up on the outside. Integrated Design is there. And Definite Diva up close, moving up one lane off the rail from the 5th position. Fast Lonnie is away in 6th. Empire's Princess 7th. Agent is 8th on her outside. Proud Mary 9th. Back toward the rail. Sweet Duchess
Mary
in
keeps on
10th as
burning.
they head to the far turn. All I Want Is You is in the 11th position. Has a lot of ground to make up and a lot of traffic to deal with from there. Golden Dagger, last of the 12. Bobby Sox, the leader, 20.95 seconds to time for the opening quarter. Integrated Design 2 lengths away in 2nd. Parola Sakura is 3rd up on the outside. Cabernet is in 4th. Definite Diva is 5th. Swings wide for the drive, still 5 lengths off the lead. Bobby Sox, Integrated Design alongside. Parola Sakura is right there. And then Definite Diva on the outside is still wide open. Agent center of the course. Here's All I Want Is You. All I Want Is You is bursting through an opening down to the inside. All I want is you, Flavian Pratt,
There you go.
with a masterful stretch run here to win it. Proud Mary came from well off the pace to grab second on the line, away from Parola Sakura third.
You get the last comment highlighted of the day there with that 11. We will take it. Thanks, Alan. Doug, thanks for joining us with all of our regulars. Excellent. Let's just
live on the tote board, live on the racetrack. All I want is you for
there we go. We gave Flavian a lot of crap earlier, and he came back to win a couple for me.
Are you sure we didn't give him a lot of Pratt?
We did give him a lot of Pratt. Absolutely, we did give him a lot of Pratt. So, gurus, yeah, I wouldn't go that far, Mike, but we do enjoy it. Oldy, great time. Thanks everybody.
Good times.
Oldy, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. I will see you next Friday and during the week as well. Appreciate you all tuning in. We'll
hit the like button on the way out.
Hit the like button on the way out. We will see you all very soon. Good luck, and may all your photo finishes be winning ones.